Hey everyone. All right, how's everyone doing? I don't know why it's. Oh, here we go. Hey Katie, how are you? Hey, hoping for answers. Werewolf Queen, how are you? Hey Tonka. Hey Emerald Queen. Sway, how are you tonight? Did you ever get your internet fixed, Sway? Last Breadstick, how are you? Hey Michelle. Hey Cherokee Raider. Hey Mar. Mark, how are you? Okay, let me pin my email. Doxy, how are you? Hey Miss Kelly. Baby Boop, are you feeling any better? Hey Sifa. Uh, no, but so far. Okay, well, hopefully it'll keep working tonight then, Sway, so you don't have to leave or anything like that. Is it cold where you're at, Sway? Because it's like 41 here. Oh, baby boop, that's awesome. Stay baking tonight. We'll keep you all on and listening. Miss Kelly, what are you baking tonight? Oh, wow, Sway, that is cold. It is 41 here, and it's been in the 40s for most of the day, and I'm freezing. Hey, Princess. My mom's birthday, so, well, Mrs. Kelly, please wish your mom a happy birthday from all of us. Yeah, Princess, I was trying to watch a little bit of it today. While I was doing some other things. It's like a whole sad situation, honestly. Hey, Angela. Our bucket list. How are you? Uh huh. How are you? You're having a heat wave. Crime and crochet. How are you doing? Crime lunch with Keeney. How are you? Yeah, Princess. That whole case is just it's sad. And to think the boy Ethan who was killed, like his brother and sister, uh, because they were triplets. They're hey Rob, how are you? Um, they went to college there as well. So, oh, Angela, thank you for that. Hey, Pin Dizzy. Hey, Brown Bear. Alright. Crime Crazy, did you get my last email? Hey, Cool Gamer, how are you? Yeah, I need to get caught up on it. Okay, Crime Crazy, just making sure. One second, y'all. Okay. Hey, Charles, how are you? I'm 37, but headed to Florida in a few days to go on a cruise. I wish it was nice and warm here like it is in Florida. Mar, you feeling okay? Our bucket list. Thank you so much. We all appreciate that. Angela's probably warmer though than what it is here. It is just it's. I don't like cold weather. I'm not. I don't acclimate well to it. You need to get on the flight and visit Florida. I know. I really do. I need a house where it's warm that I can go to during the winter. Hey, RT. And Mar, thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. I hope everyone is having a great weekend. So far, I just need more sleep. Yes, Eva, I don't like cold weather at all. Like, I'm just not a cold weather type of person. Wait. Incognito Mom, how are you? Hey, Scorpio Joe. I do love the winters in Florida. Yeah, I need a beach house somewhere where it is nice and warm year round. I'd be okay. I've been over in a while, family stuff with my Graham's passings. Oh, Rob, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm in the UK. It's 30. Oh my gosh, that is. Well, it's 2 degrees colder than what it is where I'm at, Crime and Crochet. Yeah, the humidity's bad in the south in the summertime, but I can't stand cold weather. If y'all can, please keep Rob's family in your prayers. He said that his Grams passed away. You're very welcome, Rob. All right, so I got a few different things that I'm gonna go over. I gotta find my one website real quick. Hold on, I gotta get it. Hey, Brian R., how are you? Hey, Darren. All right, so I was looking through some stuff, and I gotta get it, that has to do with Trinity's mom. Hey, the worst name. I'm gonna miss the first. Okay, Charles, that's completely fine. Let's see. Okay, let me find it here real quick before I pull it up. Hey, Mandy. Oh my gosh, Cherokee Raider. Usually, it doesn't get as cold as it has been in Louisiana this early in the year. All right. So apparently, Trinity's mom has gotten charged. It is a misdemeanor, but she was charged with custodian assault of a child without great bodily harm. This was back in 2020. Same day she got driving under the influence of alcohol. So I'm wondering if maybe she was driving drunk with her kid in the car. All right, let me pull it up here real quick on the screen. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to take my allergy medicine here in a minute. Okay. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Because like I said, I mean, it was both on the same day. Uh, let me see if I can zoom it in. Okay, can y'all see that? Okay, right, like the way I have it. All right, so it happened March 1st, 2020. Driving under the influence of alcohol. She pled no contest, and then her second count was custodian assault of a child without great bodily injury, and she pled no contest to that on the same day as well. So, hey Kiki, I'll be listening to it. Had too much fun in here. So that's what it sounds like. She was driving drunk with her child in a car, um, which is shitty. I don't know which child it was. Um, it doesn't give any more information to that, but if you're driving drunk, it's one thing. You shouldn't be doing that because you're putting a lot of different people's lives in danger, including your own self. But whenever you start driving drunk with your child in a car, then you're a very selfish person because you're putting your child's life in danger as well. Um, I know she does have a younger child than. I was thinking she had two kids that was younger than Trinity. But apparently, she only has one child that's younger than Trinity. But either way, I don't know if it was Trinity that was in the car or if it was the baby. I'll just say that because I don't know her name. Uh, Either one of them, because they're both minors. Either way, you're a shitty parent. That's what I thought too. Crime Crazy, that she had two younger daughters that was younger than Trinity, but I could be wrong. I don't really dig too much into. Same thing with KIELY, like the younger brother. um, I didn't ever want any information on him because he's a minor and not part of, I'm saying, like what happened or whatever. But if you're a parent and you're driving drunk, you're a shitty parent. If you're driving drunk with your child in a car, you're 1,000 times shittier. Does Trinity have an older sister, be it step or half or whatever? Crime and Crochet, her bio dad said that he has older kids um, that I believe that are older than Trinity. Okay, so she did have two other kids with a stepdad. Okay, I was thinking that to begin with she had uh, two younger kids. So I'm wondering if both of them were in the car and they only gave her one charge, or if just one of them was in the car and that's the only reason why she got one charge. Crime and Crochet, I'm still looking into Paisley's information. Only reason why I'm going to look into Paisley a little bit deeper is to try to find out who her sister is. And that's only because of what Trinity's mom said, and that was that Paisley's sister is the one that gave Trinity the drugs. I don't know if that's true or not. Um, that is just what Trinity's mom put out there. I know that she did say that about Trinity's bio dad, about him being um, a CM. I don't know if he was just accused of it. If it is true, maybe he was just accused of it but wasn't convicted. Um, I have looked. My husband has looked. We cannot find him on any type of RSO list for Nevada or California. Um, so, like I said, maybe he was, if it is true, maybe he was just accused of it, but that's as far as it went. Or she's lying uh, and trying to make him look worse than what he does. Yes, I've been looking into her possible. You mentioned for the sister. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig more into her. I just hadn't had really a lot of time to look into Paisley, other than I did get her um, petition, and I showed it. And I know there was a couple of people that was in my chat that night that had signed it because they're trying to get justice for Paisley as well. Um, and then I read the story about what happened to her, but that's like at that time I hadn't heard about the sister giving Trinity the drug, so I didn't really look any further into her family or anything like that. Hey Warrior, how are you? Okay, your rant about the is it Trinity's mom is too mild if you ask me. There's nowhere near to put words in how bad yeah, I know Emerald Queen. I'm just y'all know how I am whenever I get mad and I get started and you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to act adult like with this, but she is a shitty parent. Um, whether she let's just say she's driving drunk, okay, and she doesn't have her child in there. Well, you're putting other people's lives in danger, including yours. So there's a potential for you taking yourself away from your kids, or taking another parent away from another child. You're a shitty person. But when you have your kid in the car, yeah, it's just 10,000 times worse. Like you're then putting your child at danger, yourself in danger, and other innocent people. You love it whenever I go off, Judy. I try not to do it too much. All right. So she does have that, but let me go back up here real quick. And we'll change her last name from Stenio to Backus. Hey, Yorkie Mama. Goslin, how are you? Thank you for the welcome. I've actually been watching for the last month, just haven't commented. Oh, Goslin, you should join us sometime. Okay. My team. Let's see. How my team decided to talk to me just as I came on. Okay. So if you go down and you look uh, under the name Andrea Backus, she has several different things. But she does have an assault and battery. She has traffic ordinance, DUIs. Uh, so it seems to me like she likes to drive when she's been drinking. So she just likes to put other people's life in danger, which is a shitty ass person. Hope she got help when all this that was happening. Hopefully she doesn't do that. I hope not, Angela. I mean, hopefully she does get help for stuff like this. All right. So she got assault and battery charges filed on her on November the 10th of 2010 on a non-cohabitating parent or partner. I'm sorry. So it was dismissed, but the point is, she likes to drive drunk and she likes to put her hands on people. And if you think about it, Trinity would have been a small child during this time. So I'm wondering if Trinity had to see all of this. If she's fighting people and beating them up and she's getting arrested and she's driving drunk, if that's just the times that she got caught with driving drunk. I wonder if, which I'm sure she has, drove other times drunk. I wonder if she had her kids in the car with her during that time. Go back here. Okay, let me go back again so I can get to right here. Uh, okay. Oh, well, wait a minute. On November the 10th, it's the same day when she got the DUI that she got the assault and battery charge. And then she's got two infractions on February the 9th of 2011. This is crazy. Our bucket list, thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. Where's the DUI? Here we go. I mean, it seems to me like she really does need help, y'all. Like, I'm not saying that to be mean or anything like that, but it seems to me like she really does. To work on some paintings, pair of paintings. Okay, Emerald Queen, that's fine, honey. Yes. Thanks. Give me a good bit before 10 instead of closer to 3. Yeah, Brian, I figured, and I did ask a lot of people in chat, and a lot of them said it's easier for them if I went live earlier. It seems to be a lot easier for me as well, because a lot of times I'm getting off of the live before midnight now. Our bucket list, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. It says number 1. Thank you, honey. That was very nice of you. Andrea appears to have the mentality of a teenager. At Tonka, I agree. She just, I don't know how she grew up. I don't know. Our bucket list, I love you too, honey. Um, like I said, I don't know how she grew up in her house. I don't know if that was something that went on in her house. And if it was, it's unfortunate because she wasn't able to get help with it. Maybe now and I hate to say this because it would, with what happened in Trinity and Trinity passing and stuff like that, maybe she will go get help for all this now. Uh, I just hate that it would have, it took her daughter passing away for her to get help. And I would rather her get help uh, than Trinity's passing, making things worse and her progressing into more drinking and driving and, DUIs and stuff like that. As long as you do your labs after the sun goes down, we're good. Yeah, if I do them, it's gonna be anywhere between 6 and 7 my time. So, dude, listen to Twilight. Hear this dream when I did even chat, but now at 9, I'm on the couch and already sleepy. Crazy. You give your kids and drugs and let them do drugs. Yeah, Angela. I mean, it's if you think of it like this, Trinity. This is basically all she's ever seen. Okay, Sifa. Um, so you grow up with it, you see it. Trinity, now she didn't have to take that path, but what can you expect when that's pretty much all this girl has seen? We see how her mom dressed in front of her. Um, like it's just a whole ridiculous thing. Um, the way Trinity had to grow up. Yeah, Angela, that's what I'm saying. Hopefully she gets help because DUIs, fighting with people, getting arrested. Uh, she has two younger kids. That's not good for them. We don't want the two younger babies growing up and doing drugs and drinking and hanging out with the wrong type of people, and that could get them in trouble and all that. We want them to have a better. They need a better life. Is what they need. Hey, True Crime and Faith, how are you? So, yeah. Now there was. I'm gonna have to go to the other guys. Hold on. Thing real quick because she did have to get a restraining order on a guy for beating her up. Hey, True Crime and Faith, I'm doing good, honey. How about you? Hello, Lori. How are you? Okay, let me. I don't think this is his last name. True would have been 4. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if how many other times she drove drunk or had been drinking and didn't get caught. What is the guy's last name? Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Let me see if that's it. No. Crumb Crazy. The stuff that I sent you, am I spelling his last name right? Hey, James. Hold on, let me go look it up. Okay, wait, Sifa emailed it. Alright. Okay, Sifa, it's all in this one email, right? His name too? Just Chicano. Oh, I spelled Chicano wrong. That's what it was. Okay. So, I mean, even with this situation, um, okay, here we go. Let me pull this up real quick. Filings. Okay, this is it right here. Skazi, how are you? Alright. Let me pull this back up real quick because she literally had to go get a protective order against this guy. Oh, we never hear about half the news stories you guys have. Yeah, Warrior, a lot of times they people, they don't want it out or the news just doesn't think it's newsworthy, but whenever you have a case like Trinity or even Kylie's, uh, you kind of have to like dig deeper than what the actual news people do just to get a sense of what these kids went through. And you kind of learn who all's involved, and you get other names from digging into people. Um, so yeah, it was filed on 8/27, and it was against this. Um, I'm assuming his name is Andre, where hers and his are spelled the name, but um, just pronounced differently. But yeah, she had to go get a restraining order on him. Dan, how are you? So she got in. We don't know if Trinity was there when this happened. We don't know if the two babies were there. It's the kids, on top of them seeing that, they're riding with their mother drunk, being put in danger like that. She's allowing Trinity to do whatever she wants to, run up and down the street all hours of the night, doing drugs. I don't know if Trinity drank. Um, if she did, it wouldn't be surprising. But the drugs, I mean, it's all bad. But you see what I'm saying? It's just she allowed Trinity to do what she wanted to. She thinks that partying, apparently, is more important than taking care of her kids. We've seen, like I said, how she dresses. Um, we've seen the things that she does on her Facebook and how she acts and all this and that. So honestly, Trinity's mom was more like her best friend than she was her parent. So she really didn't have a mom. And that's sad. And it's sad when, you know, even though Andrea's done wrong things in the past and bad things and has been arrested and all this and that, she didn't deserve to have her hand, a man put his hands on her. So she didn't deserve that. So you have to give it to her for standing up and getting a restraining order, a silver dollar. So you have to give it to her for standing up, getting a restraining order on the guy, and not letting him back around her and her kids. But other than that, the rest of it is just is shitty. The things that she's done. I don't either, Tonka. I'm wondering if that's the case because Ashley, which I don't believe nothing Ashley says, but Ashley did say in her story that Trinity had texted her the week before that and asked if she can have a sleepover with her and her friend at Ashley's house. Um, let's see, I grew up with. Hold on, I didn't catch all that. She's great mom, a lot of hard shit to get. How dare you? I'll pick her apart after. She never drank and drove with the kids. She was sorry, Sarah, but she was charged with drunk driving and assault on her child. Maybe should have been a parent and watched her kids and didn't let her kids run up and down the road. Maybe her child would still be here. So anyway, the girl's topless. Oh, Katie, you're talking about Trinity and the other girl? Yeah, I mean, look how Trinity, when she'll be standing next to her mom, how her mom dressed. I mean, this it's disgusting. She didn't give a shit about her kids. She'd rather party. I feel bad that her daughter, as a mother, from a mother to another mother, I feel bad any mother who loses her child. Queen, no, not yet. Hey, Cece. But you also got to think about it. She was a shitty mother. So, I mean, in a way, my heart does go out to her because she did lose her child. But at the same time, you don't just a parent who cares about their their kid or kids or whatever, you don't just let them run rampant and let them do whatever they want to do and let them do drugs and all this and that. And then people come in here just like this other person and saying that, she had a hard life. Okay, maybe she did. Obviously, she ain't got her life together like people are trying to put the narrative out there that she has. She had a hard life, and I even said that. We don't know how she was when she grew up, and if she didn't, okay, I understand that. But she did drink. She's got DUIs on her record, and she's got an assault charge on a child without bodily harm, which means she was driving drunk with her child in the car. And some people just don't like it when you put the truth out. I'm surprised no one took the children. I know, Angela. If that would have been here and you get caught driving drunk and you have a child in your car, yeah, they're calling CPS. Like, you're not going, your ass is going to jail and the child is going with CPS. Unless they can find a family member that's willing to come and take the child. All right. So, yeah, I just want to throw that out there. And I was also going through and I'll get into this in a few minutes after I show you all this other stuff, but I was going through and was like just thinking about Trinity's mom versus KIELY's mom and the different similarities. Hey, upside down. Um, Claire, how are you? And like the different things that happened within their case and how similar they were as well. But I'm gonna get into that uh, next after I get through with this other. And it seems like whenever I bring up the mama's charges, then it seems like that's like the damn Venmo payments. Throw it up and they start attracting the trolls. All right, let me see what Sifa sent to me real quick since it finally got it downloaded. Wait, was this? Okay, Sifa, real quick. Was it just one file or was it two? Because for some reason it downloaded twice on my computer. Sarah used her own name. Oh, did she crime crazy? Do we need to just start digging into silly Sarah? Because I'll pull her shit up too. Okay, one, but I just sent you. Okay, yeah, for some reason I must have hit it twice or something, or downloaded the first time and then started talking and forgot that I downloaded it. Oh, that is hilarious, crime crazy. These people, they're just not too good at this. Yeah, I mean, we're not just going to dig into somebody just because they're in chat and they're chilling with us and stuff like that. But whenever you come in and you start defending people and saying they didn't do something when I've got the proof on the screen that they did do it, and then you're dumb enough to use your real name, then yeah. So if she's got something on her, then I will, matter of fact, I know what I'm going to do. Hold on one second. Since Sarah wants to be like that, yeah, I'm not going to do nothing like that to any of my subs. Well, apparently Sarah was a sub too, because I mean, you got to be a sub in order to talk in here for at least 5 minutes. Hold on, I gotta go back and find Sarah's last name up in my chat. Give me just 1 second. Blanco. Let's see what Sarah's got. Hold on, y'all. I'm just gonna see if she's got something on her. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Uh, wait, Crime Crazy, what is 333? Okay. All right, let me check my email real quick. All right, hold on. Let me see what Siva sent me. This other. What's it? What control time? Baby Boop. It seems like they're wanting to come in just because I put up someone's criminal record that was driving drunk with their child in a car, and they want to come in and say that she wasn't doing that, and I literally have it up on the screen. So when you come in here and you use your real name and you try to defend someone like that, then I mean, we're gonna dig into you as well. All right, see if I got the second one. Thank you. All right, so let's see what Mr. Chicano had. Hey, Michael, how are you? Okay, wait, I missed what is. Wait, Laura, you hitchhiked when you were younger, or am I reading that right? My stepdad would drive crazy during the students. Could have bolted. Oh, well, from North Carolina to Mississippi. Oh my gosh. But I'm sure, which it was probably dangerous whenever you did it, Lori, but like now, it's so much more dangerous. Aaron, how are you? Okay. All right, Siva, thank you so much for sending this to me. Oh, I gotta pull up our record. Okay. Hold on. I know her Facebook is disgusting. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to my thing here. Because whenever I put her name in, I couldn't find anything. Nothing came up. And I wonder why. And all the way New York, up and down the East Coast. Dang, Lori, you just went all over the place. All right, Crime Crazy, you're going to have to send it to me because when I put her name in, it's not coming up as anything. These cases like that could be the people making them false someone calls against the YouTubers that are. Claire, it probably is. Hey, Jim J. Yesterday there was a guy trying to dump a ride. Yeah, a lot of times, like if we go to one of the towns close to here, we have to go by a prison, and there's signs all up and down the roads. It was like, uh, prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers. Okay, that's fine, Crime Crazy. I can have her stuff ready for tomorrow if I need to. So Miss Sarah better not come in here and play no more games with people. All right, so so there was another thing I wanted to show y'all also. Okay, where is it? Aaron, I'm doing good tonight. All right, thank you, Sifa. Exactly, Claire. Um, it's crazy that you want to that there's people out there that will literally defend these people who are driving drunk with their child in a car, got arrested for DUI, and got an assault on her child charge, and people want to defend it and say they didn't do it. I just don't understand it. Okay, wait, I gotta. All right, so I'm gonna have to pull up a screenshot of this because if I try to pull it up on screen, it's gonna take up the whole thing, and I won't be able to see my chat. I mean, do y'all see how these kids like? Just think of Trinity. I mean, I'm sorry, not Trinity, Kylie. And look how she was failed by her family and her friends and law enforcement. We're seeing the same thing with Trinity. And it's sad. Okay. So this is and I'll give it a second to come up. All right. So remember I showed y'all the other night the GoFundMe that was made for Sunshine, saying that she's had to cancel like what was it, 4 months worth of uh, appointments and blah blah blah, and they're like trying to raise $6,000 for her and her two boys. And I was like, okay, I just don't see in California. I mean, even Louisiana, you wouldn't make it on $6,000 in 4 months, especially with two teenage boys. But I just didn't see it happening. Her living in California, why would she need a GoFundMe or even need to like cancel appointments and stuff like that? Uh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's a doctor. Why would you need to cancel 4 months worth of appointments and have a GoFundMe? That didn't make sense. Like, it was your son's girlfriend who passed, not your child. And the whole threat thing, I don't even believe anyway. I think that they're just trying to use the GoFundMe shit, just like in Kylie's case. They know that if they throw a sad story out there, where in this case it was her son's girlfriend, he's upset, she's had to take off 4 months of work, all this and that. You, a lot of people, if you throw that sad story out to them, they'll feel sorry for you and they will donate money. And I think that this is all they're trying to do. I don't believe that there was any threats whatsoever. Trinity's family, I get, you know. But then I also look at it, and I know that someone else started the GoFundMe for that, for burial expenses and stuff like that. Um, but the way I see it, if you got money for drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, go partying, all this and that, then you should have money to bury your child. But that's just my opinion. But what I wanted to show y'all, because I was looking on it today, wanted to see how much money has been raised. And it's $1,906 that's been raised for of the $6,000 goal. But if you look over here under the comments, and I can zoom in on just the comments so y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right, so Lindsay Bellows, she donated $50. Okay, Crime Crazy, thank you. And it says love from Lindsay and Ananda. Now, there is a Nanda community in Nevada County, and I'm going to pull up their thing. Let me check Crime Crazy's email just real quick. Holy shit, she's got a long thing. Okay. won't it allow me? Okay. Hold on. Let me see what Miss Sarah's got on her real quick, y'all. Oh, I can't see it on here. I'll just have to go. Okay, thank you, Calm Crazy. I will take a look at that in a second. King Scarlet, how are you? All right. So there is, it's called the Ananda community. I don't know if anybody in here is, I've heard of it or not, but I'm going to bring that up. And I have to keep switching all around so I can find it. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I almost kicked myself out of StreamYard. Works. Ananda home. All right. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. All right, so I'm going to show y'all this real quick with the Ananda stuff. Then I'm going to go back and get Miss Sarah, who wanted to come in here and act a ass a few minutes ago. I'm going to pull her shit up. Okay. Pull this up real quick so I can show y'all all of this Ananda stuff. Has anybody in here looked into the Ananda stuff or know anything about it? Yeah, or she's been working. Okay. All right, so it's pulled up here. And it's basically just, and for 50 years, the Ananda village has exemplified the spiritual ideas of Parashana. I don't know if I'm saying this correctly. But it's basically like a whole big meditation place, yoga, cultish type stuff. That's what it is. Okay, let me find their community life. All right, so our Ananda communities are not only sustained by a spirit of brotherhood, but mainly by the common thread of spiritual living and upliftment that we share in the teachings of the Yoganda stuff, or however that's pronounced. You would have had me send you an audio clip. Siva, I didn't know that you had it, so could you send it to me, please? Because there's like a lot of words in here that I do not. Hey, Andrew. Know if I'm pronouncing correctly. And I don't want to sound like disrespectful to their beliefs or religions or anything like that. So I think it's just yoga's not cultish. No, I'm not saying that yoga is cultish, Rebecca. There's nothing wrong with being one with nature. But if you dig into the Ananda village and the community, there's more to it than what they're portraying on this website. Now I lost my place. Okay, so mainly the comment there of the spiritual living and upliftment is that okay, so I read that. All right, so basically it's like a 900-acre village. There are some people who live there. Yeah, and Rebecca, I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to say that there's anything with yoga and meditation. Nothing like that. Like I said, if you just dig deeper into this, and I do have some information on it, I just got to go back and get it out of the emails and put it all together. But when you have a, a community like this, and then you have the Asatru stuff, and I'm still trying to figure out if there's a connection between the two. Uh, Both have different beliefs. Um, meditation opens you up to everything good and bad. Um, so I don't know at this point if there's any connection to the two. It's weird how when you have this and it's donating to a clergy or a priestess of a cult like the Asatru stuff, you're wondering if there's any type of connection there between two, because it has been said that some of Kylie's family belong to the Ananda community. Um, and I think I've got pictures. I just got to go back and relook at them on all that. And the information that I've got with the pictures, I know that there was a couple of people that was doing screenshots and I believe watching videos and stuff like that. So I got to get all that sent to me. But there's possibly could be a connection with this Sunshine stuff. You got Sunshine's son dating Trinity, who has passed. You've got Kylie, who her family was involved possibly with stuff like this, and we know that Lindsay has got different things that she's got going on, like the cards that she was. I record. Okay, thank you, Sifa. Um, that she had the girls doing, the little young girls at the lodge, and all the meditation she had going on with them, the acupuncturist that was there for whatever reason. It's so many similarities between the two, between Kylie and Trinity. All right, give me 1 second. Annette P, how are you? Hold on, y'all. And I can't imagine what, because I don't know if Sunshine's kids are part of that. Obviously, they grew up in it, um, hearing about it from her. But I wonder if they're part of it, if they practice it or whatever it is that they do. Okay, last night was cool. We have a good instinct. Leonore, how are you? Okay, I hope you and yours. Alright, I'm just trying to catch up in chat as well. Why are you in panic mode, Lunar? I've missed some stuff in chat. Alright, let me go back to Seller, because I'm gonna pull Sarah's stuff up real quick. Because if not, I'll be done forgot. Give me just 1 second. I gotta go back to that. To that website. Yes, Angela. There's they even have a men's retreat there now. Oh, a wildfire. Oh my God, Lunar. Well, y'all stay safe. Anyone looked into the cartel aspect of Kylie's case, such as what religion? Yeah, Rebecca, I talked a little bit about it last night. Um, I know that as far as like their religion, I believe most of the people in Mexico, and correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows for a fact, but I do believe that most of the people from Mexico are Catholic. Um, I'm sure that they are some type of cult stuff that go on down there as well. Hey, Stone Gator. Um, but I think for the most part, they're they're Catholic. Now, like I said, there's cults here. They're in the U.S. I'm sure there's some in Mexico. I'm sure like the cult stuff is all over the place as well. Um, Stone Gator, we was just asking. Well, I think Rebecca had asked about like the type of religion down there. I don't know if the cartels themselves, if they have a religion. I've watched certain things where like when people who belong to the cartel get killed and stuff like that, they have the um, like where they bury them at, and they have the I'm trying to think of the correct word for it. Is it called a shrine? Is that the correct word? Hey, Zara. Um, but they have like different things that I've noticed with a lot of like Mexican families and stuff like that who, but as far as a cartel, I'm sure they grew up in that and, and the Catholic belief and all that. I'm trying to find this girl's info, but it is not coming up for me like it did Crime Crazy. I don't understand why I can't get it to come up. All right, give me just a second, y'all. Give me just 1 second. Welcome back, Emerald Queen. Okay, death cults of Mexico, rare, more cartels, but yes, okay. Okay, thank you, Sifa. Go. Okay, cartels are Roman Catholic, but pray to Santa Marta, Saint of Death. Okay. I remember watching something. Is that the guy that they have the picture of? Stone Gator? The one you're talking about? Hey, True Crime Tea, how are you? It's just like Catholic Plus in this very new age base, you could say, just like what Stone Gator's talking about. Okay, thank you. Okay, because I remember seeing something else that was, I was watching something like a while back, and they were talking about the cartel stuff, and there was a picture of a guy, and I don't remember who he was. Catholicism with a dash of physio. Reapers, you pray to different colored ones for whatever you need. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it was something else that I seen that they prayed to the guy. I don't remember what it was though. All right, let me go to my email. Check charge date June 3rd, 2021. Okay. I gotta see, because for some reason when I try to bring it up on my end, Crime Crazy, it's not coming up. And I'm putting that same name that you did. Let me find June 3rd. Wasn't on a cross I'm living. I passed some praying to him. Guess what? Now didn't throw each other under the bus. Yeah, upside down. Some do. Um, I don't think all of them. But yeah, there are some that are like that. I don't know why I cannot see. All right, give me just a second, y'all. I'm trying to see. November. Okay, June 3rd, 2021. Hmm. Hey, the CNY family, how are you? See, all right, so let me see if I can just get a number on this person. Hold on. 7 case number. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let's see if I can pull her up by case number. 5, 7. All right. Okay, so it pulls it up by case number. This is so weird, y'all. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to get it to pull up Crime Crazy, and because it's not pulling up under her name for some reason. So I'm gonna have to go and find because I can't see the one that you sent to me for that date. I can't see the number on it. If I can get the number for it, then I can pull it up. The one that you were telling me about. Let's see. You said June the 3rd, right? Okay, I got the number now. Let's see if I can pull it up by that number. I want to know what Crime Crazy seen on there. 536. All right. Yeah, Crime Crazy. You can give me like a quick rundown on it, but I did pull up the one for June the 3rd that you were telling me about. All right. Petition hearing, contested hearing. Oh, wow. So is that the parent? Crime Crazy? So no wonder she comes over here and wants to defend them. Hold on. Let's see. I gotta say this. You all remember Elsa and her claiming she spoke to KIELY. He confirmed it with Elsa's heart 1:30. How did she go? Aaron, it was on the timeline that Elsa allegedly saw KIELY at 12:30. But I'll have to go back because there is an updated timeline. I'll have to go back and look at the updated one and see uh, if they have added anything for the 1:30 time. All right, so little Miss Sarah, who just came in here a few minutes ago and wanted to give her opinion on Trinity's mom, and saying, oh, how she didn't do this and she didn't drink and blah blah blah, and I had it pulled up that she was arrested for DWI and had a child assault charge because she had her child in the car while she was driving drunk. Yeah, as soon as she came in, she got blocked. Well, this is what Sarah Blanco has. She has an elderly abuse charge filed on her. I also sent you a link to the spreadsheet. Okay, thank you, Crumb Crazy. One second. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Let's see. All right, Warrior, you have a good night. Like how folks get mad when you show them something that's publicly available. So they want to defend. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't have done it on her. She wouldn't have come in here and said, acted the way she acted. So you come in here doing that, you're dumb enough to come in here under your real name, then I'm gonna look your shit up. So, I mean, she abused an elderly person. So her opinion and her words mean shit to me when it comes to her defending a person who was caught driving drunk with their child in the car. So her words mean shit, honestly. All right. Let me check the email real quick of what Crumb Crazy sent to me. Billy, how are you? All right, Siva, I will look at the pronunciation, the stuff that you had sent to me. I will take a look at it in a few minutes because I'm gonna have to learn that all them words with the Ananda stuff and all that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go over all that. A lot of hard words on there on that website. All right, let me pull this up real quick. Okay, that was only a year ago. Let me go back and look real quick. Yes, who said Kate? So the hearing was on July the 6th, 2021 at 2 o'clock p.m. Well, then it says not heard, continue by court. But it was let's see, wait, what is this? Okay, so the petition was filed July the 3rd, June the 3rd, I'm sorry, of 2021. Hey, at the Truckee Way, how are you? All right, let me get this pulled up here. Wait, what is this? Okay. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so she's got a harassment charge on her. That was in August of 20. I can't see the whole thing. Can't see the whole date. But she does have a harassment charge. She's got traffic things on her. Okay, I'll accept the agreement. Let's see. She went to small claims court, elderly abuse, traffic, DCSF family support. Most of the stuff is traffic violations and infractions, and uh, for the most part, she's got 2 DCSS things on here: a small claims, harassment, and elder abuse. So Sarah's not all that special when she comes in with her comments and all this and that. Let me get back into chat. All right, give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all. All right. Now I got to get out of Excel. All right. Yeah, pretty much her opinion is worth shit. All right. Off of this. Let's see, I'll report people like her to Adult Protective Services. Well, she's got a charge on her. So I don't know if it said that it wasn't heard and rescheduled or whatever. So I mean, I guess people who are okay with beating on elderly people, they're okay with a mother driving drunk with her child in her car. The way I see it. People need to learn to shut their mouth if they don't want. Exactly, baby boot. Sarah wasn't too good at this. Oh, I know. I mean, you come into my chat, spew your bullshit with your real name, and that's what happens. See, I'm in my line of work. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Who's sick hate? So it's something that you have to do. So yeah, I mean, and it didn't say who they. Like, I'm sure it was because they had the same last name, probably a parent, um, which is disgusting that you would do something like that to your parent. But hopefully she'll take her ass will go to jail too. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Because, I mean, if you think about it, Kylie and Trinity, they kind of grew up almost similar to each other. Hey, Greg, how are you? Like I said, actions have effects on generations afterwards. Exactly. That is true, Katie. I mean, just look at both of these cases. You got two parents, me and Lindsay and Andrea, that didn't give a shit really about their kids. Both of them let them do whatever they wanted to do. There was drugs and alcohol involved with both of them, whether they did it one time or they did it all the time. I mean, we knew that Kylie drank a lot because even her mom and Anna had even said that, which is Mag's mom. So we knew that she drank a lot. Uh, we knew that Trinity had done drugs before the night that she went missing because the boyfriend had even admitted it. I mean, Francis even said uh, that they've done LSD before, but they didn't do it all the time, and that he trusted her to do it without him being there. So you have two parents, if they don't care about you, they let you do whatever you want to do. You can drink, you can do drugs, you can drive while you've been drinking, you can stay out as late as you want to. And then you go into the part of where they both go missing, and you have people. In Kylie's case, you have Sammy, and in Trinity's case, you have Aunt Ashley. Both of those people claim to be the last person to see them, talk to them. Hey, Dana, how are you? Um, and then they lied about the events of that night. They've literally told multiple stories. They tell this and then they change the story of what happened and it ends up being something else. So they've completely lied all the way around. YouTube Jeff confirmed it was Kylie's car. How did he do that, Greg? Hold on 1 second. All right. I didn't know he even put a video out, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. But I'm wanting to know how he confirmed that it was Kylie's car. He went by VIN number. Keeney, he's another YouTuber. He didn't. Oh, okay, it was a post. Okay, so whenever he went by the VIN number, whose name did it pull up that the car was under? Angela, in whose case, Trinity's or Kylie's? Because I'm wondering if Paisley's sister is the one that gave Trinity the drugs, and why hasn't Paisley's sister been arrested yet? Okay, was her car taken from the lake? Okay, see, I've heard that before about it being a Canadian manufacturer for the vehicle. I just don't know how true that is. But I wonder, whenever the VIN number was ran, then whose name did it come back under? The sheriff so brought mom home that night, abandoned us for 5 years. Baby Boop, I hate that you're still going through all that. It's on his post. Okay, I'll have to go look at his post then and see. See, Vin is on Dash and Door. Not for nothing, but if we think a PI is digging into this town and these people without their knowledge, we're crazy. Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, $5,000 to $10,000, they could be bought for 10 to 15. I'm wondering how the PI actually talked to Cindy. Oh, see if I'm not. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna listen to it after I'm done here tonight. That way I can write down like the word that you have on the audio with and write the word down on paper and then uh, go over them. Said Jared was pleading not guilty. Oh, Pam, I did see that too. Hold on. Okay, I'm wondering a lot about the PF. I remember though seeing my family. The first thing that he came out with was everything that we already knew about Sammy. And I would think that it would, like everything that he's supposedly looking into, uh, would cost a lot more money. Yeah, I'm not sales fact either. Yeah, Greg, thank you for letting me know though, because I didn't know. Like I said, that he had even posted or anything or said anything else about it. Opinion is hard to believe anything. Yeah, Mar, that is true. All right, so let me get back into my notes here. On your channel that you couldn't find anything on Jagger. Did the car? Angela, I didn't see a sunroof on the car that was pulled out of the water. And I was watching, and I even streamed it the night or the afternoon that they pulled her out. Um, but whenever you watch from the helicopter's view, there's like you can't see a sunroof up there. And Baby Boop, you're welcome. I think Jagger needs professional help, honestly. All right, so anyway, let me get back into my notes. So if you think about it, the last people who claimed to have seen Trinity and KIELY both have lied about the situation. We've heard Ashley's like 4 or 5 different versions. Um, KIELY's, you've heard Sammy tell a few different things, and then you get a story from uh, Elsa, then Jane Doe 1 and 2, and then you got the fire cam footage that comes out, which I don't think that is accurate. Um, and it debunks what things that Sammy has said. So it's just like all these different stories are coming out on both of these girls by the people that say that they saw her last. Okay, who said Kate? Um, if you just, like I said, look at their parents. Lindsay didn't seem upset. Trinity's mom did to a point. She did look like she was upset whenever I seen her on the news. Uh, that article that was put out. Uh, see. Oh, Essa was full of shit. Sifa, do you think that that's who's the one that's doing it? I hope not. But anyway, so Lindsay didn't seem upset at all. Andrea did to a point. But then, other than that, if you look at both of the kids, basically, they did what they wanted to do. They did drugs, they drank, stayed out late. Their friends were shitty friends, if you think about it. Uh, we all know Kylie had shitty friends. And then if you think about Trinity, if you go by the 911 call, Ashley saying that the friend woke her up at 10:30 saying that Trinity was gone, but then again it was also said that the friend Hannah said that they went out at 10:15. So if that's what happened, then how long were they outside, or how long was Trinity gone before Hannah said anything? Did she just let her run off? I understand she was on crutches, allegedly, but if Trinity left and she didn't come back a few seconds later, why didn't she go right then and wake them up? So obviously, Trinity, I'm sure most of her friends are shitty too. They all do drugs, uh, just a bunch of shitty ass people. And the people who claim to care about her didn't really care. Well, either one of them didn't really give a shit about either one of them. If Ashley cared anything about Trinity, she wouldn't have allowed him to do any type of drugs at all at her house, and she would have paid more attention and wouldn't have went and laid back down when she claims that she heard Trinity acting the way she was acting and saying the things that she was saying. Hey, the post office prince, how are you? Drugs are just bad. Yeah, drugs are bad. I mean, and you got kids that are doing them in Nevada County, and for some reason, Nevada County can't get their shit together and get a hold on it. Uh, don't have any friends, LA. I can't believe that people that claim to be your friends would just leave you at a party when you're 16 and drunk. According to Sammy, with people there that you don't know who are older guys, but then come out whenever you're missing and claim to love you and miss you and doing everything you can to look for you and all this and that, all while you're being fake about it. Sammy didn't give a shit about Kylie at all. Neither did Max, because if Max is, she wouldn't have left as soon as she got there. She would have stayed there with her friend. If Hannah cared anything about Trinity, she would have woke somebody up as soon as Trinity started acting up, freaking out, tripping, whatever it was that went on that night. If something else went on that night, which I'm thinking that maybe Logan has something to do with it, then Hannah would have said that as well. So it's just both of these stories or these cases, they have a lot of similarities. There's the cultist shit, there's the shitty parents, uh, drugs, alcohol, shitty friends that all tie in together. You have Philip, which is the guy called Sunglasses, is uh, friends with a guy that worked with Trinity and her boyfriend. What am I thinking with Logan? I think, and this is just based off of what Ashley put out in her big long story, and only my opinion only, because I can't state it as facts, but I think that maybe Logan, he was there with them before Ashley got home. Uh, she says when she pulled up, she sees Trinity's car. She remembered that Trinity had texted her the week before that, asking if she could have a sleepover with her and her friend. And Logan was supposed to bring food for her. So he was there with them before Ashley got home. When Ashley claims that she goes to sleep at like 9:45, and then Trinity wakes her up at 10:30, she for some reason she doesn't place Logan anywhere in the house at that point. He didn't jump up with her and go check the living room, check the fire or whatever. She doesn't say he's still asleep in the bed, he's still watching TV, nothing like that. But when she comes back into her bedroom, he's out on the back porch with her. So I'm wondering if Logan might have been doing drugs with them or gave them drugs, and that's what happened to Trinity. How do we know? Wait, who's taking trips? The imprint, how are you? Think Sammy drug KIELY to win a fight. I don't think there was a party. Yeah, there's maybe 20 people that was there that night. I don't believe there was a big, huge party. I do think if Emma's telling the truth, that Max left in guilt. I think Tony does ship traffic girls in truckloads. Yeah, because he was a truck driver. Or is. I don't know if he still is or not, but I know he was at one time. I think, and this was just my opinion too, I think that the reason why Max left is because maybe Sammy got Max to lure KIELY to the party, and she didn't want to stay because she might have known something bad was going to happen. Maybe not what actually happened in the end, but uh, she didn't want to have to. She didn't want KIELY looking at her to have her back, and then she didn't want to have to go against Sammy as well. So I think that's the reason why Max left. Okay. More of a smile get togethers or sit up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, the post office prints. I just don't think the 2 to 3 to 400 kids seems unbelievable. They're claiming that the law enforcement claimed that they had interviewed 400 kids. They claimed that there was video proof that KIELY was at the party in the white Odd Future hoodie. Then why didn't they show any of this stuff to us? Maybe the girl never left the aunt's tent. There's no evidence. There's no evidence of anything. They have provided nothing. You would have thought whenever they came out about the Odd Future hoodie and said that they had proof that she was at the party in it, that they would have showed that video to show proof that that's what she was wearing. And they never showed video of anything. They never showed pictures of anything. They didn't do anything. Like, even the video or the picture from the video of her at the store is not even her. The Mexican side I'm looking into says it was organized. KIELY was traded, hence why the body in morgue. Zara, that could be it, because I mean the body that the autopsy was done on, and this even went into what I was talking about last night. Whenever they did the autopsy, it said that she was 2 inches shorter than what we were told she was, and like 15 pounds lighter. So, I mean, what Zara's saying very well could be it. Uh, the grandfather with the whole water rights thing, and the people from Mexico are wanting it, and uh, well, it's been said that Jagger goes down to Mexico a lot. We know that KIELY, Mags, and Anna went to Mexico. It was said that Lindsay went with them to Mexico, but I only heard that one time. So I don't know if Lindsay went with them or not. Because at the beginning of it, I always heard that it was just KIELY, Mags, and Mags's mom. But then, I don't know, a week or two ago, I guess it was, uh, it was said that Lindsay had went with them. And that was the only time that I'd ever heard that. I hadn't heard it before that or since. How many of them have the number 17s? Allegedly, just Jagger. From what I know of, Jagger has it and KIELY has it. I don't know if any of the rest of the kids that were friends with KIELY, like Mags or Kate, Sammy, any of those, I don't know if they had the number 17. And they claimed that on the autopsy that the tattoo was on her hip when it was always said that it was on her side. So if you want to look at people who go to Mexico, Jagger goes down there a lot. I don't know if he has family down there. I don't know if he's going to visit friends. I don't know if he's going to pick up car parts. It was said he went down there and got his car. That could be possible. But I don't understand if he keeps going back and forth to buy car parts, why not just order them? Okay, there has been more because they said the cartel is behind even the government grants that Sam's parents are getting. Yes, she's getting. Okay, so Sammy's parents are getting grants from the DOJ. And there was like 6 or 7 other places that they were getting grants from, and uh, I want the DOJ one though was like the largest one that they were getting. Okay, that could be what he's going down there for too, because he is into street racing. So that could be a thing that he's going down there for as well. Cash and drugs is deep in Truckee. Yeah. And someone said last night that it's one of the hubs. Truckee is one of the mini hubs in California, which I believe you got a lot of rich people. You got people who have a lot of money that come in and get them basically to do whatever they want, because I mean they can. Yeah, I think these people from Mexico have a lot of money and they can pay whatever they need or have to get what they want. Is this their controlling thing? It was said that the people from Mexico want the water rights that Kylie's grandfather owns. So I'm wondering if it's sort of like a ransom type thing. Uh, she'll stay alive, but either you got to give us the rights or you got to keep the rights, because Sammy's parents were also fighting for those water rights as well. And sorry, that's because they don't give a shit about their kids. I mean, just look at all the people and I'm not saying all the families in Turkey are like this, but just look at the kids that was claimed to have been at the party. Parents tell them not to talk. Now there can either be one of a few reasons for that. One, they wasn't at the party, so they have nothing to say, and that's the reason why the parents told them not to talk. Or two, they're scared, and that's the reason why they're not going to talk. Or three, they could be involved in or know what happened, and they don't want to incriminate themselves. A lot of them we've seen buy drugs and alcohol, and they're minors, and maybe they were worried about that coming out. And there's a lot of reasons for what the parents telling the kids to be quiet, but I don't understand when a kid goes missing up there how these parents, especially like Lindsay, wasn't even upset about it. And maybe that's because she knew where Kylie was at the whole time, or somebody has her or something like that. Okay, I think this is a very big thing, like Church was saying. They have the area secret societies and stuff. There's a lot of stuff in that area. Yeah. Kylie's probably still alive and they're using her as a Distraction for all the evil that takes place there. Maybe I'm thinking that too, Pam. Maybe that's the reason why Jagger says some of the stuff that he does. Uh, he'll only leave like one line in some of his posts where he says, "I need to talk to you, wherever you are." Uh, just certain little things, like he's trying to tell her something, thinking that maybe she'll see it. He just maybe not know exactly where she's at, or who has her or anything like that. Like, dang it, this is money gets you. I'm glad I'm not. That's what I'm saying, Mar. Some theory the celebration of life was freaking. Yeah, who goes to a celebration of life for a teenage girl wearing a cloak? Or just dead animals on a table? Or dancing? Or anything like that? Uh, I think Max is going to spill it first. Okay. Okay. Okay, and if y'all remember the picture that I showed, I don't know if I still got it on here. And I do know that half the picture is um, photoshopped. Let me see if I still got it. But the bar picture. Is this it? Oh wait, y'all can't see that one that good. Do I have another one on here? Okay, so that bar picture, if you notice, and when I showed it this last time, a lot of people were talking about how cheap the alcohol was. So I'm wondering if maybe they're getting the alcohol from Mexico as well. Like maybe somebody's going down there and getting it, or certain people are bringing it up here and they're getting it so cheap that they could sell it that cheap. Okay, wait, let's see. Jagger's new tattoo says "Stay alive." What? "Stay alive for me," or something like that. It looks like he did it himself. Vanessa involved with Sammy's parents against Kylie's grandpa concerning water rights. Dismissed, taking him to court. Kylie. Yeah, Dane, I'm about on that same track as he is Kevin Niece's one. Um, if you think about it, it all makes sense. That would explain, like I said, all the comments that Jagger makes. Uh, like he knows that she's still alive. He just may not know exactly where she's at, but then it explains a lot of what Lindsay said. You know, there's honor and silence, telling social media to mind their own business, basically telling us to stay out of it. They got this, uh, all these different things. And it could be the Chucky way, like we had talked about before, or it could be her telling us that she knows where daughter's at, uh, and there's stuff going on behind the scenes that nobody knows about. Maybe she doesn't want to get it drug up or um, brought out or whatever that has to do with all of that stuff. Okay. And then you've got Xana May sneaking her family back through Mexico. So there's like a lot of Mexico things. You got Jagger going to Mexico. You've got Kylie, Kate, or I'm sorry, not Kate, Kylie, Mags, and Anna going to Mexico. You've got people from Mexico having ties to the Truckee area. You've got the person who was arrested for the fentanyl pills. His wife is from Mexico, lives in Mexico, but she follows the Placer County government. You got Xana May sneaking her family through Mexico. Sure went from plays over one help to yes, it did. Like she changed her tune very quickly. When I was younger, we had a bootleg from Mexico called. And see, that may be what they're doing with this case, Teresa, with all this alcohol that these kids were getting. They may be bringing it up from Mexico, and that's how they are able to sell it uh, so cheap. But you have all these Mexico things being brought up, and you've got not only just Santa May bringing her family through Mexico, but you also got her mentioning the beautiful Mexican party. Let's see, greenhouses in the desert. Yes, you also have that. They have those out in the middle of nowhere where there is no water. They need water for that, like Billy Jones is saying. So they need water for that. That's the reason why they're wanting the water rights that Kylie's grandfather owns. So if you take that, they're wanting the water rights that the grandfather owns. What is the closest thing to him and his family that we all know of? Kylie. They take Kylie, hold her for ransom to try to get the water rights that the grandfather owns. I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense. Yes, there's always a lot being brought up about this Spanish party. Uh, Also, the side of the lake that they're claiming that the party was on the opposite side of the lake where they claimed Kylie went into the water. That was also okay. So up above the lake on that side where the party happened, the Spanish party, there's a road that runs through there. And right off of that road is where the black bodysuit or whatever it was found that everybody thought was Kylie's. So I'm wondering, and this is just me thinking and my opinion, but hey Shane, how are you? Yeah, Imprint, if you think about it like this, Sammy's parents are in with the people from Mexico because they're wanting the water rights. If Sammy's parents can get the water rights for these people, Sammy's parents would also get grants for it. So it's like a win-win situation for Sammy's parents and the people from Mexico. So if they can't get it from Grandpa, Kylie's grandfather, then what do? They go take the closest person to him in the family, which is Kylie, because we all know that him and Lindsay didn't have that great of a relationship. So they go and they take Kylie and they hold her for ransom. Either you give us the water rights or you don't get Kylie back. Now, can they work a deal out and switch it out? Possibly. Hey sis, how are you? But then you also got to think about the people in Mexico usually only give you a certain amount of time. And then once that time is passed, then, it's basically over with. Like they're going to do what they're going to do. Uh, if Sammy and her parents are trying to get the water rights for these people in Mexico, there's a big, beautiful Spanish party at Prosser the same night that Kylie goes missing. Then how do we know that where the Spanish party was at is not where Sammy got Max to bring Kylie to? And then whatever happened, happened. And that's where she went missing from, was on the opposite side of the lake. Sammy made up the whole big thing about the party, the graduation party. Maybe there was a graduation party, maybe not. But Sammy puts Kylie there, but she wasn't really there. That explains why nobody's seen Kylie leave from this party. And then the people from down in Mexico get her, hold her for ransom for the water rights. I mean, if you think about it, it's a lot to think about. It's like it took me a while to process all of it, think about it, put it together, make it make sense. But if you really think about it, it it does make sense because we all know that Sammy and Kylie were not friends. Now, Sammy comes out, and that could explain the reason why she put herself out in the center of everything. And let's see, what maybe that's why the Mexican party was there to begin with. Exactly. Uh, but maybe that's the reason why Sammy put herself out in the center of everything. She's talking to these kids. She's getting all this information, but in reality, she didn't really give a shit about Kylie. She had Kylie lured uh, to wherever this happened at. And with Sammy saying that it was the last place that she was seen when she left, blah blah blah, and all this now, like we all know the story that Sammy has put out there about that night. Uh, and then you know, there's the car being put in the water, so they kind of like have to make it look like either they're gonna get her out of it, but then she's got to go into protective custody, and they make it look like she really passed away, or they know that if that is true and people in Mexico had her, and because they didn't get what they wanted, they did what they did in order to kind of keep it quiet. Then they had to make it look like Kylie was in the water, and they found her car and she was in it, and they do an autopsy. But whenever they get the autopsy done, uh, the coroner or the pathologist fucks it up and doesn't give out the right information, and make it match what Kylie would have been like. Oh, Bear Love, yes, I know. And the guy who got arrested, that's where his wife lives at, who follows the uh, Placer County government. There's got to be, because if you think about maybe, I don't know if I even want to say this or not, but Santa Mae, she brings her family in through Mexico uh, from Ukraine. Got to give her that. She did do that. She got her family out of there and she brought them here. Uh, but she brought them through Mexico. Now, I don't know what the reason why was that she brought them through that way, but clearly she would have ties to someone in Mexico, but she also has ties to the government here and the military. So you can kind of go one of two ways with Santa Mae. Is she working undercover for somebody? Because we know she's military and government, like she has ties to both. Or is she just here working? She's out of the military, but she has ties to Mexico. Alright, and if anybody's came in that I haven't said hi to, I do apologize. Can you imagine watching a movie about this? You can't. I know, baby boob. Like it takes a lot where you have to like sit down and just think about everything and put it together. Like it's almost like every time a new piece of information comes out, no matter how big or how small, um, you got to kind of like figure out if it is true, where it fits in. A lot of shit in this isn't true, and maybe that's the reason why none of this law enforcement want to touch it. Uh, News medias don't want to touch it. That could be the reason. News media is going to be scared because if it's somebody from wait, hold on. Santa May had to deal with the cartel, get my family over the border. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. They got her family through Mexico. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I didn't think of it like that because I was still trying to figure out what her connection was to it. But yeah, that makes. Thank you for putting that out there, because that makes complete sense. Was it she found to be? Uh, Whisper, you're talking about Zanime? I don't think she was Homeland Security. She was military. Uh, but I don't think it was ever said she was with Homeland Security. But I could be wrong. I've never heard that. So, and if that's what she did to get her family across and get them out of a worn, torn country, um, once somebody like people down in Mexico help you, you owe them. You've got to you got to pay it back. Um, and maybe that's what she had to do. That would that would explain, if y'all remember the busted lip and the bruises, like right after Kylie went missing. That could explain that too. Cartel needed something and Xana May wanted something, so Xana May tried to get a connection in Mexico to get her family here. I can see, yes, that yeah, that makes complete sense. Uh, and maybe that's where the busted lip. Because I never, when she talked about she got the busted lip because she fell down a hill, and she only had a few bruises and this and that. The bruises on her arm look like she'd been punched in her arm, not like she got knocked around by a couple of trees and some bushes rolling down a fucking hill. And it seems like if she would have hit her face on something, her lip would have been busted a lot worse than what it was. It looked like somebody popped her in her mouth and busted her lip. And it all makes complete sense now. Exactly, Doxy. That's, you could tell that the bruises were not real big from like somebody had punched her. Think that Santa May's family are the 18-year-olds. She's Southern American, not Ukraine. Okay, so wait, the imprint, which 18-year-old are you talking about? She fell in the truckee. I heard they look like fingers, like someone grabbed her arm. Now, Zara, she might have had those kind of bruises, but I remember the ones that she showed, I think it was on Tony's panel, when she lifted her shirt sleeve up. It looked like somebody had punched her several times in in her arm, in her upper arm. Her lip looked like somebody. If you've ever been in a fight with somebody and you've either got your lip busted or you punched somebody in the mouth, that's what it looked like. Oh, I missed the finger marks. Thanks, Anna, Mira, Sammy. Let's see, like South American. Or, I'm trying to figure out which 18-year-old the imprint was talking about. Because I don't think Xana May's niece isn't 18, is she? Crime and crochet. That's what one place on her arm looked like to me. Okay, it might have been. I missed that part. I just remember seeing where it looked like she got punched. Just heard what you were saying. I thought she came through Alaska. Oh no, Brendan, she came through Mexico. Uh, they left from wherever overseas. I don't know if she went completely, from what I remember, I don't think she went completely to Ukraine. Her family got out of the country, went to another country, and then she ended up meeting them uh, outside of Ukraine, and then she got them, brought them in through Mexico, across the border, and into California, or in maybe to Arizona through that way. But yeah, I don't. She didn't come through Alaska. She felt like Bruce. Well, I mean, the story that she told about her falling. Didn't she say she had a dog in her arms too when she fell? And she had like stuff in her hands or something, and she broke up. Was her phone charger? I think it was. I remember exactly how the story goes, but I just remember when she told it, I was like, okay, that's a bullshit story. Uh, it didn't make sense. I remember something about her charger. I think she broke it or something. Because it just the story when she first told it didn't make sense. If you look at her kayak video, there is an arrow yes where there I know on her phone she showed in one of the videos, it might have been the kayak video, but she showed on her phone where there was like a pin drop on the map where Kylie was, or the car in the water was found. Like literally at that point. Try to film it and hold her dog. Okay, well, she tried to film it. Where's the video of it? Zara, I don't trust her. Like I said, I gotta give her credit for getting her family out of a country like Ukraine and what's going on over there. I have to give her credit for that. Credit, you know, you give credit where credit is due. But anything else uh, that has to do with Kylie's case and all that, no, I don't trust her. Jagger tattoo upside down. Red is white female. I've never read it upside down. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, did you hear about what she did to squirrels? Uh, yes, crime and grocery. I did hear about that. Kylie's case, along with another girl, like 2 guys. Now I know that a guy that he calls himself Miro, like inserted himself into it. Um, what was the other guy? Ronnie Jones, I believe was his name, claims that he had 2 cousins that was at this party, and they saw Kylie, um, and she was couldn't hardly walk and all this and that. Um, After a while, they kind of like fizzled out, but it was something about Xaname that kind of like stuck out in everybody's mind. And so our entire situation with Kylie is just bizarre. It is. Uh, and if you think about it, people down in Mexico, if they have illegal grows going on, uh, they got to have water. So it makes sense with the water rights that the grandfather owns. But then also, and you can even watch this on YouTube. Like there's videos on YouTube about this where they take over all these different places in California, and they need these smaller towns but they have rich people in it, and that's how they're able to launder their money. Is anybody talking to someone and he recorded it? She's American. The Ukraine story's all made up. She's Sammy Amiro's cousin. Oh, when did he show that the imprint? Water its use. Yes, Katie. Just think of when you plant those type of crops, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Whenever you plant this type of crops and you're going to make money off of them, you got to keep them in tip-top shape. We all know, like we learned it in school, the number one thing that a plant's got to have is water and sunshine, mainly water. So if you don't have water, your plant don't live. If you got to have water for your plants and you don't have water in the area of where your plants are at, then you got to haul water into there. So is it easier to haul water, like thousands and thousands of gallons of water every day or every other day, and it takes your time away from what you need to do with your plants? Or you just go get water from the earth and saves you a lot of time. So it's in the comment that put in there about her bringing her family, like that would be the connection to it. Exactly, they need a constant water source. Um, but weed is illegal, so nobody has allowed to grow it. See, crime incarcerate in uh, California. I don't know. Like if you live in California, I know weed is legal, and I know you can like go to a dispensary or whatever and buy it. But do they allow people there to have their own plants? How does that work? I didn't know if it was like a thing that you could have like grow your own stuff too, or if you just only way you could get it is if you bought it from a dispensary. If you're doing illegal grows, even with legal grows, you need a lot of water. Yeah, but if you're doing it illegally, but you need water rights to unlimited amounts of water, then you're going to get someone else to get the water rights, which is where Sammy's family comes into play. Let's see. Do you think that someone with military training and access to maybe satellite surveillance and colleagues who have access to technology we don't even know exists yet, maybe she knew info? Wait, Brendan, who is she? Maybe she knew info but can't say. Zanime, is that who you're talking about? Maybe someone with military training access to technology. Like maybe she had saw something on satellite imagery that she can't talk about. Is that what you're saying? About a month or two ago in a live panel. Okay, thank you, Imprint. Can be grown, but it's highly regulated, and you have to have government people come in and measure. And oh, okay, all right. So it's still basically government controlled. So if you're going to do an illegal grow, you need water, but you need someone from the area who knows how to navigate their way around the legal system in order to get water rights from someone who has the water rights. And you can only buy 8 grams at a time legally. Okay, thank you, Jose Kate. And if what said she did, then yeah, they own her. She will spend more than likely the rest of her life paying them back. Because if you think about it, to get someone's family into Mexico and across the border, that's a lot of money. And I'm pretty sure she was willing to pay anything to get her family over here. You're allowed 4 plants per person. However, if you're a renter on private property, the owner can make a leasee sign that they will not grow pot. Okay. Yes, I knew it was legal. I just didn't know how uh, all that, like, different things worked out. Sammy's mom is a lawyer who has a license but is not practicing. Right, but she could still at any time go back to practicing and do what she would need to do in order to get the water rights. And then back until she is no longer found to be useful. Yeah. So it just that it all falls into place now. That is so weird. I can't believe I didn't think about that. What said. And regulations is considered personal use, not for resale. Truckee don't do legally. Yes, that is true. Um, and like I said, if a law enforcement for Nevada County, if they're working with the people from Mexico, okay, they're not going to say anything. If they're being paid off from them, they're not going to say anything. If they're scared of them, they're not going to say anything. Let's see. Give her legal advice paperwork. She just needs her friends to sign her paperwork and boom. Yeah. To a lot of time, it's a big possibility. On that, in the comment that I work, She has access what they ask in different things. That would be their tablet. I mean, it just like I said. Oh, there's a lot of crazy shit. It was a cover up. A lot of lying going on. And a lot of people would say, well, why would like that's a lot to cover something like that up. Uh, Not if you got law enforcement and just a few people from the community who's willing to do it. It's not really. It's not. I mean, it can be done. It's open to anyone, which means no checks of people coming through. That's why anime chose Mexico. She's sneaky smart. Could also hook up in easy immigration papers. Do y'all remember when Sammy was doing? Okay, so the day that the hug happened between Sammy and Lindsay, uh, Sammy starts speaking, and she says something about she heard a question where somebody had asked about immigration and deportation or something, and then she was like, "I don't know you. I don't have to know you." Or like she was speaking directly to those people. Like if you say something that you know, I now know that you're here illegally, or you know somebody who's here illegally. Illegally, did anybody else hear that? U.S. further. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Hey, Penny. These are literally, let's say, deputies from the jail. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. May well, may very well owe 8,000 grand per family member. Of course, trafficking, drugs, labor could be involved in their deal. And how was Anna Mae's niece? She's a teenager, right? She will act like she doesn't know him. I want to say she's a teenager. Because I always wondered if maybe Lindsay was housing some of these the illegal immigrants and stuff like that. If she was housing some of them at the lodge for certain people. Yeah, I think she's a teen too. Who said Kate? I just can't remember. I remember her age being said. I don't remember how old she was though. Okay, so 14. I hope that she didn't make any type of deal like somebody was just saying in order to get them across. Maybe instead of making a deal like that, she took different measures instead of because I would hate, you know what I'm saying, just to come into the country that you would make a deal. 1 second. And another thing I was listening to the other day, I was watching a YouTube video and it's about these illegal grows in California. And basically, all they do, because of the pandemic and stuff like that, uh, if they find an illegal grow, all they do is go in and cut all the plants down, give the people a citation, and that's it. It's like a $500 fine, and then they let them go, which is crazy, especially if it's people from Mexico who are doing this. Okay, they cut a lot about the age too. Looks 14, but 22. And she needed a guardian. Okay, so wait, looks 14, but is 22. Anime got her in saying she. Oh, yeah, that could be it. So, Jose Kate, you're saying that maybe Xanime's niece is actually older than what they were claiming just to get her here? On ice and she would go to jail before. Yes, okay, so that's what I heard too, baby boop. That could be it. Um, like I said, I can't blame her for getting her family over here, but at the same time, I wonder what type of deal she had to work out in order to do it. Penny, nobody has yet, but we were talking about one of Sammy's speeches when Kylie was missing, where she was talking about ICE and deportation, and she said that she would go to jail before she dropped any of her friends' names or something like that. It's probably not verbatim, but it was something like that. And it was just we were talking about like the Mexico connections and how many times Mexico has been brought up in Kylie's case, and um, the different things that possibly could be going on with it or went on with it. Denise went to school with Kylie, our prom picture. I do remember hearing someone say, and I want to say they showed a picture, and it had Kylie in it. It might have been her prom picture, and that there was another girl in it, and they said that the girl was Santa Mae's niece. But this was like back in the very beginning. Our bucket list. You have a good night, honey. So you have a question for her. Go. No, go ahead. Our bucket list. What's your question? I don't believe Sammy would cover for anybody or go to jail. She's too selfish for that. I think that everything she done in this case, if it is true what we're saying, could possibly have happened. I think the only people that she was covering for is her family. Because why would she be, if it all of it is true, why would she be friends with Kylie if her family's going after Kylie's grandfather for something or taking him to court? That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I think just for her family. That would be the only people that she would cover for. Okay, when we were talking about this, I asked you to compare the photo with the one with Santa Mae and the niece in the back seat. The neck links on the niece and prom pics look different. Okay, that might have been where I've seen the pictures at the end. I remember it being brought up about that people were thinking it was her niece in the prom picture with Kylie. Okay, is a Nightbot an AI or a real person? No, it's a robot. Our bucket list is not a real person. And I just have it because it's easier for the mods to just type in one word, and then the Nightbot throws out there the message, so they don't have to try to type out the whole long message and all that. Okay. Let's see. I'm late. No time to say hello. I'm late. And when I leave, I'll lose the time I say to be too much time. Okay. All right. So our bucket list. You have a good night, honey. No, it's fine. It's a lot of people don't really know what the night body is, but yeah, that's pretty much all it is. A lot of the different channels use it because it's easier. No, it's perfectly fine. Our bucket list. I wondered how Nightbot did. Yeah, who's okay? You just have to like link it to your channel, and then you have to go in and put commands in it. That's why if you see them just saying email or Twitter or something like that, whenever they drop that command, then it drops that message that command is associated with. Let's send an email. Okay, let me check the email real quick. But if y'all think about it, if we know this is a cover up. I mean, that's obvious. They wasn't too good at hiding that. Um, I'm hurting Nightbot's. Nightbot can get over it. Um, but it's got to be something huge that's going on up there in Truckee in Nevada County in order for this whole big cover up and the things that's happened and the craziness and all this and that. It's got to be a huge on a huge scale type thing. Never time out the Nightbot. I don't know if can Nightbot even be timed out. Let's see what this is real quick. I may have a niece. It's KIELY RODNI. Uh, okay, so I'm just reading something real quick that. Oh my God, this girl talks straight country. Let's see what it says. You think Santa Mae's niece looks like a girl in the photo with KIELY RODNI? The photo was on the news, so Zab Girl didn't publicly put her photo out there. Okay, let me watch this real quick to see if I can put it up on the live. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Sifa, does this video show anybody else's channel? Like plays anybody else's channel? I think Nightbot is a spy because I see it on everyone's channel. Yeah, Whisper, a lot of people use Nightbot. It makes it a lot easier for the mods. Or like if the mods are all busy uh, doing something else, or I don't have mods in here at a certain time or whatever, then I can do it myself, the same commands. Okay, this is from Zab Girls. Okay. Let me play it real quick. Wait, why does it stop playing? Give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up because it's not playing anybody else's thing. So give me just 1 second. All right, can everybody see it pulled up? Dang ads. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna play it. It's only 1 minute and 16 seconds, so we'll go ahead and play it real quick because it's talking about her niece and what she looks like and what this other girl. And let me know if y'all can't hear it.
On YouTube, and she talked about something that I find very interesting. So I just thought I'd share with you guys and get your opinions as well. So we know this is Anime, and this girl in the back is her niece. For those of you who don't know who Anime is, she is the girl that made a video of her on Prosser Lake before they found KIELY. And she is the girl that's part of the whole Ickmill and Ronnie Jones thing that Ryan Upchurch was talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then this probably...
Okay, real quick, can everybody hear it, okay? Angela, that is true. And parents, it just doesn't care. Like, they could care less. Okay, everybody can hear it. All right, so I'm going to finish playing it.
Probably isn't really going to mean much to you, but if you've been following both stories and stuff, then it'll kind of be a little weird. So basically, someone has sent Zav Girl these photos of a girl that they think is this girl in the back seat. So they're basically thinking that Zena Mae's niece was friends with KIELY. It has not been confirmed that they are the same girls in the photo, but I'm going to show you guys and see if you guys think that they look alike. Okay, so here's the photo. I don't know. I mean, I see similarities in the two. What do you guys think? Do you think these two girls could be the same person? Could Zena Mae have a niece that was friends with Kylie Rodney? Again, these may be two completely different people, but I just wanted to share. Hey guys, I was
They do kind of look alike. All right. Okay, compare the picture with the girl in the back seat and the girl from the prom pic, the neck lengths. Yeah, they did look different. I did notice that. But they in the face they kind of look alike a little bit. Um, but like from yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it's the same person. But then again, I mean, it just could be the type of clothes that they were wearing because they did favor each other in the pictures as well. Um, the girl who went, the girl in the prom picture does look older. Also seen where Anthony from AWP did an interview talking about the NDA. Jared made all the employees sign the Cully video. Oh yeah, Pam. He's not gonna. I figured the only way he's gonna show that the rest of that video is if he needs money, and that's it. I see facial similarities, but how you get neck length different. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, they favor a lot in the face, um, but I also see the neck difference like you're talking about. And like I said, it just could be what they're wearing. Um, but I think it's different girls. Could they be kin? I wonder if Xana May has other family members here that we just don't know about. Are those two girls related? Yeah, I mean, they could be related. Uh, they do have a lot of the same facial features. The way they're sitting, yeah. That I mean, there's a number of things. You know, the one girl's got a dress on and it shows more of her neck, where the other girl has what looked like a sweatshirt on. Uh, and that could have made a big difference. Plus, the way she's sitting, or it could be just two different people, but uh, they're also they may be kin because they looked similar. The girl who was in the prom picture looks older, but that could be because of uh, she's got makeup on and stuff like that. Zara, I will see if I can try to find a better picture um, tonight after my live, and let me make a note of that. Let's see. Hold on one second. And if anybody has any pictures of Santa May's niece, and you want to send them to me, that's you can do that as well. And then I'll try to get them put side by side, where I can bring them up at the same time, and we'll try to compare them. Because we don't know how many people or how many uh, family members Santa May really has here. Can only think of the one other thing has to do with the colors. Where's Crumb Crazy? Oh, Brendan Crumb Crazy's here. She's probably doing research on some stuff and just not in chat. Santa May's niece is with Max in an interview. Dane, do you remember which interview that was? Okay, I'm careful whenever I go to Mexico with what I wear. Never solids. Avoid certain colors. So that's why I don't even go out of the country. Like all the Aussies are wanting me to come to Australia, but I don't know. It's weird if you go out of the country and like you don't know certain things to say or certain things to wear, stuff like that. She fell asleep to your voice again. Now all I gotta do is call her name. Um, she told me she's probably gonna be doing some research tonight. If I needed her just to holler for her. No eye contact when you run around Mexico for sure. So you can't even look at people while you're down there? That's crazy. Or did they just take it as like a sign of disrespect or something like that? It was something at a park, not the search. Okay. Drop your danger. Australia and New Zealand are safer than the States. Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous places here in the States. Which I know there is, in just about any country that you go to, but uh, yeah, there's a lot of, especially in the larger cities here. That is disrespect if you're white or any other white. Oh, okay. I didn't know that, Zara. Okay, life in Mexico at nighttime is pretty wild. I checked it out on YouTube. Dubai, wild at nighttime too. Okay, so yeah, that's. I didn't know that though, that they would take it as a sign of disrespect. Feeling. Go to Australia before Truckee. Yeah, I have no reason to go to Truckee. Really, no reason to go to California. Like they do have beautiful places there. Um, I've seen pictures of Truckee in the wintertime with all the snow, and it's very pretty. But yeah, I just don't have no desire to go um, to a place like that. See, it was in my sociology class, like how women can't wear skirts in Fiji. Why can't a woman wear a skirt in Fiji? See, a lot of this stuff I didn't even know. Truckee bites you and turns you into one of the undead. We make up the killer snakes. I know, Vaughn. That's what I'm worried about. These Burmese pythons taking over the Everglades. You know why, Brendan? And I've heard that a lot of people would get them for pets, and then they would get so big, and then they realized they couldn't take care of them, and they would just take them out to the Everglades and turn them loose. Or the hurricanes, whenever they come through and they tear buildings up and all that, um, are houses that people have them in, and then the snakes get out. Oh, it's for men only. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool to know too. Lucho de Niro. Teresa, I didn't do very well in Spanish. What I don't understand is when Kylie's mom and stepdad came back from their car show, why not stop by the camp place and see how their daughter was doing? Um, because they didn't care, Angela. Sifa, you can speak Spanish too? I really wish I did learn more when I took Spanish in school, but I just, at that time, when you're a little, like you're in grade school and they're making you take it, you don't understand the value of it until you're up older. Because I used to think like that inference, like what do I need to learn another language for? Um, there's what's the point of me taking this and doing the work and all that? And now that I got up older, I'm like, damn, I wish I would have learned more than just my numbers 1 through 10. It would have benefited me more, because like now I wish I knew how to speak Spanish and uh, other languages. Oh, you speak many languages. Okay, that is very cool. It is. I think it's very cool. Like people have that they're able to speak uh, more than just one or two languages. Like when you can speak, you can just go anywhere in the world and you can speak the language. That is like cool as shit. I was proficient at speaking cursive. Oh, I'm about the only thing that I'm fluent in is country. Like that's about it. I'm still feeling pressure to learn another language myself, French or Malaysian or something. I'm considered a polyglot or gloat. That is cool though. I can't even watch a video of a snake eating a live being. I saw one that someone else showed a snake. Yeah, I don't do snakes at all. Wait, Zara, can who speak what? Spanish isn't great, but my four kids are fluent. That is cool, who said Kate. Um, I wish that, like I said, I would have learned because I had to take Spanish and French when I was in school, and I didn't learn. I learned more in Spanish than I did French. Like I just didn't take an interest in it. Never thought I would ever need it, but now since, like I said, like I'm older, uh, transcription jobs because that's mostly what I've always done, or call center jobs, working from home. Like if you can speak another language, you can make more money. Uh, or is indigenous people? Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. Just the cursive language too. So Doxy, is that considered like uh, the language that Zara's talking about? Is that considered like a second language? Hey, Big Al, um, in New Zealand, or is it like the language of New Zealand? Big Al says I speak Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, Jose Cuervo comes with the territory. I'm sure you probably hear like a bunch of crazy stories, don't you, Big Al? When people have been drinking and all that. There's Spanish Daily, where I'm from in Southern California. That's also very helpful. Hey, sweet Melissa. Texas for my daughter's graduation and Air Force basic training. We went out to eat and had a hard time ordering. Everything is in Spanish. Polyglot, by the way, for anyone who isn't familiar with the word, is someone who speaks more than three languages. Wow. Big Al, we're all doing good. How are you doing? Okay. All right. I'm writing this down, finishing my note here on Santa May's uh, niece. Let's see, and Kylie's prom pictures, so I don't forget it. And if I can get the two of the girls, and like I said, I can put them on a thing where they're side by side. I can pull it up, and then we can try to compare them. Maybe I can get that done by tomorrow. Captain Morgan. So the I see a lot of signs. Hold on, I'm just trying to catch up. Okay, it's our second language. English took over, but we still have. Oh, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that there was like a different language in New Zealand that they spoke. Just got out of the hospital. Had a little battle with pneumonia and lung infection. Well, Big Al, I hope you get to feeling better soon. All right, would anybody like to come up on panel for a little bit? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait. Jagger added to his story. Let's see what Jagger said. Crime and Crochet, you want to come up? Hold on, let me grab a link. Copied. All right. Okay, Jagger stuff wasn't nothing to it. Yeah, y'all keep Big Al in your prayers. I hate to hear that he's been in the hospital and sick. Here's someone for some of their land. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up real quick. Crime and Crochet, I did drop the link, honey, if you want to come up. Okay, a lot has been going on with Australia here. Government changes. Wouldn't once the Queen died, wasn't there something that they had to do with like currency or something like that? With Australia and I think New Zealand as well. All right, I'm bringing you up, Crime and Crochet. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Can
there
you
we
hear
go. How?
me?
Yeah, I
Obviously.
can hear you. I can hear you. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. Just watching you and yeah, you hear
So,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. So,
Yeah.
what is your opinion on all of this?
I'm trying to work out what the heck's going on.
Like the rest of us.
Oh, this
Oh,
is weird. I'm gonna have to turn my just I'm I'm just gonna have to turn my headphones down so I can't hear you as much.
are you getting an echo?
Yeah. Well, I've got my headphones on.
Okay, if you're getting an echo, see, did you mute your YouTube?
That could be it, couldn't it?
Yeah, I know a
Let me
lot of
stop
times
that
if
one streaming.
I can't hear the echo, but I know that if you don't mute your YouTube before you come on the StreamYard, it can cause an echo.
That could be it then. Right. Now I'm trying to find where the stream's gone. There it is. Right. Is that any better?
Yeah, you sounded fine to me.
Yeah. I was I didn't realize it was actually still running on my laptop, so hello. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so it
I'm
sounds
just the more and more that comes out with all these young girls, it's just more what the
right.
heck is going on in that county.
A lot of craziness,
Yeah.
unanswered questions.
Yep. 3 girls in 12 months.
Right.
A connection being made between the first and the third.
Well, if you think about it, actually 4 in 13 months.
Is there
Uh,
4?
well, the guy, the Nathaniel Kavakongan, he was arrested 4 days after KIELY went missing. Back in the end part of June, he gave a girl a fentanyl laced Percocet pill, and she died from it.
Wow, so that's
So
Paul then.
yeah, so they know what happened to her and they know who did it and he's in jail for it. But yeah, her name was Jules. But it's just the thing of it was still drug related. She was 15 in
Gosh.
that county, uh, and out of all these girls that's died within the last 13 months, Nathaniel's the only one that's been arrested for Jules's passing. Um,
Yeah.
you
Because
know
there's
that
so many names that keep getting bandied around, like the boyfriend of Trinity, and
right?
then the sister of Paisley, and there's just doesn't seem to be any answers of what's being done.
Yeah,
You
because I
know,
mean
what happened
that's
with Trinity's killer?
yeah.
Pretty
I
much nothing.
I think that whoever give her the drugs, and if they're saying that it was Paisley's sister, then why hasn't Paisley's sister been arrested?
Yep.
But also you got to think of Ashley has some responsibility in it because it was going on at her house, and
Yeah.
she admitted that she saw and heard Trinity acting the way she was acting before she took off, and Ashley just got back in bed. She didn't call for
That,
help.
that's insane, isn't it?
I like
I
these
mean, obviously,
adults.
yeah, obviously she's not Trinity's mother, but she's don't know what's the term in loco parentis when she's got a minor under her care.
Right. That'd be like if I allowed my daughter to go stay at someone's house and she's a minor
Yeah.
and that adult isn't watching her and something happens to her, then
Mm-hmm.
something like police better do something with the adults. Uh,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they're held responsible. So
Absolutely.
Ashley
And so,
plays a responsibility in
right.
this too.
Yeah, she does. If she knew what Trinity was taking that night, and even when she
Yeah,
started acting up, did nothing to help her,
exactly.
she's culpable.
Yep. I mean, she said in her story that she put out that she heard Trinity talking all this nonsense and talking about radiation and the house is going to burn down and saying things that she didn't understand. But she decided to get back in bed and tell the boyfriend to go find her. Hey, Jody, how are
Yeah.
you? Um, and didn't get back up out of the bed until he comes back in and says he can't find her.
Yeah. You'd be out there like a shot. I'd be out there like a shot.
Exactly. And I don't understand the the teenagers act very
Mm,
immature, but so do the parents and the adults
yeah.
in these situations. They're very irresponsible.
That's it. They're all giving the children too many decisions to make of themselves, too much sort of like free will to do whatever they like.
Yes. Yep.
But they haven't got the maturity to be able to make the right decisions. And the
Exactly. And
adults should be making those decisions for them.
yeah, and that Ashley even said that, let's not remember Trinity for the mistake that she made, but kids are kids. And however she put it, that like she basically contradicted herself, where she said one thing and then turned around and was like, well, kids are kids and they're they don't make good decisions or so whatever it was that she said in the end of her story. And I'm just thinking, but that's the reason why they have adults who are supposed to be
Yeah,
taking care of these kids and watching them and making
exactly.
sure that they're making the right decisions. And
Yeah. We're seeing this in all these cases. The fourth you've just told me about, it's
yeah, it's it's all
what's being done about it.
um as
Seemingly
of as of right
nothing.
now, the boy is in jail. He was arrested August the 10th. She passed away at the end of January. I don't remember the exact date, but it was at the end of January. For some reason, they didn't arrest him until August the 10th. I'm sorry, not January, June. And he was
Yeah.
arrested on August the 10th. And they charged him with murder. They charged him with a couple of sex crimes involving her. Um, but other than that, I don't think he's ever went to court yet.
No.
There's no trial that's happened yet or anything. I just always kind of periodically make sure that he is still in jail. Um, and it always shows that he's still in there. But other
No,
than
so
that,
have
I
you
mean,
said he paid him out yet?
Yeah, you know,
Mm,
what they're going to do to him or what type of sentence they're going to go after because of it. Because the one charge is a murder charge. So,
mm,
and out of all four cases, that's
yeah,
Kylie, Trinity, Paisley, and this girl, Jules. Um,
yeah,
he's the only one out of all four that are in jail. And the girl that killed Paisley, when she ran over her, she turned herself in that afternoon, stayed in jail till they let her out on her own recognizance, and then she no jail time for her. She got 500 hours of community service and she has to spend a year and a half in a rehab type facility.
it's
And
nothing for the life of a child, is it really?
exactly, she literally, there's pictures and videos of her drinking at a party that night, doing drugs. She got into her car. There was another girl in the car with her. She hits Paisley. She goes home, takes a picture of her car, the
Yeah,
dent from where she hit this girl, and posted, just hit a random, and posted pictures of her party that
yeah,
night and all this and that. Like she has no, she didn't care that she hit a girl. She didn't even stop, and that was one thing that they charged her with, is because she didn't stop and render aid, and it ended up resulting in death.
yeah.
So
But she gets to walk free and live her life.
exactly, and here's Paisley, a 15-year-old girl. Now she was out at 4:30 in the morning. They said she was doing drugs. She was skateboarding back to the boyfriend's house with the boyfriend. That's no reason for this girl to come through and run over her and kill her.
Yeah,
Uh, not even stop and call 911 or anything like that. Uh, but at 15 years old, what is a 15-year-old doing out at 4:30 in the morning?
4:30 a.m. That's just what I was going to say.
You know,
I mean,
uh,
when I was a child, considering it was quite a long time ago, to be fair, but I would have never been allowed out at that time.
mm,
I only ever
no,
started going out and being out at that time when I was a grown ass adult.
yeah. I mean, whenever I was a teenager still living at home, I had to be home by 10:30,
Yeah,
and
same here.
that was that was my curfew, and I always made sure that I went where I told my parents I was going to go. And my kids
Yeah,
were the same way. If they went somewhere and they never knew what I may drive up to where they claim that they're at, so they always made sure that they were where they told me they were going.
yeah.
Um,
Don't
and
want mum coming and
parents,
catching you out.
right? I mean, because I would like, especially with my daughter, if I text her and she didn't text me right back, I would literally get in my vehicle and go to where she told me she was at.
Same.
Um, and it's
I
not.
mean, an example, what was it, last year, I think it was? Um, my own daughter graduated in 2020,
Mm,
along with her boyfriend, but he had his graduation ceremony in 2021 because of COVID. Everything got delayed here in the UK.
right.
So there was a night that he'd had his graduation. It was about 35 miles from home. She'd gone with him. She was supposed to be staying at this party, and she decided that she actually wanted to come home. So she rang me at 1:30 in the morning and said, "Mum, I don't want to stay here. Can you come and get me?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll be there as soon as I can,"
Yeah,
which is what a responsible parent should be doing. And
exactly.
my daughter's, well, she was 22 at the time. Not a child, perfectly capable of, making her own decisions, but
Right. Yeah, but I mean, no matter how old they are, if they call you for help,
you're
that's your
there.
babies.
That's it. You're right there.
Yeah, you go and you help them out no matter what. Um, and I didn't understand that with Lindsay and Kylie's situation. Lindsay knew that there was going to be drinking there. She knows
Yeah.
that Kylie has drank in the past. Why would
Yep.
you allow her to drive to a party? whether she told you she was going to be a designated driver for someone else or not, there's still that chance that that child could have drank. Why allow her to go to the party and drive? Or why not, if she drove, then you call her before it's time for her to leave to be home for curfew and say,
Yeah.
have you been drinking? If you have, no matter if it's one drink or three or four, let me know now so I can get up, get ready, and come pick you up. We'll
Yeah.
come get your vehicle tomorrow. Or, uh,
Yeah. Leave the car there. You're coming with me, love.
right. Lock it up and we'll come back and
Yeah.
pick it up tomorrow. It'll be fine. But I just don't understand. Lindsay was already awake. Like she was talking to Kylie allegedly, because
Mm.
I don't know what's truth in this case and what's not. But allegedly, she was talking to her at 11:30.
Yep.
Kylie was supposed to be leaving at 12:15 to be home by 12:45. Lindsay was still awake a little after 12 because she says she looked at the Life 360 app and it showed Kylie was still at Prosser Campground.
Mhm.
So less than 45 minutes later, Kylie was supposed to be walking in the door. Why in the hell couldn't you just stay awake 45 minutes longer to make sure she made it home safe?
Yeah.
Instead of going to sleep, relying on her to wake you up when she got home, and then when she didn't, you didn't even know about it till 8 o'clock the next morning.
Or
If
maybe
she,
they thought, well, my daughter's 16. She shouldn't actually be out driving at this time of night, as per the terms of her driving license.
Mhm.
Go get her.
Exactly, exactly. But it's just like, was Lindsay so tired that a little after a few minutes, I think I want to say it was like 12:03 or 12:05 or something like that's when she looked at the Life 360 app and Kylie was still at the campground. So was Lindsay just so tired that she went ahead and wanted to go to sleep, and then at 12:45 she was okay with Kylie waking her back up to let her know she was home? Why not just stay awake? Make
Stay
sure your
awake.
child comes home. If she's not home by 12:45, you start calling, and then if you can't get in touch with her, then you know at that point something is wrong. You get in your vehicle, you drag Tony's ass out with you, and you go looking for your child.
That's right. Nothing is more important at that point.
I just don't understand parents who don't like take care of their kids the way they're supposed to.
Yep.
I just like, if you don't want to take care of your kids, then why have kids?
Exactly.
I don't understand it.
Makes no sense at all.
It doesn't, and then the kids have to suffer. Uh, and then if the kids get taken away from the parent, then the parent wants to cry and whine and boohoo and
Mhm.
all this shit, and try to make people feel sorry for them and try to act like that they didn't do
Yeah.
anything wrong.
And try and
Uh,
put the blame on somebody else, and it was
yeah,
nothing to do with my bad choices.
it's your fault because you wasn't watching your child and they got taken away from you.
Yep.
Whether they pass away or child services comes in and takes them or a family member takes you to court to get custody, whatever the case may be. You can't not watch your child and then when they get taken away, no matter what manner it is, then go crying and act like you're the best parent there was and that you know, you, you didn't do anything wrong and it's such and such's fault and you want your baby back and you love that's just, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
And
That's it.
you got some people who will baby that person or that parent or whatever. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, you didn't do nothing wrong, and tell them what they want to hear, and instead of just being straight up honest with them and being like, "You were a piece
Mhm.
of shit parent. That's why your kids were taken away." Plain and simple.
Exactly. Yep. But no, they never do this, do they?
I just don't. I don't understand these parents, and like I said, I know we have some people who are from Nevada and Placer County, and they come and chat, and they're good people. RT is one of them. So whenever I say this about Nevada County or Placer, I'm not talking about them as a whole. But there are
No.
some crazy ass parents in Nevada County and Placer County. I'm being real. Uh,
Mhm.
it boils down to you should need a license to be a parent. Any parent can make it. Any idiot can make a baby. That is true, Big Al. That's very true. And both of these girls, I know Trinity's dad admitted that he wasn't in Trinity's life. I don't know about Kylie's dad though. Um, how much he was in her life. So I really can't speak on that. I know he seemed upset on AWP's video whenever she was found. Um, but then also, Lindsay had full custody of Kylie,
Yeah.
so I don't know what went on there, how much he was in her life. But the bio dad, when he was asked about going to Trinity's funeral, um, he was like, "Oh well, I don't know. I hope the mom allows me to." And I'm sitting here like looking at the TV, going, "Motherfucker, this is your child. The
Yeah.
mother like nobody can keep anybody else from going to a funeral.
No.
If you care about your child and you love her, you go and you say your goodbyes. And if you don't want drama and you think there's going to be drama, you go say your goodbyes and then you
And you
dip
leave.
out.
Yeah.
You know, but at least you went to your child's funeral and you paid your respects and you said your goodbyes instead of making up some bullshit excuse about, well, I don't know if the mother's going to let me go. That's
Yeah.
what irritates me with parents.
You're
I
right.
don't understand it. I really don't.
And then they're trying to say that he's not actually her bio dad.
Yeah, apparently there was, and I don't know how true this letter that was sent out to another creator is. The person who wrote it, they didn't want their name put out, which I understand that, but allegedly they were saying that he's not the bio dad that this other guy is. Um, a guy named Damien, I think was the name, and then Trinity's mom let this guy do things to her when she was younger, like 4 years old, 3, 4 years old. Um,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, it was like he essayed her. Um, so I don't know if Brandon is the real dad or if the Damien guy is the real dad. Uh, she kind of looks like Brandon to me, but
Yeah.
nowadays looks you can't go off of looks alone. But I don't know if there was ever a paternity test done to say who the bio dad is.
I mean, regardless, if Trinity was in his life at any point in time and he was playing the role of a father to her and he saw
Right.
her as a daughter, you know,
Yeah.
biology doesn't even come into it.
Right. Because I mean, he did say he admitted he hasn't been in Trinity's life. Now his sister, there's pictures of Trinity when she was up older, like a teenager, of her with the dad's sister. And he did say that she was involved a lot with the sister. And he would hear stories about her from family and him and his brothers and his sister when Trinity went missing, all went down there and searched for her and all this and that. So, if you care enough about your child that you go look for your child when they're missing, whether you've been in their life or not, for whatever reason that might have been. But when your child is missing and you step up and you go look for your child,
Yeah.
then I'd be damned if somebody would stop me from going to my child's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what the past was or wasn't or whatever reason, no matter what, you don't let somebody tell you, I don't give a shit who they are, that you cannot go to your child's funeral. And
No.
he was just like, he was trying to make an excuse. Well, if he doesn't go, then it's because of the mom. I would tell the mom where she could shove my foot up her ass, and I'm going anyway. You know,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Some people ain't built like that. They're just, they're weak minded and they're puny and they want to just make excuses for everything and blame everybody else. And I just don't understand that.
Yeah. None of it makes any sense.
I wonder who wrote Lindsay's speech at the Community of Life picnic. Probably Sammy Greg, to be honest.
She did everything else to do with that case, so
Exactly. I'm sure Lindsay was probably explaining to Sammy what she was gonna say, and Sammy was probably like, "No, Lindsay, that's not right. You gotta say this." And Lindsay just ran with it and said whatever Sammy said. I believe the technical term, yes, Big Al, but I didn't want to say that on live. But yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's not a man if he lets someone tell him that he cannot go to his child's funeral.
My daughter doesn't have any contact with her dad. It's a very long, complicated story why, which I
Hmm.
won't go on to on here. But she won't speak to him. She doesn't want him knowing anything about her life. But if
Yeah,
something was to happen to her, I would be telling her dad.
right.
And after that point, sorry, I'm going to cough 1 sec.
No, no, you're fine.
And after that point, it's up to him what he wants to do. I would not turn around and say to him, "You can't come to your daughter's funeral."
Right.
It's just
Yeah,
something I could never do.
I just don't understand. And I'm not saying that Trinity's mom would say that to him, but it was like he was trying to make up the excuse that, if I don't go, it's because of her. Like he was already laying that blame out, uh, and blaming her for it. Now, if she tells him that, then she's wrong. No matter what the relationship was, it's still his daughter.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Let him make the decision. If she doesn't say anything to him or doesn't say no, you can't come or nothing, and he decides not to come, then that shows what a piece of shit he is. Um,
exactly.
but you have to let the person make the decision.
That's right. And that's
Now,
exactly what I do with my daughter's dad.
her throwing out that he was a CM. I can't find that
Yeah.
man nowhere on any type of registered offenders
No.
list.
And yet
I
you
don't.
guys have access to that over here. We don't
Yeah,
in the UK. It's
yeah.
all kept. You can make a request, but it has to be done through police to find out if somebody is. But
See here, if you have to register and be put on that list, then wherever you move to, they send out a little card to all of your neighbors within like a certain mile radius with your name and your address and your charges and your picture to all of your neighbors. So they know that there is a person like that in their neighborhood or in their community or whatever. So we can just go to whatever state or county, or like in Louisiana, we have parishes, and you just go to that list for the state and it tells you everybody that's on the list. And I've looked Nevada and California. My husband went back and looked for both. We can't find this guy anywhere on our RSO list. Now,
no,
was he just accused of it? Maybe so, but he
yeah,
was never convicted of it. Uh, so you don't
yeah,
know whether to believe her or not. Maybe she was just saying it because she was mad because he came and spoke out. Or it could be true. The case is kind of like Kylie's. We don't know anything because you can't believe
we
nothing.
don't know anything. That's
You
it.
know
The more you find out, the more questions you have. It's
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, that's like with Ashley. She tells 911 one thing, and then she comes out and she tells another story, and then she posts another thing on. I believe it was either Instagram or Facebook. She posted like a little paragraph, and then she tells the dad something different, and then she tells New York Post something different, and then she puts the big long story out on Facebook that was completely different. It's like
yeah.
Ashley knows something, but she's hiding it,
Which
and then she,
version are you going to tell today, Ashley?
yeah, I don't. This one, I always have to like go back and look on her Facebook and see if she's posted like a news story,
Yeah.
uh, because then
What's today's version? Let's
you
spin
know,
the wheel and see where it lands.
right, because she puts like this whole big story and tells everything that happens, and then she says, "Well, we don't have a problem telling what truly happened." Um, no, how she put the truth will come out, and we don't have a problem with telling the community what truly happened as soon as the toxicology report and the autopsy report comes out. Like you literally just wrote a fucking book over here on Facebook and told everything that happened allegedly that
Yeah.
night. You gave Logan an alibi for every room in your house, pretty
Yeah.
much. Uh,
Because he's
but
always
then,
right by your side. Yeah.
yeah, it's always right by her. And only one time that he
Yeah.
was around Trinity and Hannah, and that's when they were outside.
Yeah.
But then you turn around and you say the truth will come out, and we don't have a problem telling the community the truth as soon as autopsy and tox comes out. So is what you just told a lie? Because you're
Mhm.
saying that the truth will come out. So basically, she admitted twice in one sentence that what she just told was a lie, and then they are basically wanting to wait for the tox and the autopsy to come out so they can build their narrative around what the results are. That's all it
Yeah.
boils down to.
Literally
It's
it, isn't
proven
it?
she's a liar because she's look how many different versions of what happened she's told.
Mhm. Exactly. And what one thing they say is if you're telling a story, you don't have to remember the truth. The truth
Exactly.
just comes out.
It never varies. The truth doesn't,
Yeah.
and and
And when you
and there
get
will.
some so early on writing out a timeline of exactly what happened and when,
Yeah.
and trying to, you know, distance
Ex-
herself from any culpability in it,
Yep.
and then go and
And
post something else, and part of
yeah.
it's changed.
And then you've got people like the Sarah lady that come in here tonight because I had pulled up Trinity's mom's criminal record, and she literally had a DUI and she got assault of the child without bodily harm charge on her as well the same day, and it's because she was driving drunk with her child in the car.
Yeah.
And the proof is literally sitting on my screen. I've got it shared with everybody, and one of the people that I think she says she grew up with, Trinity's mom, basically just said that didn't happen. She didn't do that. And I'm like, you have it. Like, I'm literally looking at it. Everybody in my chat is looking at it on my screen,
Yeah.
but she comes in under her name. So whenever we pull her stuff up, uh, and we got to digging into her, this woman has gotten a charge for elderly abuse. So no wonder you're okay with a mother driving drunk and putting herself and her child in danger and other people because whoever the elderly person was had the same last name as the lady that was charged. So I'm sure it was her parent. Uh,
Wow.
so it made sense in why it was okay that Trinity's mom was driving drunk with her child in the car.
Yeah.
This other lady beat a family member who was an elderly person. So it's kind of like the saying, what is it? Birds of a feather flock together. It's kind of like that situation there.
Yeah.
They all get charged because either harassment or they're beating somebody or they're putting their children in danger or. So she didn't see nothing wrong with it and she got mad because I threw it up there.
KD Bug has posted, by the way, Sarah's still here.
Oh, no, she can't be here because unless she's just listening because she
Oh,
got blocked.
maybe.
Well,
Oh, hang on.
if
Did I
she's
misread that wrong? Oh,
oh,
wait.
is
It's
Sarah
Sarah's.
still here?
Is that? Oh, sorry. Missed that
Okay.
bit.
No,
Sorry.
Katie, Sarah got blocked.
It's very late for me.
Yeah, it's 10:51 and I haven't had much sleep, so I completely
5
read her
a.m.
wrong.
here, and I slept 12 hours last night, so.
Oh wow. I wish I
I
could
don't,
get 12 hours of sleep.
yeah. I did all day where I didn't actually sleep. I stayed up because I was trying to reset my body clock
Mhm.
and went to bed and then didn't wake up till 5 p.m. And I'm like, okay, back to where we started. Anyway, we
Right.
digress.
Yeah,
That's why it's 5 a.m. and I'm in the UK.
yeah, so you would only be 7 hours ahead of me? Well, let's see, it's 10:52 where I'm at. So is it
Yeah,
4:52 where you're at? Okay, so
4:52
yeah,
here, yeah.
6 hours in. So, yeah, that's like with Crime Crazy and her being in Australia. If I schedule my lives or just send an email or anything, I'm like having to figure out how many hours. She's 16 hours ahead of me, so I have to like figure out what time it is her time to make sure uh, it's not too early for her or too late for her
Yeah,
because of the huge time difference. And Doxy, I can't ever remember how she's like several hours ahead of me too.
yeah. It's quite confusing sometimes.
Oh yes.
I just laugh sometimes when I hear people saying, "Oh, it's getting late here. I'm so tired. We're gonna have to end my stream in a minute." It's like 11:30. I'm thinking light bulbs.
Usually I don't. get off, well, whenever I was starting my lives at like 10:30 my time, I would go to like 2:30, 3 o'clock, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning. And then whenever I'd get off the live, I wouldn't go to bed till like 6. And then I ended up doing lives early, and I'm like, damn, I get off before midnight, like, and I have all this free time and don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Okay, so Doxy is. So you're on the same time zone as Chrome Crazy then, Doxy, because she's 16 hours ahead of me now. She said, if I'm sleeping, I'm sleeping.
Exactly. I mod for another channel that they're on morning time for them, which is about my early afternoon. And I quite
Um,
often miss their lives because I'm still asleep. They're 5 hours behind, so yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not much of a morning person. Like, I don't care if I go to bed at 7 o'clock at night. I hate getting up in the morning times. I would much rather sleep all day and stay awake all night. I just
Same.
I don't know what it is. I just don't like mornings. Like, I don't get up. I don't drink coffee. I don't do. I'm very bitchy in the morning times. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not a morning person. I
I,
did one of, the ancestry DNA tests
hmm.
because I was curious. And one of the traits that it picked up was that I'm a night owl. And I'm like, see, I'm not lazy. I'm not weird. It's actually in my DNA. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Anytime, like whenever I work, because I've always worked from home. I always make if like they got a night shift. I want the night shift because it's so much easier.
Yeah,
Hate
it would be. So
uh,
I'm just in such a bad sleep routine now. It's
oh
almost
yes,
impossible to break it.
yeah. I have since Kylie's case started. Um, I've lost so much sleep, and it's mostly just thinking about like stuff that we found um, on her case and trying to like piece it all together and make it make sense and uh, thinking about what she might have went through and is the kids really telling it's caused a lot of missed hours of sleep for me,
That's it.
you know,
I
trying
get
to
into
trying to
bed
figure
and
it out.
I get a notification that a video has been posted. Like, okay, I'll watch this. It's like,
Yep,
oh, that's throwing a
that's
whole
it.
new light on things.
Yep,
I
I'm
mean,
bad about
even
doing that.
tonight, I'm still trying to sort of like get my channel sorted, and I created some audio that I was going to put to something, and
Hmm.
I was talking at Nevada County about the three girls, and then
Hmm.
I speak to you, and I found out there's four.
Yeah, yeah, but Jules is the only one that they've done anything about though. So we still have the other three girls that nothing's been done. Like there's a petition for Paisley that her friends put out, trying to get justice for her, to get the girl put in jail. And I shared it on my channel, uh, maybe not even a week ago, and a lot of people in my chat went and signed it because they see it too. This girl needs justice. Like, just
She
18-year
does.
old, 18 years old. And I even said that too. The girl who hit her was 18. Or well, 17 probably at the time when she hit her because she's 18 now. Um, but not only did her decisions took the life of a 15-year-old and she's got to live with that for the rest of her life, but she ruined her life as well because
Yeah,
she's got to live with that for the rest of her life that she killed a 15-year-old girl because she was high and drunk and driving too fast.
yeah,
And nothing was done to her. They literally slapped her on her wrist and sent her to a place that's supposed to
yeah.
give her help, and that's it. She was not held accountable. So that how do we know that that's going to stop this girl from doing it again?
Yeah. I mean, you would hope, as an adult that they, whether she was adult or not at the time is negotiable because, it was 17 or 18. There's not
Mhm.
that much of a change in maturity between high 17 and 18-year-old.
Yeah,
You know,
it's just
is she going to learn from that?
probably. I mean, if they're not held accountable, and I mean, even then, we don't know if she'd be held accountable. But there's a better chance if she goes and she serves her time in jail and she realizes that when I do something wrong, this is what happened. Hey,
Yeah,
Moonville, um, that maybe that would change her look on things and be like, look, I killed this girl because of me
yeah,
doing drugs or me drinking, and these this family doesn't have their daughter anymore, and the sister don't have their sisters anymore, and you know, you have a better chance of her doing better in life if she went to jail than just
yeah,
slapping her on the wrist and being like, okay, 500 hours of community service. You get a little bit of embarrassment by picking up trash on the side of the road, and then
yeah. A
it's
nice
over with, and
orange
people,
jacket.
yeah, people forget about it, and then you still get to drive and blah 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 and do whatever you want and all that. Um,
Yeah,
okay, thank you, Sifa. So I just something's going on in Nevada County that they need to get their shit together.
they do.
Honestly,
Yeah, putting it blankly like that. Yeah.
so
You know, one child. Okay, you
yeah.
can think, well, it was an accident. Kids will be kids.
But then when you have it
Two,
ends up being
and then you have three, and
yeah,
then there's a fourth. No.
because let's see, Paisley passed away first. She passed away October the 30th of 2021, and then you had Jules that passed away June of 2022. Then Kylie in August of 2022, and now Trinity in November of 2022. So in 13 months, you that we know of that has passed away.
Wow.
There might have been other ones along the way that passed that it never got brought up. Um, but like 4 in 13 months, that's four too many.
Yeah,
And you
absolutely.
you would
One would
think
be too many.
exactly. Um, let's see what from what I've seen, people in her predicament don't think like that till they have kids. That is true too, Mar. Let's see. You will have as much luck at accountability in Prosser as you will in Washington, D.C. Rich people and politicians live by a different set of rules. That is true too, Big Al. Um, which is sad, especially like I mean, so the kids aren't learning anything if they
No,
know mom and daddy's just going to pay them out of all of it, you know.
that's right.
And then it just
You
goes
know,
on
it
if they have
depends on the
kids.
power of your parents.
Exactly. That's why Sammy wasn't worried about anything. Her parents stand in with a lot of high power people, and so does Nathan Hembrecht, which is the reason why we never heard anything from Nathan Hembrecht. His family, as soon as it was announced that Kylie went missing, his family lawyered him up. And the lawyer was like, don't say nothing, don't go on social media, don't, just shut up and stay quiet and don't go anywhere. Stay out of the
Yeah,
limelight, stay away from it, and you'll be good. That's what the rich people do. Whether the kid's involved in it or not, they've already got a lawyer on retainer. And they just pick the phone up and be like, look, this is what happened. I need you to, you know, take care of my kid for me. And then the lawyer does
hmm,
the rest because they know that they're good for the money.
that's right. And then you have Sammy going on at all these channels, all these news interviews,
Yep,
saying that she gave alcohol to a
I
minor
know.
child.
I don't understand why they didn't put her ass in jail for that right then. Because she admitted it. I mean, she's at 18, legally an adult. You gave a 16-year-old alcohol who
Yeah,
you claim was drunk, left her to drive home. She comes up missing, and then she comes up deceased.
yeah.
Sifa, to answer your question, then what do they do when their parents pass away and they are forced to adult? They hire people to do everything for them because they don't know how to do anything for themselves. Um, they inherit the money that their family left for them, and they piss it away on drugs and nice houses and nice cars, and they don't save it for anything because more than likely they don't. If they have an education, they don't use it. Um, and they have a shitty life. I mean, if a parent does everything for their child, and then the child, something happens to the parent, the child doesn't know how to even do anything, how do they make it in life? You basically have to take the money that your parents left to you to hire somebody to do it for you. They don't know how to manage money because the parents did it. They hire somebody to do it. In the long run, they pay more people to they spend more of their money to hire people to do shit for them than doing it their own selves and saving their money. And it's just
I mean, growing
it's
up, my parents didn't teach me anything about money. You know, granted, a long time ago, as I keep saying, but and you learn these things as an
right.
adult. But I've made sure with my children growing up that they know the value of things and that they know that
Yep,
money isn't an infinite source.
exactly.
If you want that, you can have that now, but other things will have to fall by the wayside for a bit if you want to do that.
Yeah,
But you've just bought this, yes, and I don't have the money to do this because I just bought that.
exactly. And these kids with these rich parents think that they can go get a car, let's say $100,000 car, and they can tear it up, wreck it because they don't care because they didn't spend their own money on it. And the parent, instead of being like, no, I'm not going to get you another car. If you want a car, you go work for it your own self. The parent just goes out that same day and buys them another expensive car. Like they don't learn anything how
No,
to take care of themselves. They more than likely grew up with a nanny wiping their ass for them until they were 15 and dressing
yeah,
them and picking. Like it's just they never were made to do anything for their own self, so they never learn how to be like rely on their own self instead of everybody else. And
exactly.
whenever they if they were to get married and have kids, and they marry a if it's a guy and they marry a girl, or vice versa, the girl marries a guy and they're both the same way, then their kids are going to be the same exact way. They don't know how to take care of kids, so they go hire a nanny. It's
So,
just a recyclable thing that happens.
yeah, I mean, I didn't have a car until I was just on the verge of 21 when I got my car. Um, I'd learnt to drive a couple of years earlier. I paid for that myself because I was working, and my parents didn't rush out and buy me a car. I have an
My
elder sister;
parents,
they didn't buy her a car either. We got our own cars, and yeah, they were like ancient bangers, but
but it still got you from
does
point A to
banger
point
as a
B.
car?
Right? I mean, that's
Does
like
the
my
term banger
parents.
translate over the states in terms of cars? Like, oh, an older car. What's the brand new, modern, all bells and whistles?
Yeah. My parents didn't buy me a car either. Anything that I've ever got, I either got on my own or when I got married and me and my husband got it. Um, it was never, I was never privileged like some of these kids involved in Kylie's case are. They would go crazy if they had to grow up like a lot of us did. Like I said, doing things for your own self and not having money like your parents have and all that. They would go, it would literally drive them insane.
Yeah.
Jeremiah said his parents bought him a car, it was Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
Let's see. Exactly, Charles. Anything that me and Charles has, we have worked for it. It's never been given to us. In anything that we bought, we made sure we either had enough money to pay for it, so we didn't have notes, or we worked extra hard to get it paid off quicker, so we didn't have notes. And a lot of kids don't even understand that these days. And I try to explain that to my kids. Credit's a good thing to have, but then you've got all this interest and
Yeah.
shit like
And you've
that. And
got
if
to
you
put,
got to get it on credit, that's fine. But if you can work and get it and have the money to pay for it, it's much better. If you're able to do that.
that was a pattern that I fell into, not realizing how fast you can get yourself into a lot of debt.
Right. And I mean, I completely understand that that's the only choice that some people have.
Yeah,
Um, it's just to go through credit, and if that's the only choice they have, that's you got to do what you got to do. Um, so that's why I always make sure that I try to explain to my kids, if you don't have to have it and you can save up for it, it's better to do that. But of
exactly.
course, my kids can get money for birthday or Christmas or whatever, and it like burns a hole in their pocket.
My youngest is like that. As soon as he's got it, it's like, what can I spend it on, Mum?
Exactly. It's literally like my oldest, which he's autistic, so it's kind of hard for him to understand the concept of it. And sometimes he'll be like, no, I want to save my money. Like for a birthday, he'll want to save his money until Christmas and then put Christmas and birthday money together and get something. And then at other times, he's wanting to know, when are we going somewhere? Because I want to spend my money. I want to buy candy. I want to buy this. I want to buy that. I'm like, you literally just got it. Just wait, you know? And so my daughter is free hearted. And I have to stay
Yeah,
on to her. And she's only 20. She just turned 20 not long ago. But she's very free hearted. And I always tell her, like, it's good to give if someone needs it, but you can be too free hearted as well,
yeah.
you know?
And people
Uh,
take advantage.
exactly. But she's always been, if someone needs it, she would rather them have it than herself. And
It's
it's a good
very good
quality,
qualities to have.
but it can be dangerous, I guess I could say, because like you said, yeah, people will take advantage of you or try to. But then
Yeah,
she's very stubborn, um, as well, and if she sees that somebody's trying to take advantage of her, I think she's smart enough, hopefully, to put a stop to it. If I've taught her
yeah.
anything and she's listened to me, then yeah, she would.
Well, that's
You
the thing. It's the
appreciate,
main thing you can do as parents is just try and point them in the right direction.
right?
They're all going to make mistakes. They're all going to do things that
Oh yeah,
they might regret. I mean, I
yeah.
did.
I mean, yeah, I did too growing up.
Yeah. You look back and you think you're the big adult, and then you think, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
But,
and
you
like
know,
Doxy said, you appreciate things more whenever you work hard for it. You
yes.
work for it yourself. You have more pride in it. You take care of it. You value it more than just somebody, buying it for you or whatever.
Right.
Lost our daughters at the same age. Yes, it's very dangerous, Brendan, especially when they're free-hearted like that. And I've had to explain that to my daughter, and her boyfriend has a bad habit of not saying no to her.
Yeah.
If she wants to just take her money and give it to someone else, or go buy someone something or whatever, he just sits back and lets her do it. I'm like, dude, like you've got to tell her you need to chill with it, or you need to stop, or no, don't do that, or something.
Yeah.
She keeps doing it. I'm just like, you gotta quit. It's been,
Yeah. All three of my children are on the spectrum. Mm.
hmm.
I later found out that I was as well. So,
Oh wow.
um, yeah. Obviously, it was always there. Just must it better being a female. Um, my youngest, he'll get money for his birthday, and then we'll go shopping somewhere, and you'll see something that equals the amount of money that he's got at home, and he says, "I want this." I said, "Well, you've got the money at home for it, so do you want me to buy it, and then you give it me back?" And so I'll buy it, and we'll get home, and I'll go to take the money from him, and he's like really upset because that's his
Yeah, because
money.
he didn't understand it. Yep,
Yeah,
yep. Yeah, my oldest he's autistic. He just turned 23 2 days ago,
yeah,
and I mean, at times he wants to save his money. It's almost like he kind of gets confused with it. Like or not, maybe not confused, but he just can't make up his mind. Like, do I want to save my money or do I want to spend it? Like, if I save it, I can get more money at a later period of time and put it all together and get something bigger. But then if I spend it now, I can get what I want now, but it won't be as big as the way he sees it. And I've tried to explain it to him. He repeats back to me like he explains what I'm saying. It's just when
Yeah.
it gets to that point of do I want to save my money or do I want to spend it, it kind of gets confusing for him a little bit.
That's my daughter all over. I've, I've taught her to that, like I say, money doesn't grow on trees. It's not an infinite
Yep,
resource. But then she'll go the other way, and she'll sort of like not want to spend anything
yep,
because she knows it's not an infinite resource.
yeah. It's I've tried to explain that to my son too, like because he always like if I'm in my room working, trying to put stuff together for a live and everything, he wants to be in here with me. He wants to talk and he doesn't understand the concept. Well, if you're in here talking to me, I'm not able to put my stuff together for the live that night. Well, then I don't get paid. So in at times he understands it, but then at times he don't. And it's the same thing with the money situation or any other thing. Um, and it's I have to like keep repeating it to him and then finally it'll just click and he gets it and he's like, oh well I can't be in there like she's gotta work and you know. And then other times it just takes time and just repetitive saying it over and over and over. Do you find
I think
getting
with oh, I mean it's the same with autistic children, um, and as an autistic adult, I understand that we info dump sometimes.
mhm.
You have something that you need to impart to somebody. It doesn't really matter what they're actually doing at the time. You just need to
You got to do it right then.
get it out.
That
Yeah,
that's how my son is. Like if he's thinking it and he needs to say it, it don't matter if you're seeing it in front of the president. He's gonna say whatever it is that he needs to say right then and there, no matter who's around. Like
that's what I was like as a child.
it's almost like an impulse type thing. Like he can't help it. It has to be done right then, or it feels weird to him. Uh, and once he says whatever it is he needs to say, then he's fine. And then there's times that he does things in patterns of three. Um, and then he'll get off the patterns of three, and then he wants to go back to like you said it, like it's got to be said right then. So he
Yeah.
goes through different stages, and sometimes he repeats the stages just uh, in a certain order.
Mhm.
So and it's gotten since he's gotten up older. I've kind of learned the pattern of okay, well if he has this thing about he wants to go places at night because he likes to see the lights. Um, but it's only after he goes through the stages saying what he needs to say, then whatever comes next, and then we go see the lights, and it starts all over again. It's always in threes, but it's sections at a time. I get like almost like you're changing seasons of the year. Is basically what it's like.
Yeah.
Jeremiah, he's very OCD too. Uh, very OCD. Like things have to be a certain way. Um, they had to be in a certain place. Like his phone, we got him a phone because he loves taking pictures when we go places and stuff like that. And he's always on Wikipedia. Um, and his phone has to be sitting a certain way at night when he plugs it up and goes to bed. And if you just touch it, he knows that you touched it the next morning. And it's just like, oh my God, you touched my phone. He wasn't supposed to. It's like
Oh, my
little.
son. Oh my gosh,
It's
he just
like
touched his phone.
yeah. He's very very OCD. He was actually diagnosed with classic autism with ADHD and OCD.
I
And
have
the
ADHD
OCD,
too.
and yeah, the OCD is, yeah, it's very, and
Yeah.
it can get frustrating at times because, like, if I go and sit something somewhere and he doesn't think that it should be there, he will go move it and doesn't tell me that he moved it, and then I can't find it. Or I can do a certain thing. He's like, no, mom, you're not supposed to do it like this. It's supposed to be done like this. And I'm like, I'm your mom. You're not supposed to correct me. But it's just, it's the OCD thing.
exactly.
I'm crazy for Christmas lights. Oh, he loves lights, Penny. Um, the what are they called? Strip lights. Oh my God, y'all should see how many strip lights I have around my house.
I have lots too.
It's
I
yeah,
like the lights.
yeah, he loves lights. Every year, like last year, my daughter bought him $40 worth of colored lights, pink, blue, green strip lights. Uh, that's his thing. And I've noticed with like a lot of the autistic kids that was in like a little group thing at school when he was in school, that was like their thing. Like they like lights, and I don't know what it is about it, but he just that's like his thing.
I've always liked light up things too. Um, my husband is totally resigned to the fact that he lives with a autistic ADHD woman, and he just lets me go with
Yeah,
it.
it's
One
I
one
don't.
time I had LED strip lights all the way up the stairs,
Mhm,
and depending on
yeah,
my mood, I'd change what they did.
the
And
color. Yep, that's the way my
yeah,
son is. Like
and
I've
although I don't have my have you seen Kevin Neese's channel?
yes.
Yeah, I have the same mic as Kevin Neese.
Oh, my son is saw it whenever we were watching him the other day, and he saw the mic, and he loved it because it's like the neon bright colors, and it changes colors, and yeah, he saw it and he loved it.
The
And
funny
actually
thing
told
is, I
me,
ordered it and bought it and had it delivered before I discovered Kevin Neese.
"Oh,
And I'm looking
really?"
at it on the screen and I'm like, wow, he's got the same one.
Well, my son told me that the other day when he seen it that I need a mic like that. So I'm gonna probably end up ordering one like that because uh, he just I don't know what it is about lights. Um,
It's the HyperX Quadcast if you want to look it up.
okay, I'll have to. It's on. Is it on Amazon?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
I bought mine through HP though.
okay. I'm gonna have to because he saw it. Like I said, he come in our room the other day and we were watching. I forgot what Kevin was talking about, but that was like when he was walking by the TV and that's what caught his eye was
Yeah.
was the mic and the color of it and changing and all that. And was like, that's the kind of mic you need to get. So that's probably what I'm gonna end up ordering.
hmm That's what my husband was saying. Well, why have you bought that one? Because nobody's going to see it if you're just doing, you know,
Exactly. It's
streaming with
gotta
the camera on.
stand
It's
out to
for
people.
me, not for anybody else.
Yep. Like my son has literally, I don't know where we're gonna put strip lights at. He gets strip lights every year for Christmas. Um, like that's I'd say, well, like what do you need for Christmas? Clothes, this, that. I need strip lights. He's got strip lights on the back of his TV, on the back of his computer, all around the edge of the wall at the ceiling, going down the corners. Then he's got that in his room as well. Around windows, around the ceiling. He's got a what do you call them? The party light that does like all the different like the laser light and it has all the different colors and the different shapes that can go on your wall or your floor.
Mhm.
Okay, so you have a good night, honey. Um, I think it's called a party light or sort of like a strobe light, I guess, laser light or something like that. He's got that in there. He's got a pink light and a blue light. Like if you walk into his room, you would think you were walking into a club with if he has
I
all of his
like
lights
it.
going. It's I'll have
Yeah.
to try. I'll try to get a picture one night um, and show y'all because it is just. I'm like, dude, I can't go in your room because you have pink lights in your light fixture. That's bad enough. But then whenever you got the other lights and the party light going, it's literally like I'm walking into a club.
I will have to do a short at some point and post it of my kitchen ceiling lights. It's a 6 bulb LED bulbs,
Hmm.
and if I tell it that I'm not going to say the word because my A word that
Hmm. I
responds
know
to
what you're
voice
talking about.
activation will start doing things.
Yeah.
Say A lights on disco, it does full rainbow and
Oh, that
pulsates
would be
through the
cool.
wall. It's amazing.
And see, my son was, and I'm trying not to talk loud whenever I say this because he'll hear me and start talking about it. But he wants me to buy him a what is it called? Troll? Is Troll still in here? Um, a smart light
Oh, yeah.
for his, and I'm like, well, will the smart light work? Like, what do you got to have for it? I'm trying to like talk him out of it, but not talk him out of it. And he was like, oh no, it'll work. All I have to do is have an app on my phone. And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, how much does it cost? And he goes, looks it up and shows me. And I was like, well, are you sure it'll work here? Oh yeah, it'll work. It will. It's, it, all I gotta have is the app on my phone. I'm thinking, okay, that's all I need because if I know if I get one for him, then I'm gonna have to buy two. And then
Yeah.
he's gonna want one in the living room, he's gonna want one in his bedroom.
I
And
have
it's
one in the living room. I have one in my bedroom, and my son has one in his room as well. You
yeah,
can
because you
control them
can't
via
just
an app, and you can control them by the A word.
yeah, and you just can't have one. You gotta have more than one.
Yeah, hence the six in my kitchen.
And I think the one he's wanting changes colors, I believe. Does a smart light bulb change colors? I want to
Yeah,
say that. I think
yeah,
okay, so yeah, that's what he showed me. Had like on the picture like different colors on the bulb or something like that. Like it can't be just a normal clear or white light. It's got to be color.
yeah. We have a plain white one in the hall. Um, so I can say A, hall light on.
Mm.
That's just white and bright,
Oh
and
yeah,
all the other ones will change
he
colours, and you can just say, yeah. I mean, I'm from up north in England, so we call it the main light in the room, the big light.
yeah,
So say big light, red or green or whatever. And it'll turn it on, turn it that colour.
yeah, yeah. My son was wanting an A like you're talking about, and I was
Hmm.
like, no, because I don't want it like picking up something that I'm saying or if I'm cussing or something like that. And yeah, so I was like, no, you're not getting that. And I just try to make up an excuse like it records everything he's saying. It's like, no, it doesn't. It does this, this, and this, and it'll turn lights on. And I'm just like,
Yeah,
no, it'll record everything. No, it doesn't do that. So it's like no point of me trying to argue with him and all that because he
yeah.
already knew everything it would and wouldn't do.
The only recordings that it's made are the instructions that you give it, and the odd one where it hears something that sounds like the A word, and then it will
I forgot somebody
it
was in my
just
chat
records
one
it as
night.
not intended for device or whatever. So,
Mhm.
but you have
Somebody,
control over it.
I forgot who it was. Somebody was in my chat one night and said I had theirs going off. I don't remember if it was a certain word that I had said or something, and it caused theirs uh, to go off. Let's see, we keep her muted.
Don't
Wait,
know if anybody caught Squirrels on Fire the other night when she had um, everybody's A's farting. It was
mm-mm.
hilarious.
Yeah, I
She
didn't
was
see
trying
that.
to say, "Oh, mine can do this," and she says it, and then it didn't work, so she said it a bit louder, and she said, "A, do a fart," and then mine did it, and all of the people in the chat were posting, "My A's just started farting," and then it was just so funny. But she said,
Yeah,
"Oh, and it does other ones as well. Do this kind of art and this kind of," and it's yeah. All these people around the planet listening to it.
yeah,
Alexa.
I don't know what it was I kept saying, but whatever it was, I did it. I guess said it a couple of times, and it caused theirs to go off.
Yeah, there was a famous incident a few years ago where somebody's daughter had asked A to buy her a doll's house,
Hmm.
and next thing the parents know is this doll's house is delivered.
Oh wow.
And they go and that some news station got wind of it, and they did this announcement that, oh, on in wherever it was and whatever it was, this A ordered a doll's house for this little girl. And everybody who was watching the broadcast, their A also ordered them a doll's house.
Oh, see, I couldn't have nothing like that because if my child figured that out, we would have packages for days lined up
Yeah.
at the yard. No, that's a very good reason right there why I
You,
don't need one.
you can turn it off. Don't panic. And it's controlled from your uh, Amazon account. I learned this when I got a weird item added into my basket, and my son has tried it and said, "Order me a portal gun in the future."
Oh wow.
And luckily, because it didn't have a portal gun because they don't exist,
Hmm.
it just saved it as a shopping list item rather than a. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, what the heck? And then I realized that I needed to turn off the shopping ability on it.
Oh yeah, I would. Like I said, my son would figure out some way. That's like I can't have anything in my house that has a password on it. He has to be out of the house before I can type in my password. Um,
Yes,
he would figure it out if I had something like that.
my
He's
middle one, and he was about 9 years old, 8 or 9, and he's always been into computer stuff, and he's very sneaky because he'll watch what
hmm.
people are entering into things. And he was in school, and the school had these iPads that the children used during lessons, and somehow he got in on the admin account, changed the password,
Oh wow.
and wouldn't let anybody else have it.
Yeah.
And they're
My
going mad and saying, look, you need to harness this child. You need to harness what's in his mind. He's going places. Don't quash it.
yeah.
Learn better security. And if your password for your admin account was so easy that an 8-year old could spot what you're entering, you need to change it to something that's not so obvious.
Yeah, I would have to. He would have to go stand outside for me to, because just even if he was not next to me watching me with his eyes, he just wherever I typed on the computer, he could figure it out.
Yeah.
Um, and I didn't think he was able to do that, but yeah, I tried it one day. He watched, just kind of was like glancing, like it's almost like he pays attention, but he doesn't let you know he's paying attention.
Yeah.
And he was able to see where I typed on the computer just by where I was at on the keyboard. And yeah, he figured my password out, and I'm like, oh shit, like he's got to
Hmm.
be completely out of the room in order for me to put a password in. Because
We
he
have a
would.
Nintendo Switch in the house, and that
Mhm.
is on my account. It's used by everybody, but it's on my account. So obviously, when you do an online purchase through the Switch shop, you
Mhm.
have to enter your password, which is how I've got it set. And I literally have to send him out of the room with the door shut
Yep.
because he's trying to look in reflections and things to see if he can catch
Yeah.
what it is. Because I was having to enter it on the
Exactly.
Switch and it was appearing on screen, and I'm like, oh no, okay. But there is an app now that you can use to log on your app on your phone. But
Yeah. Like my son, he, like I said, he pays attention, but you don't think that he's paying attention. He can literally be on his phone, and me and my husband can be in another room talking, and while he's playing on his phone, he's listening to everything that we're saying. And literally, if we're whispering, he can hear it. And I'm
oh,
just like, damn, like, I wish my hearing was that good, but if I'm whispering about something, that means I don't want you to hear it. And he literally listens to everything that everybody says,
every damn
remembers,
thing.
yes, remembers everything. It's it's crazy.
Yes.
Can you use your okay? So Emerald Queen says, can you use your fingerprint as your password on your Switch?
Not directly on the Switch. That doesn't have the fingerprint technology, but I think it might do it in the app.
It would be my luck that my son would still be able to use his finger and use my
Yeah.
fingerprint somehow.
There's billions of different fingerprints, but somehow he would have one finger that worked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I have, I mean, we're a very technologically enabled household, so um, I get two-factor identification set up a lot of things. So
Hmm.
even if he did somehow manage to get into my account, my phone would alert me that he'd
Right.
been a log on from a different device.
Yep. Because I
So,
mean, I have to. Because my son's always wanting my Amazon account, and I would ask him like, "What do you need it for?" And he would just play it off. Oh, I just want to look through Amazon and see what all they got. And I'm like, okay, dude, like you have your own Amazon account. You know, it's
mhm,
not set up to where you can buy anything. There's no cards or nothing like that attached to it.
you
You
can
can look
browse
through
on there.
Amazon. Exactly. Like I'm not
Not falling for that. I didn't come down in
exactly.
the last shower, son.
Yep. Also, see, lost my hearing is so sensitive that when I'm trying to ignore someone, I can. That Emerald Queen, that's the way my son is. Like he's literally playing a game or computer or phone, and he still hears everything else,
Yeah,
and it's crazy. And a lot of people don't understand people who are autistic. They're
yeah.
very smart, intelligent people, and they don't. A lot of people don't give them enough credit for the abilities
Excuse me.
that they have. But they're very smart, intelligent people.
And a lot of us have something called hyperacuity, where we
Yeah.
can hear better
Yep.
in certain situations. It
Yep.
also has a downside in that sometimes I can hear light bulbs.
Yeah. My son doesn't like any loud noises at all. Um, the only thing that he will listen to that is loud is music, but it has to be rap music. Any other music, he can't. Country. If you just start to like you're gonna put it on a country song, it upsets him. But rap, he's completely down for it, and that's the only thing he'll
Yeah,
listen to loud. We can't go to anywhere that has large crowds of people. Um, if we do fireworks for like holidays, we have to do it at home. He can't go to where like they have the big fireworks shows and stuff like that because he can't stand the loud noises. But the ones at home doesn't bother him. I guess, because um, they're not as big like the noise from them. But yeah, that's the only two things that really that's loud that doesn't bother him.
yeah. He's now 15, both autistic and ADHD.
Hmm.
He doesn't like loud noise unless it's something that he's controlling. If he's in control of it, the loud noise is fine.
Right.
If he's making the loud noise, it's
He's
fine.
fine. Yeah.
Everybody
But
else has got their ears
yeah.
bleeding, but he's
Yeah.
fine.
Oh yeah. My
Yeah,
son's like that. Like he doesn't. If he thinks you're saying something loud to him, he will tell you. He like don't say loud to me. And he told me that the other day. I'm like, dude, I didn't even raise my voice. Like, what did I say loud to you? Nothing. So like, well, why are you saying that to me then? It's just, I guess, different tones of voice maybe. Um, and maybe the only way he knows how to explain it is don't be loud to me. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, it's certain noises he doesn't he don't like. Music doesn't bother him if it's loud. Like I said, just uh, large groups of people he don't like.
Penny
Niece.
Loaf has just mentioned misophonia as well. That is the. I mean, for me, it shows itself as I can't bear the sound of people eating.
Oh, me neither.
I can't bear if my husband's on his laptop and he's clicking a lot on his mouse. He's had to buy a silent mouse. Well, I bought him a silent mouse, to be honest. I bought you a lovely new mouse. Oh, that's nice, thank you. And I'm thinking, yeah, I can't hear it now.
Let's see. Niecy doesn't like loud sounds, hand dryers in bathrooms. Yeah, my son doesn't like the hand dryers in the bathroom either. In public bathrooms, um, he doesn't. I don't know if it's just the sound of it. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't like it. Let's
Wow.
see. My son was so scared of loud noises. This baby. Okay.
Do you know that
Uh.
sort of nylon material that a lot of coats are made out of? The
Mhm.
one that make I haven't got anything available because it's pretty much banned from our house. But it makes a swish noise when you move in it.
It bothers you. Yeah.
I'm okay with it, but my daughter,
Oh, she
that
don't like.
sends her. We had when she was younger, we had to find coats that didn't have that satiny lining in it because
Mm,
she didn't like the sound of it.
yeah.
And trying to find, a kid's coat that hasn't got that in it is
Right.
like,
It's almost like a Velcro. I don't like the noise of it. Um, like pulling the Velcro apart. It's yeah. I get what you're saying with the coat. Like it's sort of like that
yeah.
same thing for me. I can't. I don't know what it is. I just don't like it.
Yeah, my mum when she was little, and think she got okay with it later on in life. She didn't like the texture of cotton wool because she
Mm.
didn't like the sound it made.
Oh wow.
And people look at you strange, like cotton wool doesn't make any sound. It's just like this
Yeah.
fluffy stuff. But you listen to it, it does.
Yeah.
In fact,
It,
when my mum was a little girl, her parents used to put cotton wool on the handles of rooms that they didn't want her to go into, or a cupboard that they didn't want her to go into, because she knew she wouldn't touch it.
let's see. Crinkle and snack packaging. Any packaging when you try to
Yes.
open it. Stuff like that doesn't really bother my son. He doesn't, and I'm the same way, and he probably got this from me. But like you said, people smacking um, when they eat, slurping
Mm.
when they're drinking. I can't. I will literally call you out no matter where
No,
I'm at. Like, please don't
it's
slurp
good
or
manners
snack.
when you're here, but aside from that, you know,
Mhm.
why do you need to slurp? Why do you need to make all those noises?
Yeah, I just
And
can't. I can't
Penny, I'm
stand it.
with you on the crinkly packets as well. My husband likes to have a packet of crisps, as we call them here, but chips
Mm.
on your side of the world.
Hmm.
And the sound of him constantly putting his hand into the bag, taking a crisp out and crunching it was driving me insane. So now we compromise. He puts his crisps into a bowl in the kitchen before he comes through.
So that way it doesn't bother you. Yeah, it's the whole smacking anything mouth related that makes a noise. I don't like. Uh, I don't know what it is. I won't even watch a movie of like the movie The Dentist. I won't watch because it's dealing with
Oh,
the mouth. That or eyes.
eyes.
People who get eye surgeries and they're literally like looking. I'm not. That's why I tell my husband like I hope I never have to have some type of eye surgery
Yeah,
because I just have to go blind.
yeah.
I couldn't.
I considered a number of years ago getting the laser eye surgery, and then I saw what it actually involved, and you actually have to be awake for it. And
You're
I thought,
literally,
nope.
yes, you're looking at the thing as it's coming down at
Hmm.
yeah. I
They
don't do
have issues when I go for an optician's appointment and getting an eye test because they do the one for glaucoma where they puff the, the air in your eye.
the air. Yep, I don't like that either.
Yeah, they usually have to do it about 5 or 6 times before they actually get a photograph of
Mhm.
the back of my eyeball because I'm like, oh, oh,
Yeah, there's where we go to the eye doctor here. They do the air in your eye, and then they do where you have to go to the machine next to that one, and they're literally like shining a bright light into your eyeball. and
Yeah.
it hurts every time, and that is like the worst part of the whole eye exam. Because now here they don't even dilate your eyes. Um,
No.
they just like do that shot of air and whatever it's supposed to do. They said somebody it's supposed to like clean your eyeball or something uh, while doing something else, and I'm just like, it's horrible. If you've never had it done, it's horrible.
Did you say they do the dilation? Sorry. Is it like the drops?
Yeah, where they put the drops in your eyes, and then whenever you're done at the eye doctor and you walk outside, you can't see shit because of the sun. And they
Yeah.
have, yeah, there is one place in the town where we go to that still does that, but the place where me and my kids go to, they don't do the drops or anything like that. They just do the air in each eye, and then they shine that light into the eye, which is like super bright, and you have to stare right at it. And then you just go into the room to do your where they put the thing in front of you, and you have to like, is one better or two better, and they keep going through until they figure out your
Mhm.
prescription is. That's how they do.
All right. 'Cause my which one was it? Middle one. We had to go to see the optometrist at the hospital, and they did all the drops, but never had
Mhm.
that done in a just a regular optician.
Yeah, I've had it done when I was younger, and literally, like I remember watching it on TV, like TV shows, and people go to the eye doctor, and then um, they act like they can't see whenever they come out. I thought it was just all TV shit and it was all fake. And then once I got it done, I'm like, oh, I can't see nothing. I understand now why you got to have sunglasses or the special type of glasses because you can't see. Like you can't even drive home.
Can't see
Uh,
anything.
yeah, it's
I know when people have the eye surgery itself, they have to wear
mhm,
sunglasses
yeah,
afterwards as well. So
mhm,
it's quite
yep.
crazy.
And
So
see,
I've never had that done on a regular eye test. That's
yeah,
just
it's worse than the air that they put in your eye, but the air in your eyes, it's horrible.
oh
It's like, and it's just like like a small shot of it, but it's so horrible, y'all.
yeah. Somewhere on my optician's hard drive, there must be lots of photographs of my eyelashes halfway across my eye because
Mhm. Yep. Okay, I'm just trying to catch back up. Let's see. Penny said my son needs everything very spicy. Daughter needs everything bland, but can't do very many textures. Yeah, my son will eat some spicy stuff, but he doesn't want salt or pepper. Um, he will eat like what we have Tony Sacerate, like Creole seasoning and stuff like that. But will only eat if he eats scrambled eggs. He has to have pepper, regular black pepper, but no salt on anything. If he sees you cooking with salt, he'll say he don't want it. And like everybody needs a little bit of salt in their diet, and he won't. I used to come to cornea retrieval for Louisiana. Oh, cool, Florida girl. Daughter. Yeah, my son, he'll eat, but the black pepper though, Penny, it's only on the scrambled eggs, and that's it. Uh, any kind of meat that we cook, we always like here seasoned meat is like everybody here does it. So he's growing up, he's always ate meat with a lot of seasoning on it. Um, but if he sees you cooking with regular salt, like he's not having it. I don't know what it is about it, but uh, yeah, he won't eat it.
he probably saw something one time that said salt is bad for you, and it got implanted in his head that now he can't have salt.
Yes, because that is the worst thing. Um, he will look something up online, and especially with like with autism or OCD or something like that, he will look it up online, and he thinks that everything that he sees on Google is the truth. And I try to tell him like you can't pay attention because he'll see something and he starts worrying about it. And I have to tell him like you can't believe everything that you read on there. And I'll tell him like some things are not true, and he'll be like, "Oh, yes, it is." And no, it's not. Yes, it is. It was on Google.
I
And
saw it. It was on there.
he just he doesn't understand that. So I don't know if that's what he, the same deal with the salt maybe that he saw it, but he will not. Now garlic, he'll eat garlic on everything, but salt, he will not.
My youngest went through a phase after they'd done something in school on food safety. I mean, he would have only been about 7, maybe 8. But he came home and he date checked everything in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And he continued to date check everything in the fridge for about a year afterwards. And I get
Yep.
something out of the fridge and give it to him, and he's checking the date. Is this in date, Mum? Is this in date? It's like, I wouldn't give you something if it wasn't in date.
My son used to smell his food to make sure it was still good. It,
Oh,
yeah, he won't eat anything. Like if somebody's sick, he won't go around them. He won't eat nothing that's been around them. He won't go to that person's house and eat or anything like that. Uh, because he doesn't want to get sick, and he like constantly he just wants to make sure that his food is good. Like he smells everything. The air, Mike, it really is. It's horrible. The air in the eyes. Like I said, if you've never had it done, I don't recommend it. Like I know people's got to go to eye doctors, but it's horrible. Extreme sensory processing disorder. Having OT, still learning how to function in the real world. Yeah, Penny, it can be uh, frustrating for people who have, like autism and the different things that come along with it, and uh, the different textures that's everywhere is, can be very hard on a lot of people. My son just turned 23 2 days ago, on November the 17th.
I only got diagnosed with autism at the age of 44, which is 4.5 years
Oh,
ago now.
wow. Yeah.
So it's been an exploration journey for me, finding out all the things that I thought were normal that actually aren't. Because everyone's sense of self, they think that everybody feels or
Right.
acts or hears, tastes things in the same way and reacts to things in the same way. It's just how the human mind forms, isn't it? Until you learn different. But
Exactly.
discovering things that I never realized were part of it, and just thought people must have thought I was so odd for. Like I can't bear the texture of like a wooden spoon.
Hmm.
Do not like that at all. I
Yep.
have great problems when I go to a cafe and get coffee, and if I'm putting sugar in a drink, and you've got those little wooden stirrers.
Oh,
I have to
yeah.
get my husband to stir it for me.
Hmm. Yep.
I had to search around for a wooden spoon that had a not wooden handle. It
Yeah,
was
it's the sound of a wooden spoon. Um, like when we make gravy, uh, that's what we use as a wooden spoon, and just the sound of it, like on the bottom of the pan. Yeah, it's kind of irritating, honestly. And
yeah,
it's just with a wooden spoon though. I don't know why. Um, it's just like that certain type of sound. I understand what you're saying. It's like a weird, different type of sound.
yeah. I just don't like it at all. I can't bear anything else that's like unfinished wood. If it's finished, I'm fine with it. But if it's unfinished, it's like,
Hmm.
oh no, can't touch it.
Yep. Two moderate autism, ADHD. I have no clue what was wrong with me all my life. Yeah, Penny's saying the same thing about the wooden spoon.
Yeah,
Um,
it's crazy, isn't it?
but I mean, and a lot of people don't understand it unless they have a child that's like that or they're like that themselves. Um, there's a lot of sensory um, issues that people like that go through. The noises and the touch and um, just different sounds of stuff,
Yeah,
that certain people don't like. Yeah, Teeny says her son won't touch wood either.
This
Yeah,
is literally the worst thing, the
mhm.
worst texture ever for me.
Yeah,
I mean,
it.
even now that likes of McDonald's, I assume it's going to be the same on your side that they've stopped having the plastic straws, which is good. They've swapped to the paper straws. Yeah.
I don't eat at McDonald's, so I don't know.
Oh,
Does anybody
yeah.
else here from the states know if they switched from plastic to paper straws at McDonald's? It,
Because they have
like
in the UK, and
since
it's
the pandemic, I haven't ate at any restaurant. I just don't.
no. I
It.
think it happened just before the pandemic here.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
we don't have it very often, but we were running late, so we needed a bite to eat. Mm.
Right. I'm just.
Yeah,
My thing is, and I know they said that you can't catch it, but it's just the thought of other people handling your food, and you don't know if they've washed their hands or stuff like
yeah.
that. Let's see. I've had McDonald's Sunday the other day, and it came with a wooden spoon. Even
Yeah.
though I switched to a regular spoon, it made the ice cream taste like wood, so I threw it out. Oh wow. They
I
may have.
I had a
Uh,
McFlurry, and they've swapped to a paper spoon here.
they may have. I don't know about the straws. Like I said, I don't. Uh,
Yeah,
Again, if I go anywhere, I always have a drink with me, so I don't have to stop somewhere. Because I like whenever I leave the house, I like to go where I gotta go and then come back home instead of having to stop 1,000 different places. So I just always bring a drink with me.
yeah.
Plastic. Okay, so we still have plastic straws here then.
All right. Someone will have to ship me some over. No,
How did?
if I have a drink, it's generally brought home, so I always use one of my reusable straws. I mean, my husband, he's an absolute diamond, bless him. We've had my daughter was working, and I asked him to pick me up at McFlurry on the way home, and he brought it in, and it had a paper straw, but he's kept one of the old plastic ones for me because he knows I can't bear the texture of things like that. So
Yeah,
I ate my McFlurry with a plastic spoon.
yeah. Everything. The last time I ate at McDonald's, everything was plastic straws, plastic forks, spoons. Uh, like I said, though, since going on almost 3 years now, I haven't ate at a restaurant. It's just I don't know, something about the pandemic done it in for me. So now I have
Yeah.
considered going to the restaurant to eat Chinese food because I would love to eat Chinese food right now, but I haven't went. Yeah,
I don't
Troll, he
think we've
won't eat
actually
fast
eaten
food.
it proper.
My husband, he won't eat fast food at all. He's like,
No.
nope, I'll just eat when I get home. I'm not eating it.
We only have it occasionally. We do get takeaways and things in, but I've only eaten in an actual restaurant once,
Mm,
possibly twice since the pandemic.
yeah. Now, like I said, I've considered going to the Chinese restaurant, um, but I haven't.
Yeah,
Let's see
that's somewhere I want to go at some point. It's a Chinese restaurant. Not done that
Okay.
in over 3 years.
My daughter has to drink with straws, paper straws would. I just can't imagine drinking with a paper straw though.
No,
It seems like
it's
it
not a
would.
good experience. It's okay if it's something that you're going to drink quickly, not that I know because
Oh, okay.
I tend to avoid it. But if you have it in something like a milkshake,
Hmm.
it literally disintegrates.
Yeah,
It
that's what I was thinking. Like a paper, and if you like stick it down in the drink, it's gonna like just tear apart all in your drink.
yeah, it tends to just go really soggy at the bottom and sort of like collapse on itself, so
Hmm.
you can't get it up the straw and into your
Right.
mouth anymore.
Paper straws are the worst. I sent you an
Oh,
email, more detail. Okay, thank you, Sifa. Let's Hey, jet lag. A paper straw tastes funny and it makes your drink taste funny and it tastes like it takes the carbonation out of the Coke. Yeah, I don't know. I've never drank with a paper straw. I like eating out Chinese and Mexican food when I do. I love Chinese food. Um, we have a restaurant that's close here that is like a buffet, and that's one reason why I haven't went is because it is a buffet. Um, but they have like the best food there. Troll, you had wait, what is that? So H. pylori, I think is what it was called.
That's not good.
Yeah, he ate somewhere and it got in. He ended up getting the I think it was H. pylori, and it caused his stomach to start bleeding. And
Ouch.
he was sick the night before. He kept saying he was sick to his stomach and stuff like that. Well, the next morning, he was like throwing blood up, and I had to hurry up, like get him to the hospital, and they had to go in and um, burn it to stop it and all that.
Oh,
So yeah, it was. He had to take medicine for so many days and all that. It was like it was horrible. Like just yeah, it was. I won't go into great details on, but it was horrible. I will say that. Like
yeah.
he was super sick. Um, I think that was the only time that I've ever had to take him to the hospital where I was freaking out. Because usually with stuff like that, I don't freak out until after the fact. But that, yeah, I was freaking out. It was really bad. Let's see,
Oh,
watch now, loss next time you're out and need a straw. They will be paper. Now, usually, Brendan, I just drink out of bottles. I don't drink any type of what we have like what we call fountain drinks or cokes out of a machine that you. Uh, I'm sure y'all have them there too, but where it would require a straw. Yeah, I don't drink those. I just usually bring a bottle drink with me.
yeah. I only tend to get an actual drink with a straw from anywhere if we're out and about. Generally, I try and take something with me. In fact, I
Right.
even carry a straw in my handbag because, sorry, my
Mhm.
purse, because I don't like it.
Now we know what handbags here because, like, my great grandmother, that's what she always called a purse was her handbag.
Yeah, we put a
I think
purse in a handbag here in the UK.
I think the a lot of the older generation always called it a handbag.
Yeah.
If as a baby, let's see. Oh well, baby boo got salmonella. Down at
Oh,
the hospital fever. Yeah, Troll was super sick with that H. pylori. Like it was horrible. I'd never seen someone that sick. And on top of it, he was sick, nauseated like the day before, and I want to say he took an aspirin or something. Um, and they said like the aspirin made it worse. Let's see, same as Australia. Well, yes, we say wallet for men here. Um, purse, and then like I said, like the older generation, the um, I know my great grandmother, like I said, used to say hand purse or handbag. Um, wait, Crosshatch, how are you? Oh, I found a huge fingernail in an apple pie a couple weeks ago. Oh, that's disgusting.
ew.
That's ugh. See, I would throw a fit. Like I would embarrass the whole damn restaurant. That's another reason why I don't eat at places like that. Um,
That's nasty.
yes, that is. Oh, like you don't know if these people wash their hands or
Mm.
that's just that makes me feel better about not going to the Chinese restaurant now. Seriously, like I've wanted
Yeah.
to go, I just keep putting it off.
I mean, I guess it's the same on your side of the Atlantic, but quite a number of years ago here, food hygiene laws changed so that if you're working in food production, i.e., in a factory or
Hmm.
in a restaurant or whatever, and you've got a cut and you need to put a band-aid on it, you can't put a flesh coloured one on anymore because that's too easy to lose. They're all
Yeah.
bright blue.
Yep. It ends up falling off in the food or something. And
Yeah,
yeah.
so they're all bright blue now. So if it does happen, they can actually spot it.
Yeah. And see, that's just the thought of that.
Yeah,
Because I want to say, like at the Taco Bell here, I don't think they wear gloves. I think that was where it was. And I was thinking, like, okay, so what if these people have some type of cut on their hands, or they get a type of chemical on their hands and they're handling your food without gloves? That's just, or they go to the bathroom and they don't wash their, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all this shit goes through my mind, and I'm just, nah, I would rather not eat where someone else, like, at a place like that is preparing my food.
yeah,
Worked in eggplant, peeling eggs for egg mayo in a jar in the 80s. Like that would. Are you vaping?
me, yeah,
Yeah. Okay, I thought that was because I was vaping mine at the same time, but I thought I heard yours too.
yeah. I keep trying to mute it and do it away.
Oh no, no, you're fine if you're doing it. I was just making sure that
Yeah,
it was yours. I found a fly deep inside. Oh, that is nasty, Penny. Oh,
yeah.
I have to go
I've
and make
had
dinner.
food poisoning a couple of times off. You know, when you go somewhere and they do a salad bar and you can
Hmm.
sometimes do it for taking away if it's in a supermarket or whatever. Um, I got food poisoning from the work canteen from a salad bar. I
Oh.
was thinking, this will be a healthier option for my lunch. I'll have this today.
Hmm.
And yeah,
You end
it
up getting
definitely helped
sick.
me in my bid to lose weight. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah, food poisoning is the worst.
Oh, I was so ill, and I was going over to visit somebody about 2 hours away uh, in the car with my ex husband, but he was my boyfriend at the time.
Mhm.
And we set off, and I just, about half an hour into the journey, I just started feeling really ill. And then I ended up being sick and vomiting all the way there. I held it together while he was visiting the friend that he needed to visit, but then it
Mm.
started again on the way back. And
Yeah.
this is why I have an aversion to Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. It was the year that came out, and all I could hear playing on the radio was that song in the background. And now every time it's like I'm trauma bonded with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just getting sick at all is horrible, but food poisoning is like really, really bad.
It's like nothing
You just
else.
you don't want to get sick, but then you feel like you need to get it out of your body,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's horrible. Let's see, I've done food poisoning too. One on holiday, 9 days plus. I didn't keep my meds down. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's why if I eat at somebody's house, um, it's got to be somebody that I know, like that's kin to me, and I know that their house is clean before I'll even eat at their house. Will you eat pizza? Uh, no, I won't eat pizza that you buy from like a pizza place. No, only type of pizza we eat is if you buy it from like the what are they called? DiGiorno's. That's it. Yeah, Troll is very funny about what he eats. Like, he really is.
My husband won't eat chicken.
He won't eat chicken.
No, won't eat chicken. He blames it for him having been sick once when he had it about 30 plus years ago.
Mm.
And ever since then, he's just refused to touch it.
Yeah, that's like me. I won't drink anything that's grape flavored, purple, anything
Great.
like that, because I got sick on it one time. And I'm like, no, it's just all grape drinks taste the same, and I got sick on it. Uh, and so yeah, anything grape, I won't. No grape Kool-Aid, no grape. Like we have Fanta drinks here that come in like grape, orange, strawberry. I won't
But
drink it.
your grape Fanta's the best.
Oh, it's so horrible. It's
I
just the
pay an absolute fortune whenever I find it here.
my son loves it. He loves Fanta. Any type of Fanta drink he likes. I don't drink anything that's grape. It's after I got sick on it, which I understand, like with your husband with the chicken. Uh, you
Yeah,
know, once you drink it or eat it and you get sick on it, yeah, you don't want it anymore.
yeah. He just he won't even if he knows it's cooked by himself or it's been very
Hmm.
well cooked by whoever it is. No, just hasn't
Yeah,
touched it.
yep. I know a lot of people are. I wouldn't say funny about chicken, but I think like that's the best way to describe it because if it's not cooked right, it can make you sick.
Yeah,
Uh, Especially like if it's the legs and stuff close to the bone. If you don't get all that cooked
that's right.
thoroughly, like yeah, you can get sick from it.
Yep.
Uh, oh my god, I ate so many chicken nuggets, y'all. It's ridiculous. And pork is the same way. Like you have to make sure that, which any meat you have to make sure it's cooked completely. But pork and chicken, I think, is
Yeah.
the main two. But I beef is okay, but I'd much rather have pork or chicken. I love chicken. Like y'all know, every night almost that's what I'm eating when I'm live is chicken nuggets.
I love chicken as well, but the only time I've actually eaten it in the last nearly 15 years that I've been with my husband is if I've been out somewhere because
Yeah,
it's pointless cooking it if he's not going to eat
it's
it.
just yeah,
So, I mean, the kids all eat it, but if it just seems wrong to have to make something different for
different for
somebody
him.
else,
Yeah.
so we
Hmm.
just don't have it in the house.
Yep. Yep. Mike says he's paranoid about chicken not being cooked right and bad milk. Yeah,
Yeah,
if we buy milk, because I don't drink milk. Every time I've ever drank it, it's always made me sick. Um, Troll don't drink it. My kids don't like it, so we hardly ever buy it. But if we do buy it, it's only if I need it to cook with it. Um, and we usually get like a half a gallon, just so it doesn't go bad. Because um, just the thought of like ruined milk or spoiled milk is
yeah.
disgusting. You know, and you hate to not use it all if you don't drink it. You know, not use it all, and then it goes bad, and then you just wasted money. So,
That's right. We only buy a little bit, or if it's going to be used for cooking.
hmm.
As my husband has his coffee black, I usually have my coffee sort of like like a pod.
Hmm.
So I've already got the milk in that. So milk does tend to
Yeah.
not get used fast enough in our house sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And
If I drink coffee, I don't I always put sugar and creamer in it, so that way I don't have to use milk or anything for it. Uh,
yeah, that's always a good option as well. There's nothing worse than making yourself a cup of tea and pouring the milk in, and then the milk starts floating up to the top, and it's like, I
right.
don't, I don't want this anymore.
Yep. Yeah. I never could drink milk though. It always made me sick. See, I got
Yeah,
turned up from milk from morning sickness. That was always the worst too. Oh my gosh.
yeah. I had an aversion to baked beans. The beans in
Mm-hmm.
tomato sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't bear them. And I'm even like 23 years after my daughter was born. I'm still not keen on them.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah. It
just no.
My baked beans have to be done a certain way. Like they have to have brown sugar, mustard and syrup in them before I'll eat them.
Yeah, that was better if you put something else. A little bit of curry powders in them is very nice as well.
Let's
I'll eat them
see.
like that, but the ones just come straight out of the tin. Eh, no.
Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like those. We used to have what was called pork and beans, and they were like the most disgustingest thing ever.
Is that like a tin with the little sausages in it?
Uh, did the pork and beans come with sausage? I know you used to be able to get the pork and beans in a can that had like pieces of
No.
fat in them.
Oh, that
Uh,
doesn't sound good.
but they were just, yeah, they were. That was when I was younger. I don't know if they still make them like that or not. But they were oh, like
Yeah.
disgusting.
What meat is this?
Yeah, it was pieces of fat. I guess like whenever you cook them, it's supposed to like make them. I don't know what the fat did, but it was just the beans itself was horrible. Can't stand
Emerald
tomatoes.
Queen tomatoes. My daughter is with you on that one.
I love tomatoes. Like I can just
My
take a
my
tomato and cut it
ex-husband
up.
was with you on that one. He used to get totally grossed out. I love tomatoes in any
Mm,
form, sauce, whatever. But
yep,
eating a fresh tomato in front of him, he'd be dry heaving. He
yeah,
just
I love tomatoes. I can just take them, cut them up, put salt and pepper on them, and eat them
mm.
just by themselves. Uh, a lot of
Towards the
time,
end of that relationship, I used to just eat them in front of him just
we
to be a
have a lot
cow.
of in the summer, spring and summertime. We have a lot of tomatoes, and we'll have cucumbers, and so we'll just take like the tomatoes, cut them up, cut the cucumbers up, mix them all up, put salt and pepper on them. They're really good like that.
Yeah, I love tomatoes. And the little tiny ones, like the big ones.
So I just got home from drifting at a track, busted his ankle 3 nights ago. Is he okay, more? I love fresh sweet corn, garlic pickles. Yeah, anything out of the garden is really good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we have usually squash, cucumbers. We didn't have very many cucumbers this year though. Like they didn't do that good for some reason. Uh, but tomato, squash, corn, cucumbers. We've had watermelons, okra. Like all of that is so good. I had so many peas this year. Like I'm sick of peas out of the garden.
yeah.
Um, wait, it
Love
wasn't
anything
his
homegrown.
ankle. Oh, his axle. Okay. I can, but I don't drink cokes. I need to quit that as well. I'm trying this. Wait, what did you say about a vape? I drink coke. Oh, and vape. I was wondering what Troll was talking about.
I'm the same. Decaf, Pepsi Max, and vape. They're my two vices.
I see. I can't have anything decaf. If I don't have
No.
caffeine, I get a major headache.
I
Um,
have my coffee in the morning that's got caffeine in it, but I was told not to have more caffeine because of the ADHD meds because it can
mhm.
raise your heart rate.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
I've
was already
figured.
borderline as it was for the meds, so I thought, right, okay, I
Yeah,
can cut that out.
I uh, I tried the whole drink nothing but water thing, and I did it for like the whole day. The first day it didn't bother me. The next day when I woke up, I had the worst headache. Um, and I get migraines a lot, and this headache was like worse than a
Yeah,
migraine, and I couldn't figure out why. And I just kept drinking the water, and then I figured I was the caffeine because I didn't have it. And now if I don't have like a caffeine drink in the morning, I will have a bad headache the rest of the day. I'm so, like I'm dependent on my
yeah.
caffeine.
Well, that's I literally had to wean myself down to just having one coffee a day and no other caffeine when I went on to the medication.
Yeah,
But you know, hell
it's
on
a
earth
hard
at
thing.
first. But I did it, and
Yeah.
if I don't have that one coffee now, my head starts a bit later on. So it's one before I have my tablet. It's fine. I'm not. I'm not gonna give that one up because it causes too much pain. Migraines are the worst when you've
I,
got caffeine
yes.
withdrawal.
I've actually went this from the last migraine that I've had. This is the longest that I've went without one. Usually I get about two a month. Um,
Mm.
I think I've had in the last month maybe one, and that was it. Uh,
Do you
cream?
take medication when you have your migraines?
No, because anything that I've ever taken doesn't work.
Right.
I do need to go to the doctor. Somebody had told me about a shot that you can get whenever you get a migraine that's supposed to help. Um, I may have to
Yeah.
end up trying that because anything else like Tylenol don't work. Like Tylenol
Mm.
doesn't help me at all. Uh, Usually I'll take ibuprofen. That kind of eases it a little bit, but not enough. Um, I've taken a leave. I don't take any type of pain medicine. And I hate taking Tylenol or ibuprofen, but
Yeah.
nothing works. So I just kind of like have to let it run its course, and it always lasts 3 days. And by the end of the third day, I wake up the fourth day and it's gone. It's always been like that. Even whenever I was younger and I would have them, it was always a
My
3 day thing.
my health took a downturn about 7 years ago. Started having all these issues with balance. Turns out it's Meniere's disease, but
Mhm.
I had to go and undergo all the sort of like the MRI scans and all sorts of things. And I went to the neurologist, and he was looking at my medical history, and he pointed out about the migraines. He said, "What are you taking for these?" At the time, I was taking paracetamol and codeine at the same time, or Tylenol and codeine. Um,
Mhm.
and he said, "Right, okay, you're going to hate me for this, but you need to come off that." I said, "Well, why?" He says, "Because the codeine part of it is addictive. So your head is craving it when you don't have it. So it gives you the headache, so you'll take more of it." I was
Mhm.
like, "No, I'm taking it because," he said, "try it. You're going to hate me, but I want to see you in 2 weeks, and I want you to not have had any of it in the meantime." And first couple of days, I was like doubled over with it. I couldn't function. And I went back, and he said, "Right, okay, now you're off that. I'm going to prescribe you this." And it was a blood pressure medication.
Mhm.
He says, because they've discovered that this blood pressure medication sorts migraines out for a lot of people. And I want you to try it.
Oh
And I
wow.
did. And I haven't had one in 7 years. I've had occasional, borderline bad headache, but nothing
Yeah.
like I was.
Yeah. Mine is. I don't have like a lot of people get sensitivity to light and sound. Usually mine's not like that. Um, it's mostly just a really bad migraine. Like I said, it lasts for 3 days. Every now and then, um, it'll be like I can't stand a light on, and my room has to be completely dark. But that's not with every one of them. But yeah, they're
Um,
they're
I
horrible.
I always have to be awkward with things. My migraines got worse if I lay down in a dark room.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times, I even tell my doctor that like I don't have sensitivity to light or sound with it, and he was like, "Well, no, not everybody does." Um, and because I thought whenever they first told me that it was because I was seeing another doctor at the time that told me I had the migraines, and I always thought that it couldn't have been really migraines because everybody I've ever heard says they can't stand light or sound because it makes it worse, and mine wasn't like that. And then kind of
Oh,
find out, he said, no, not everybody has that sensitivity. Doctor tripped lidocaine on my nose. Wait, I told y'all one time my doctor tripped lidocaine up my nose. I was like, this isn't going to help, but I fell asleep on the way and woke up and it was gone. Oh, I don't know somebody. I don't know. Want nothing going up my nose either. My migraines are caused by TMJ. Mine are probably from my neck, the way my neck is. I'm sure that's what most of my problem is. Never get headaches or sick. I never had a stitch in my life even. Oh wow. I wish
My
I never got
husband is one
headaches.
of these annoying people who's never ill, never
I
has
wish
a headache, never has a
I, w-
cold.
I wish I was
He,
like that.
yeah. I mean, if I'm exposed to something, yeah, I'll get it. But it, I don't know if I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, I had COVID in September. No, October last month. See, I've lost where all the months are at the minute.
Hmm.
And I was testing positive for it for 10 days. My daughter had brought it home from work. She had it. My husband was literally sharing a bed with me for 8 hours a night, and he didn't get it.
Oh wow.
He's obviously one of these super avoider people. I said, you need to go and get yourself one of these tests that make a lot of money because they need to study you. Why didn't you get it?
He's got a good immune system.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fully vaccinated, as was I. So,
Yeah.
no, I was okay apart from a sore throat with it. But, you know, tested positive for 10 days and he didn't ever.
About the only thing that I have a problem with on a daily basis is my allergies and sinuses. And I never had any problem with either one until me and Troll got together and I moved down this dirt road. And ever since then, I've had, like, I have to take allergy medicine. My nose is always where it feels like I can't breathe very good. Um, and it's because of this damn dirt road. It's
Yeah.
so dusty. And plus, we're surrounded by pine trees. And so,
Yeah, it's pollen that's often the issue.
yes.
How long have you lived there?
I owned this road since 97.
That's quite a considerable length of time then.
Yeah.
It's one of the things they say when you move to a new area is to take honey
Hmm.
if it's, the different plants and the trees can be different
Right.
in an area.
And see, before I actually moved down this road, like I have family that live down this road. So since I was, see, my mom and stepdad got together when I was 11. So I've been up and down this road because, like I said, my family's right next door to where me and Troll live at. And he grew up on this road. This is the only property he's ever lived on, except for like 2 months we were in Illinois. So he's basically immune to it. It doesn't bother him. But when I moved here, yeah, it kicked in and it hasn't stopped. Like it's horrible. And it stays so dusty here and all that. And that's a lot of the problem. It's all this
Yeah.
dust from this road. And there's only three houses down here, mine and my cousin and my aunt's. But just when a car comes through here and we haven't had a lot of rain, it like
Oh,
your whole yard is nothing. Like it looks like a dust storm came through.
wow.
It's horrible.
So it must be really irritating on your nose.
Hmm. And I hate taking Claritin, but luckily it's not like it doesn't make me drowsy or anything like that.
Yeah.
Um, but it is the prescription type, and I don't like taking medicine. To me, it's the worst thing having to put a pill in your mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why. It's so. I just don't like it.
I used to be like that and then I had to give in.
It's like it's just almost like I dread having to take it.
Yeah.
I
I
swear
used to
by
do
omega
everything to
3.
avoid taking it.
Yeah, usually I won't go every day and take it. I'm supposed to, and that's probably why it doesn't work that good on me. But usually before I go live, I'll have to take one because I know that I'll be talking a lot, and my nose will get stopped up, and it makes my throat real itchy. So instead of me coughing and sneezing and all that in everybody's ear, I always just go ahead and break down and take it.
Yeah.
We tried 24 hours Zyrtec. No, I haven't tried Zyrtec. Brandon, what they give me is it's the prescription. I think it's called loratadine, but it's
Yeah.
the prescription strength Claritin is what they give me, and it's you can only take 10 milligrams once a day. I've considered taking two a day just to see if it would help, but I haven't asked my doctor if that's okay. And I even Googled it and it says not to take more than 10 milligrams a day.
Yeah. It might be that one's not right for you. I know I had to swap and change around to find one that actually worked properly for me.
Yeah, he had me on the spray, like this the stuff that you spray up your nose,
Mm.
and I couldn't do it because I like it worked to begin with, but there was one time I sprayed it up my nose and it burnt like literally up past my eye, all up in there. And he said that that was probably because I was having to use it every day, um, and so started me on uh, the Claritin. Okay, taking a pill with some bread, chewed until it's soft, then pop the pill in before you swallow it. Makes it. It's they're not hard to swallow. They're like little pills. It's just the thought of I don't know what it is. It's like the worst thing ever. I just dread it, thinking, okay, God, I got to take this medicine. I don't want to take it.
That method works for dogs and medication as well.
Oh yeah, with the bread.
Yeah. Or a
Yeah.
bit of cheese or a bit of meat, anything.
Yep.
I don't have a dog and I have cats, but whenever they need a tablet, oh my gosh.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got
I
to,
have a.
got to
We
get
have two
devious
dogs.
in how you get it into them.
We have two dogs, and I have one of them's in the house, and so we have to give him the oh, I forgot what it's called, but it's for like a flea prevention, flea and tick stuff or whatever. And if he just sees the box, he knows what's up.
Oh,
He's like, yeah, not happening. Literally, if he sees that box, if he sees a spray bottle, or you mention the word bath, he's gone. That's like his three biggest fears, and it's he's probably 70 pounds, and it takes me and Troll both to give him a tablet. It's horrible. Like you thought he was dying. He does so bad.
oh wow. We have 8 cats,
Oh wow.
and when we have to do their wormer or their flea treatment, we found a drop on the back one because it's a lot easier.
Hmm.
Um, you have a very specific order in which you can do them
Yeah.
because two of them, it's dead easy. Just put it in a piece of cheese. They gollop anything down. They don't care. So you can
Mm.
get them out of the way quite easy. But
And the other ones
others,
still don't know that there's anything about to
that's
happen. Yeah.
that's right. But if you do one of the other ones first that makes up a fuss, they
Hmm.
disappear to the four corners of the house, and it's like, where
Yep.
where are the rest of them?
Yep.
So
Like they know something's up and they're hiding.
yeah, that's right. What's he making a fuss about in the kitchen? Right, okay.
Yep. I don't want to be a part of it, so I'm gone. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
I'm
dog
not
is like
having that. Stay away from me.
that. Hmm. Yep. My dog is like that. Like I said, if you just take the box out and he knows like shit's about to go down,
Yeah,
he's gone. Or mention the word bath, and he that. If you try to get him in a bathtub, he will lay down on the floor. He becomes completely dead weight, and it takes me and my son both to pick him up to get him in the bathtub.
I'm so
And
glad you don't have to bath cats usually.
oh my dog, y'all, he is so horrible when he's in the bathtub. He thinks you're just it's the worst thing ever. He's whining and crying, and you know it's horrible. It's a sad thing, but he has to have a bath. Like I tried to explain to my son, like he stays in the house, he has to have a bath. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah,
My cats are super picky, really hard to give meds to, and they are big cats. Yeah, I have three cats. Since they've gotten up older, though, we don't leave them in the house all the time, just at night. And I can't believe Milo has been like, well, I don't even see him in here. Usually he's very vocal whenever I'm live. My dog has 12 cats. You have a 19-year-old cat, Penny?
I've got an 18-year-old one. She'll be 19 in February.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's my old girl. She was a rescue.
We got ours from my daughter. We had four, and then I guess whenever they got up older, they're all four males. And the one male, we're thinking he might have left and went up the road where there's some females, and he hasn't came back. So we just have the other three, and I think they're too spoiled to leave home.
Ours are all indoor cats, but we live in a suburb of a town, and
Yeah,
there's too many people who just drive around and don't give a crap about anybody else. So,
yeah,
and I was just forever seeing people posting up, oh, this cat's been found, this cat's been hit, this cat. And I was like, right, none of them are going out.
yeah. We kept ours in until uh, they were old enough to realize this is home. If we let you out, you got to come back here to eat. And so we let them out during the day. Every now and then they'll come to the door meowing, wanting in. They'll come in, eat, go right back out. Now at night, when they start hearing the coyotes go through the field that's across the road, they're wanting in the house. But we
Right.
live in the middle of nowhere. Um, like I said, there's only three houses on this end of the road, so we don't really have to worry about traffic. Um, just mainly the animals at night is all we really got to worry about. Let's see.
That's my dream, actually, to live somewhere out in the countryside where my cats can go outside and not be at risk. Obviously, I make a cat proof area for them, but
Hmm.
it's just not practical around here. Really
Yeah,
isn't.
yeah. The country is so much peaceful out here. Like literally, the only thing we hear is um, just the train, and that's it.
Yeah, we don't really hear it. We used to, we're not far from a train station, which was built about 3 years ago,
Mm,
and we used to hear it before the rest of the estate was built, but we don't hear it now. It seems to have drowned out the sound.
yeah, yeah. We kind of got used to it, so usually when the leaves are off the trees in the fall and winter, you can hear it really good. But other than that, it's not too super annoying.
Yeah, it's my dream to live somewhere in the countryside, and then I will have all my cats safe,
Right.
and as long as I've got decent internet speed, I'll be happy.
That's my problem. We have shitty internet out here.
Yeah, we have really good internet here. We've got like full fiber to property, so we get over 900 meg download. So it's
Yeah, ours is. So, I mean, it can be okay at times, but if it rains a lot, then yeah, it's not. You're not going to hardly be able to do anything. And apparently, they have my box turned up as high as they can go, uh, and it still isn't worth the shit. And where
yeah,
we live at, because we're in an area where it's like private, the company is privately owned. You can't get internet from like a different company. And if you were going to get it from like Verizon or something like that, and then they have to come out and put the satellite up and everything. Well, I live out in the middle of the woods, so you would have to cut down
wow, that's
basically
not
all the
good.
trees in my yard just for them to get pointed in the right direction.
It's crazy.
Hmm. I mean, I love living in the country. It's the only place I've ever lived is in the country. I hate the city. but that's the only downside to the country is, the internet service out here.
I wouldn't cope. I really wouldn't cope. When we
Yeah, my.
moved to this house, because it was a new build, they hadn't
Mhm.
made the fibre broadband here then, and I had to just go on an ADSL, and
Yeah,
it was so slow. I
hoping
see it
that.
on live streams sometimes when people are like on camera, and it's pausing and jerking,
Mhm.
and the sound goes strange.
Yep.
So it seems to be working okay with you most of the
Uh,
time with with just
yeah,
sound, but if you did video as well,
yeah. It. When I was playing the one earlier tonight, somebody said that it was lagging a little bit. And that's a lot of times why I don't play a whole lot of videos on my lives because of the buffering and all that. I'm hoping that they will run fiber optic through here. Is what I'm hoping because they've done it on part of where the phone systems run, and everybody says it's like so much better than just the regular DSL. So I'm hoping on our side of it they will run it through here too. Uh,
fingers crossed for you for that.
Brendan was troll choking. No, Brendan, that was my son. Y'all heard he was in there coughing. It seems like it does better though whenever I stream earlier.
So what time is it where you are?
12:40 in the morning.
Yeah, probably get people streaming a lot of um like Netflix and stuff locally. That'll probably
Yeah.
use up bandwidth locally.
Yep. And plus we have all these different TVs that's running on the Wi-Fi, all the cell phones, the computers. What else we got? Video games. Like everything's hooked into the Wi-Fi. But
That's
it
it.
seems,
Household of gamers as well.
yes. But it seems
Adolescents
like it
on
does
Discord
better.
and streaming with their friends, playing whatever game they're playing, and
Yep.
my son's on
So,
his Xbox,
yep.
and I'm running YouTube constantly. So
Yeah, that's all I ever watch is YouTube. Unless there's a series that me or Troll either one like, but I think most of the series are all for the season right now, so it's mostly YouTube.
yeah, that's mainly what I watch. I've got a Netflix account that the house shares, but
Yeah.
it's hardly ever used now, and it's just costs so much money, and they keep putting the price up, and it's no.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
we
just watch
have
it on YouTube or
T-Mobile.
wherever it comes out free.
Well, we have T-Mobile for our cell service, and we get Netflix for free. Um, so I don't have to worry about because before it started out like what was it 12.99 and went up to 13 or 14 and then up to 17 and then I ended up canceling it and then um, when we got T-Mobile and they gave it to us for free, so I've got it back.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh, let's see. Mars said, "Does crime and crochet? You have a channel, right?
I do.
Okay, we're gonna have to drop your channel and
Not, I've not posted a great deal yet, but that's mainly because I lost my voice with my sore throat when I had COVID. I made a start on it.
well, we'll have to drop your. Mar, can you find uh, her channel and drop her link?
I only have, I think it's 9 subscribers currently, so the more the merrier.
Brendan, do you know how to crochet? Every time I start crocheting something, I get like super sleepy.
It keeps me going.
It is. What is the name of your channel? Crime and Crochet.
I am my hyperfocus.
Okay. that. Okay, crime and crochet is my hyper focus. Was that it?
Yeah.
I can find it on my phone.
Oh.
Let's see. One second. I have to keep chat pulled up on my phone, and I literally have two chats on my computer and then one on my phone pulled up. Let's see. Crime and crochet. Am I autocorrect? Ah, here we go. All right, I just sucked up. Oh, Crime Crazy done got it. Damn, she beats me every time. Thank you, Crime
Really?
Crazy.
That's it.
All
I was
right.
looking for a name for it, and I'm thinking, how I watch crime and I do crochet and not a lot else. And I thought I'll put the hyperfocus bit as a nod to being neurodivergent. So
Yeah,
I could have actually added cats in there as well, but it was long enough already.
all right. Mar, you have to watch Crime Crazy. Like, if I'm gonna post a link, I just don't even mention it because if I do, she beats me every time. She really is like, she is just super quick with the links.
Yeah.
And the rabbit hole is closed for the day. Yeah, Penny, I learned how to do it on my own too. Well, not knitting, but crocheting. My great grandmother, like, she crocheted all of the grandkids and all the great grandkids an Afghan blanket. And I was like, damn, whenever I got up older, I wanted to try it. And I just basically taught myself how to do it.
My mum knitted and my grandmother crocheted,
Mm,
and I was never interested in anything like that when I was younger. My mum did try to show me how to knit once and gave up because I
yeah.
still can't knit, even with YouTube to watch tutorials and things on it. But
Hmm.
I decided to pick up a hook and some yarn, and I was getting so frustrated with it, but I just stuck with it. I kept
All right.
saying to my husband, "How hard can it be? It's literally bending and looping the
Yep.
yarn with the hook. There can't be anything mystical to this, surely." Then one day it just clicked with me, and I've not stopped, and it's like nearly 4 years now. And
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. For some reason, like every time I sit down, like I've got a whole tub, container full of yarn. And every time I sit down to start like a new project or just one that I've already started, it puts me to sleep every single time. And I've got to thinking like here lately because I haven't done it in a while since I started live streaming. And it's like whenever I get done with the live, it takes me forever to go to sleep. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I need to get a new project going and just let it put me to sleep because it's very relaxing. Like once you get that your chain going, and then you start on that second row after that chain, and you're getting to making
yeah,
all your little designs, and you see that shit progressing, and
yeah,
it's looking like something. Like yeah, it's very satisfying, but at the same time, it's very relaxing to me. I don't know why.
yeah. I just love doing it. I literally will start one project, finish that, and I'm looking for something to do next.
Mhm.
So it just keeps my hands and my mind occupied while
Yeah,
I'm watching whatever
and
else.
I can't read patterns like I've tried to do like the crochet patterns. Yeah, I can't do it. Um, so I just once I start my chain and I just figure out what I want, then I just go from there and just do the same thing. And if I need to switch a color, I do. Um, but yeah, I found some really cool looking different projects to do, and I just the uh, the pattern I was looking at it, I was like, okay, yeah, I can't do this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a bit complicated when there's repeats and some things are in brackets and some things aren't. And
Yep.
it says repeat from here, and it's like, okay, hang on a minute. Oh, right, you're saying repeat from there. I didn't repeat from there earlier, but once you
And then
get the
you
hang
gotta
of
like
it,
undo it all and then go back and fix it, and
yeah,
yeah,
frog it.
yep. Because I was wanting to do a chevron pattern where it's like the zigzag type pattern, and so I was thinking, okay, so I'll try to follow because it didn't seem like it would be that hard of a pattern. Yeah, I got my chain done, and that was it. Like second row, couldn't figure it out. I went to YouTube, tried to follow along on YouTube. Went to Wiki How. They didn't show me nothing, so I just winged it and figured it out, and just made sure that when I was going down and it was time to go up, I skipped the same amount of holes each time, and I finally got it done. Uh,
Yeah.
and I did it. It was like a um, turquoise and white is what I done with camo in it, and it turned out really good. After I got the
Mm,
hang of it, I just had to make sure that when I was getting ready to like the going over to go down was perfectly fine. It was going from down up. I always
yeah.
had to make sure.
Yeah. I found a lot of patterns online, and I did have some for magazines. And one of the things that I discovered when I first started teaching myself was that there's a US version of the crochet
Hmm.
stitch and there's a UK terminology,
Oh, it's I didn't know that.
and it creates the same stitch. Like in the US terms, you've got SC, which is single crochet. In the UK terms, that's a DC.
Hmm.
Now, our DC is your treble crochet. No, hang on. This
A
is where it
double
comes a bit
crochet and
confused.
then
We have a treble crochet in it, which is a DC for you, but our DC is a single crochet. That's what I was trying to say.
yeah, yeah. I like you got to skip and then you double crochet and then you skip so many more and then you single crochet and I'm like this is too much to keep. It's literally looking at a crochet pattern to me is like looking at a music sheet.
Yeah.
That's
My
uh,
mum couldn't follow crochet patterns either. She really struggled with that. She could do granny squares and she could do granny
oh, I love
blankets
granny
and things.
squares. Granny
Yeah, but
squares are like awesome.
anything that needed a pattern. I was saying, well, what stitches can you do? I'll see if I can show you. And um, but then COVID happened, and my sister has MS, so we didn't go around to the house for the whole 2 years because they were so scared that if she caught COVID, it would finish her off. Um,
Yeah,
and then she had a stroke earlier this year and died in September, so I've never actually got round to showing her how it all works. So
yeah, yeah.
I was going to show her how to follow a crochet pattern, and she
It's
was going to teach me knitting again, but
it's so
it's
hard to
not happening.
crochet.
Can't happen now.
I mean, I think if I just sit down and just like focus completely on it, I can't sit that long and try to focus on something that's irritating me, because then I just give
Yeah,
up. And Mike, you have a good night. It's just it's easier for me just to get started because I'm a very impatient person. Okay, Brendan, and so I just rather just do my train and just once I get ready, once I'm done with the train and the counting, that's another thing that I have a problem with.
yeah.
I can't focus on the counting, so whenever I do a train, I don't even count my loops or anything like that. I just do it whatever length I like, and I just go from there.
Go from
Uh,
there. Nice.
I just
Works nicely for scarves and things like that.
yeah. So I've got oh god, I've got I don't know how many Afghans that I've done just laying around here, and I've got one that I need to finish. So I might have to get my stuff, like Mars said, have to get my yarn and stuff back out and finish it.
Yeah, it's very
Uh,
therapeutic, and you can do it while you're doing something else. Like I've been crocheting a hat the whole time I've been talking to you.
oh, I've got so many hats
Yeah,
because I used to do them for the cancer center that's here. So I would do like a bunch of hats, and then we would donate them to the cancer center for the cancer patients. And I still got, oh God, probably 25 or 30 in my container uh, that are completely finished. I just need to take them down there. My daughter got one. I've got one that I wear. I need to take the rest of them and donate them.
I've got stacks of baby clothes for babies that I don't have, and I just make things when I find a yarn that I think looks nice. I think, oh, that'll make a nice baby cardigan, so I'll make a baby cardigan, put it in a plastic bag, and stick it on the pile with the rest of them. I
Yeah,
just
I
spotted
made.
Brendan. I'm going to be putting some tutorials on my channel once I work out how to get my phone set up so it is
Oh,
over
that would be
what I'm
awesome.
doing rather than because I think most of the tutorials show it from above, don't they? So I'm going to be putting some up on there.
Yeah, that would be awesome for people to learn how to. It's very relaxing. I will tell you that. It's something about it. Like I can sit there watch TV while I'm crocheting, and before I know it, I'm like so sleepy I can't even keep my eyes open.
I wish that worked
Mars
for me.
Mars said my problem is I start stuff, never finish it, so I have like 10 different projects started.
That's normal, Mars. I've got lots of half finished projects as well. That's partly due to the ADHD and the impulsivity. It's like, oh, shiny. I like that one. Hang on a minute. I'm working on something. I'll start that again later, and I'll start on something else.
Kill shot. Have a good night. Uh, Wait, I just Charles said I thought the purpose of her going live was getting. I know, Charles. That was the whole purpose of going live early.
We've set the world to rights, haven't we?
Oh, we've talked about everything tonight. You're gonna have to start coming up more often with me.
Yeah, definitely. So you put your live was coming up, so I thought, right, I'll get my mic set up, and if you ask for someone to go on panel with you, I'll jump in. So
So yeah, a lot of times I'll have people come up and they'll come up and just talk about whatever it is that they need to talk about or say or whatever, and then um, they'll jump off and then go back into chat or whatever, and then every now and then I'll get somebody who wants to come up and hang out for a while.
yeah,
Okay, so
that's it.
Brendan said, okay, Madam Crime and Crochet, I would love to be shown the things that you hope to share with your recently departed loved one. Things I
Yep.
can't stand.
So never got to show my mum properly. So
Okay, yeah, my husband
we'll
said
pass it
he
on to
subbed up to
somebody
you
else.
as well.
Oh, lovely, thank you.
Can't
I
stand.
crochet quite slowly, which is very good when somebody needs to learn
All
because
right.
you watch a lot of them and they say, right, you do this and then you do this. It's like, hang
Yeah,
on a minute, what did you do?
and I've learned if you crochet quick, like I have a tendency to do, it makes the project tighter.
Yeah,
Because you're not paying attention to how you're pulling it. Yeah, I learned that with the hats. Like you have to be very loose with it. I guess that's
yeah,
a term to way to explain it. That if you're going too quick with it, it will pull the hats too tight. And when you put that last, basically, it's basically like a train around it to finish it off. It will be so tight that you can't put it on your head. So
yeah,
I've had to learn that to slow down with it.
yeah. That's where a tricky one. I ended up with quite a lot of large hats because I had no idea on sizes and things.
Yeah.
But
Now I did the pattern that I was able to follow with the hats because I had no idea how to make them. There was one for adults and then there was one for kids, and I was wanting to do both of them to donate to the cancer center. And it would tell you where with the kids. I want to say it was like one like several loops that you left out, and it made it smaller, but you also left 2 rows out where with the adult size, you added the extra loops in the extra rows, and
Yeah.
it made it larger in size, but also longer. Um, but the one that I had that I was the pattern, it didn't have like a normal traditional one. It like it set it out in the words, you know, uh, instead of like two this and three that and uh, DC
Yeah.
and SC. Like it wasn't like that. It had it out in words and it made it a lot easier, and I was able to do it. And once I started doing it, like I did a few of them, I didn't even have to pay attention to the pattern after that. You just have to make sure you count your rows because one row you have to do different, like a different stitch or a different crochet than you do the rest of them, and that's basically all you got to do.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of counting.
yeah, definitely. I even have a little tin that I keep all my stitch counters in. It says, "Shush, I'm counting."
It's that's why, like I said, with the chain, I don't even count it. I just do it however long I think is long enough, and I just go from there. Because I
Yeah.
always lose count. It's never quiet here. Like literally, going live is the quietest ever in my house. Um, and I would always get messed up on the counting and all that, so I gave up on that too.
Yeah, I have counters for rows because I can never count rows unless it's a pattern that I have to follow. You know, each row's different or it's easy to spot. But
Yeah.
on my son said to me a couple of months ago, when I'm counting something, I'm generally sort of like just counting it, you know,
Hmm.
under my breath. I'm not counting it like out loud. But when I'm counting and somebody comes in and says something to me, I start counting loudly. And my son sat there and said, I've never heard somebody count that angrily before.
Just trying to keep you from messing up.
Yeah, that's it. 23, 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, Penny Loafer says she has thousands of antique knitting needles. That is
Wow.
cool.
My mum promised me that I can have all her yarn and needles. And she got a lot of her needles from her mum when she passed away. So I'm probably going to have
Yeah.
quite a few antique ones as well.
I literally
Uh,
only have one crochet hook.
you
It
do?
yeah, that's it. I think it's I believe it is. That's everything that I do. Now, like if I get yarn, I always have to make sure that it will fit with that hook. So if it don't fit with it, I don't get it. And me trying to change hooks and all that, yeah, that's too much for me. I'm the type of person
If
like
it's
I
an
just
eye, that's a 5.5 millimeter.
where is my
I've got a chart because I got confused with all the things.
let me see if I can find mine real quick. Cause I have a bag that I have like my current project in, and it sits there and it just basically stares at me all day. Like you need to finish me, and then I never finish it. Wait, here it is. Uh, mine, yes, I9 5.5 millimeter. I've literally
Yep.
used it so much it's red, and it's wore the color red off of it.
Oh, well. I When I first started, I bought a lot of. I just bought a few of them off Amazon in a set. You know, you think, oh, I need all the sizes, and then you find you're only using a
Yep.
couple of them a lot. But it's always handy to have it for going up or down a
Yeah.
size when you want to make something a little bit bigger or a bit tighter.
Yeah.
So that's and then I was finding that my RSI was kicking in my wrists and I was getting numbness in my hands.
Hmm.
And I went looking for longer hooks. So
Yeah, my mom used to do like a lot of crocheting, which my great grandmother taught her how to do it, and she would make like the doilies, and this like very small, basically almost like sewing string. Basically, it's so small, and then you got to use a smaller hook, and it would cause her hands to cramp. And she's got, or now she's 66 now, and she can't. The
Mm,
last time I talked to her, I asked her if she still did it, and she said no, she can't do it anymore because it hurt her hand so bad.
yeah. It's what my nana was like. She made a lot of baby clothes for my children when I was, still a child,
Hmm.
because as the arthritis in her hands was getting too painful, she was
Yeah,
having to stop. So I ended up with a lot of clothes for my daughter when she was born that were very outdated to
yeah,
a lot of things like cardigans and some of the dresses they were okay, but it was things like 70s romper suits that she'd made
mm, yeah.
because she'd made them from patterns when I was little.
But I mean,
And it
they're
was
sort of like an heirloom, I guess. Basically, you kind of just like even if they don't wear them, you just keep passing them down because the older person in the family made them, and you
that's
know,
it. I would have loved to have kept them, but my ex-husband, my daughter's father, he donated them somewhere. Oh, but I can't even remember what he exactly did. He either donated them, or he sold them on eBay. I was
oh
like,
wow,
I kind of wanted to keep those.
right.
So
Yeah, like I said, my great grandmother, she made all the grandkids. She had 8 grandkids, and I don't remember how many great grandkids there are of us, but she made every one of us an Afghan blanket. And she was like 90 something when she died. And even up until right before she went in the hospital and passed away, she was still crocheting. Um,
yeah,
and she could hardly see, could barely, like, she could walk still, but could hardly get around. She needed help. So that's what she did. She sit in her recliner at my grandparents' house all day long and just crocheted stuff
wow,
um, up until probably 2 weeks before she passed away.
yeah,
She was still doing it, and every time a new great grandchild was, you know, um, well, when she found out she was going to have a new great grandchild, she would start right then on her Afghan and have it ready whenever they were born. And
yeah.
I still got mine, but my mom's got it, so I probably won't never get it.
When
What's it?
I was expecting my daughter, my mum was doing lots of knitting.
Mm.
We didn't know what I was having, but I knew from one of the scans because I'd asked that nobody else had gone to, so I knew I was having a little girl. That my mum had made lots of things, and then my daughter was born, and she was really small for. That it took everyone by surprise because she was only 5 pound 10 ounces when she was born,
Oh wow.
uh, at full term as well. So
Mm.
she took everybody by surprise. And from my daughter being born in the morning and my mum coming back for visiting in the afternoon, she'd already knitted her a hat and cardigan that had fit her. I was like, how have you done this? So all the newborn size hats were like putting a bowl on her head. It was
Right.
just didn't fit her at all. So my mum made her this little pretty pink hat.
Oh. Let's see. Okay, so Penny is saying she would like to do an autism YouTube channel, but she's mute. She don't know how, so she wouldn't know how that would work. But Penny, there is a lot of channels on YouTube that most of them are what they call clip channels.
Mm,
But all they do is they put pictures on it or like video clips, and then they just put like words over the pictures or with the video or whatever, and they never talk on their channel, so it can be done. Like you don't have to talk or anything like that.
So I did a video when I had COVID because I couldn't speak,
Hmm.
where I basically just put photographs and merged them in with
Yeah.
words instead of actually speaking. So it's only a little one. It's just because I was getting so annoyed with the Kylie Rodney case. I thought, I can't speak. I'm going to have to say something on this.
Right. Oh, Penny,
But
you're
yeah,
very welcome, honey. It just, Penny, look up. I'm trying to think of a channel that does it just so she can get an idea of it. Uh, does anybody know a channel that does it? I'm trying to think of one off the top of
Hmm.
my head. Does Deets on the Street put? Did they talk on theirs? Real Justice. Penny, if you watch Real Justice channel, he doesn't talk on his. And I believe Deets on the Streets does the same thing. I don't think they talk on theirs either. They just put the videos, like I said, pictures or video clips, and then they just put words on the screen to go along with it. Or if there's something like a question or just a statement, they just put it up on the screen in words. Uh, they don't
Yeah.
talk at all, and it's um, yeah, that one does too. I know the one you're talking about, Penny. I, just yeah, like they do, and their channels do good. So I mean, you can do it. You know, it takes maybe a little bit more time than what it was like with me doing lives because you have to edit it and stuff like that. But if you ever get it started and you get your subs and all that, like start getting your views, it's well worth it.
Yeah. So the real justice style is really good because
Hmm.
you have to pay attention to
Yeah.
it at all times.
Yep.
Like, I can have somebody talking and I can drift in and out and do whatever else I'm doing, but for that kind of content, you have to pay attention and read it
All
rather
right.
than,
Yep.
crochet.
I
Right,
could.
okay, I'm gonna have to put the yarn down for a minute while I watch this run of Real Justice.
All
That's
right. Penny, I promise you, it'll work. Um, so you should give it a try. And just, if you decide to do it, just let me know and I'll sub up to you.
definitely I'll sub as well.
Because, I mean, anybody who puts out any type of autism channel, uh, I got to go sub up and show them support. Okay, my toes always pop out the, out the Afghan holes. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, try, then you'll know for sure. A lot of people watch those type of channels. You're too
I
sweet. I
think I've
missed
watched quite a
you.
lot, but there have generally been people talking about autism.
Let's see. I'm gonna put your channel back in there real quick. Crime and crochet is my hyper focus, correct?
That's the one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and crime crazy just dropped it in the chat as well, Penny.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, I think I'm just have to get off here. My eyes. I'm so sleepy. My eyes are burning.
Well,
I was telling Troll about
lightweight.
patchwork quilts. Yes, I would love to do a quilt, um, but that takes a lot of dedication, um, a lot of room. If you have a quilting rack, um, and possibly more than one person who knows how to do quilts.
Yeah,
That's
I
like,
I bought a sewing machine about 8 or 9 years ago. It was for sale on one of the local pages, and I thought, can I get that? And I'm going to learn how to do it. It's still sat in the box in the cupboard.
oh, I love sewing machines. There's
Okay.
like so many different things you can do with them.
Mm,
But the what Brian's talking about, like there was whenever I was younger, there was this old lady. She was probably, how like whenever you're 5, 6 years old, and there's like older people, and you think they're like super old.
yeah,
This lady was probably 70s, maybe like early 70s, and she had in her house, one of her spare bedrooms. She had this big, huge, square quilt rack that she always hung from her ceiling. And I never knew what the thing was. I was 5 or 6 years old. I didn't know what that was. And so one day I went over there and she had it lowered down from her ceiling and she had it getting ready. And um, her and this friend of hers, this lady was probably in her 70s. And they sit down there and I would watch them. And they would each be on their own side of it and they would start sewing. And like to begin with, it didn't look like anything, and then day by day, they would just work their way around it, and they would roll it up and make it smaller to get to the middle of it, and eventually it was like this big, beautiful quilt. And so, like, homemade quilts like that are very pretty.
They are. It's a real skill to have that.
Uh, yeah, Tonka, I'm about to get off here in just a second. I've been on here for almost 6 hours.
Well, I'm on the brim of my hat now, so I probably will be
Well, thank you
heading
for
off
coming
soon
up.
as well.
You're gonna have to come back up with me again.
Definitely.
We'll get into some true crime stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll get on a rant, another good rant about these parents one of these days.
Ooh. Yeah, definitely.
Troll said get some coffee and get on a second go. Now I'm just gonna go to bed.
Yeah. That's
Wait,
what
Brendan.
sensible people do when they're tired.
Brendan, why did you get kicked out? What'd you get kicked out of? Or the inside's called batting. Yeah, my great grandmother, she had so much like plastic bags full of batting and crochet stuff and all these different little arts things that she would see in a magazine and want to make, and all of us grandkids and great grandkids. She used to make out of egg cartons trash cans. We had so many egg carton trash cans uh,
Wow.
that it was crazy. But I mean, I look back on it now, like she was, like I said, 90 something when she died, and I was 15 when she passed away. So now that I think about it, like I was fortunate enough to have her for that many years, where a lot of people don't even know their great grandparents.
Yeah. I lost my paternal grandmother when I was 15, I think it was, and then
Yeah,
my maternal grandmother when I was 25, because she died a couple of months after my daughter was born. So I've
yeah.
not
I
had any. I've not had any grandparents for 24 years. So
I still have one grandmother left, and that's it. Um, I knew three of my great grandmothers, one great grandfather, and then I had all four of my grandparents. Well, let's see, the last one passed away when I was 21, and then I still have just the one grandmother left. And she's
mm,
probably, oh gosh, she's probably close to 80 now.
my mum lost both of her parents within the space of 10 months. I had I found out the day that my grandfather died that I was expecting my daughter,
Oh,
and
wow.
then my nan died. It was about 10 weeks after I gave birth. So
Mm.
in fact, I've
Oh,
not
wow.
had a grandparent in my life for so long now. It's
Yeah, you miss your grandparents when they're gone. That's for sure. Like
yeah,
my oldest son, my mom's mom, she saw him twice, once or twice after he was born, and then before she passed away.
oh
And so I had a picture of her holding him whenever he was a newborn, but I don't know what happened to it. But yeah, you miss them once they're gone. Like you don't never think growing up that you're ever gonna be without them, and then once you are, you miss them like crazy.
yeah. I mean, it's only about 12 weeks since. No, hang on, no, we're not
Right.
that far yet. Nearly 12 weeks since my mum passed away.
Oh
It's
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
you think they're going to be there forever.
Yeah, cause like my dad, November the 15th was 5 years since he died, and
Yeah.
growing up, I thought my dad was gonna live forever, and
Wow.
he ended up passing away from a stroke.
That's what partly what was the issue for my mum.
Yeah.
She had a major stroke at the end of February, and then while she was in hospital with that, they discovered that she also had uterine cancer.
Oh wow.
So And my mum, because she looked after my sister for so long, she hadn't looked after herself. Um, I hadn't had any of these things looked at, and
Yeah. Yeah, my dad had he had an ischemic stroke at like 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, probably earlier than that. My stepmom didn't find him until 6 o'clock. For some reason, she thought that it was okay to call her daughter, who lived 45 minutes away, to come help her get him up out of bed. And then another 2 hours before they decided to call an ambulance. Um,
oh
and
wow,
you know, with a stroke, the sooner you get help, the
time is
better.
critical.
So it was, she found him at 6 o'clock. It was like 12 o'clock before they ever got him to a hospital and got him airlifted. I didn't find out about it until like 1 o'clock. Like they already had him airlifted into the hospital, going into an MRI before they ever called me and told me. And then because he was married to her, there was nothing I can do medically. Like I had no medical decisions, and she basically let him starve to death. She refused to do any kind of feeding tube. She refused to do the trach. Um, she signed the uh, the do not resuscitate, the DNR. She didn't talk to me
Mm,
about any of it. The doctors didn't agree with it, but legally I had no say in it. And she let him
yeah,
lay there for 2.5 weeks and starve to death. And to this day, uh, you know,
yeah.
I
No,
think she's responsible for it. She should have did better if she cared anything about him. But there's at the same time, there's nothing I can do about it. It just pisses me
yeah,
off whenever I think about it.
it's frustrating. When my mum had her first fall in February, uh, she lay there for a couple of hours. I mean, she lives with my dad and my sister, but she just didn't shout to them or whatever at the time.
Yeah.
Um, and when somebody actually went in to, get a cup of tea and found her lying on a bedroom floor,
Oh
she was
wow.
like, "Oh, I've just been trying to get up. All I did was go to the toilet, and then I came back and I fell. So I thought I'd be okay." And then she, they rang for an ambulance, and she lay on the her bedroom floor for 9 hours before an ambulance arrived.
Oh my God.
So we have the National Health Service here, so everyone's got full medical cover, but
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
so
See,
underfunded by our government.
we don't have that here. Like if you have insurance and it's not something that's like state funded, like Medicaid, then you're paying several $100s a month for health insurance that only pays 80%.
Mm.
It's ridiculous.
I'm so scared if our NHS collapses because what if you have existing health conditions? How are you ever going to get insurance?
It's hard for people.
Yeah.
And if they are, like I said, if they are able to, then they have to pay way more a month. Uh, and it's very frustrating. And like the people who are on Medicaid, um, once like when you're 18 or younger, it pays for everything. But once you
Hmm.
hit 18, it only pays for certain things. Like if you need to go to a dentist, Medicaid for an adult will not pay for an extraction. It will for a kid, but not for an adult. It
Oh,
doesn't pay any type of, if a kid needs braces, it doesn't pay for that. Um, it's a lot of things that Medicaid won't even pay for.
yeah. So suppose braces are classed as cosmetic rather than
Hmm. Yep.
a dental need.
Yeah. It's just the insurance thing here is it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that's
I see the UK edging further and further towards that with the underfunding by successive governments. But hang on a
yeah.
minute, I need to cough.
Here in the UK, it
Sorry.
pays for implants. A dentist says you can't do dentures. Oh, Medicaid does out there, Brian. I see. I know,
Okay.
like here, um, it'll pay like for an adult. It'll pay for dentures, just not the extraction. So if you any type of extraction, and like for like an older person who needs dentures, but they need all of them, all of their actual teeth pulled, that's like $3,000 that they have to pay out of pocket
Oh my
just
gosh.
for Medicaid to pay for the dentures, and that's ridiculous. Hey, Candy, how are you?
So
Depending on which
you
plan
can
you
go,
choose, it's Medicare.
you can go to a private dentist here, but a lot of people are under the NHS dentists, and they do it in different stages. I've no idea what the stages are because I qualify for free dental care now, but I know it used to be something like about £20, which I think the exchange rates are pretty similar at the moment, and then £40, and then if you
Versus the
needed something like dentures, it'd be like
Mhm.
£400.
Oh, wow.
And
Well, I know that my
if you were
mother-in-law just
paying
got a
for sort of
partial.
like you'd have everything covered under it,
Mhm.
under
Well, my
that different
mother-in-law,
tier.
uh, she got just a partial. She actually went and picked it up the other day. I drove her up there to pick it up. She paid like $1,250 for just a partial. And
Wow.
when they put it in, it's still too tight and it's hard. Like it's very tight for her. And she can't hardly get it in or out. And they put something on it that she didn't want. And she was like, for $1,200, I didn't want it on there. I told them I didn't want it. So now I've got to drive her all the way back up there to get this thing fixed.
Yeah,
But yeah, $1,200 just for a partial.
yeah, I can imagine. I
Let's
mean,
see.
I have a partial because of something genetic with my gums. I have very short gums,
Hmm.
so over time and with a bit of poor health, dental care as well. A lot of my
Yeah.
teeth loosened, so
Hmm.
I had to some either fell out or were taken out because they were so loose.
Oh, wow.
So,
Uh,
and I'd absolutely love to have dental implants, but
yeah, they're expensive.
yeah, I mean, I'd need to have the lot done, and there's no way I can afford that outside of winning the lottery. So,
Right. Yeah. Yeah, orthodontists are super crazy expensive.
wow,
I guess I need to get off of here
6,000.
and get to sleep.
You do.
It's 1:30 here in the morning now.
Yeah, 7:30 a.m. here, so
Oh, wow.
yeah. I think I can hear one of my family moving around, so they're probably going to
They're,
descend soon.
they're up getting ready to start their day.
Yeah, I'm about to go off to bed. I'm literally a vampire.
Yeah, I feel like one right now.
Mm.
I'm so sleepy, my eyes are burning.
Oh dear. Uh, Even when I did a 36 hours with no sleep up until yesterday, I didn't even feel tired when I went to bed. It's like, what is wrong with you, woman? Crazy.
I've done that before, stayed up like super late. I used to do it a lot whenever I was younger. Spend the night
Yeah.
with a friend, and we just kind of like sit up all night, knowing we had to go to school the next morning. Uh, and yeah, like super dead ass tired the next day at school, and you still can't go to sleep until the next night. So yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, Candy, I've been on here 5 hours and 53 minutes.
I've been in here for quite a lot of those, haven't
Yeah,
I?
you've been up here with me for a while.
Yeah,
You're for sure gonna have to come up again with me. Like I said, we'll
definitely.
get started on some true crime stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, how's it gonna be a Saturday night? It's literally you're in the States, aren't you? It's literally morning time.
Oh, yeah.
I can get the doctor to get coverage now because they.
Again, West
Oh,
Coast
I know.
is
I think
California is 8 hours behind me, so
let's see. California is 2 hours behind me, so it's 11:27 still at
yeah.
night. But says I know what they mean. So, and I think
Oh
he's
yeah, that's early for them then.
yeah. I think is just one state above me, if I remember correctly. Do I have that right? Or am I thinking about somebody else? I want to say he's one state above me, so he would be in the same time zone that I'm in.
So we're back on daylight saving time now since Halloween, so it's an
Yeah, I hate
hour
daylight
better.
savings time. Like it literally before it was getting dark here, like 8:30, close to 9 o'clock. Now 5 o'clock, it's dark. It's like I don't like it. Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, you are. You're just right above us, so you're in my same time zone. Technically Sunday, but I'm still on Sunday's move or Saturday's moves. Yeah, I gotta go. Hopefully, if I go to sleep early enough tonight, then I can get up early enough tomorrow. That was always my problem. I would start a live late, go till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, sleep till 3 o'clock in the day, and then uh, have to jump up, get all my stuff gathered for a live, and then do it all over again.
like I said earlier, I tried to break myself earlier. I stayed up 36 hours to try and get myself
So,
tired.
yeah.
I still wasn't tired when I went to bed at 3 a.m. And then I finally fell asleep about 5 a.m. and didn't
Oh
get up
wow.
until 5 p.m. So,
Oh, so you got you a good 12 hours in.
yeah, that's why I have to take a vitamin D supplement because I never see the sun.
Yeah, I would much rather sleep during the day. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Just it's so much better whenever you sleep during the day.
yeah, everything's just quieter and easier at night to get
Yeah,
around
just to
things.
get everything done that I need to get done.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
without all the
candy,
distractions.
candy. I'm the same way. Once I get woke up, it's yeah. I can't hardly go back to sleep. Show just came on telly. It's about the Canadian border inspections. I sleep during the day, then I don't get anything done. That is a problem too. Luckily, though, my kids do help out around the house, so um, that's a plus for sleeping all day.
My doctor
Sleep.
had actually ordered a blood test for me on, I think it was the 10th of November, and I
Mm.
finally managed to actually get there and get it done yesterday.
I don't feel bad. I'm bad about that. Go to the
Yeah,
doctor. They need blood work. I'm like, okay, yeah, because all of our doctor's appointments we can still do over the phone or like through
yeah.
a conference call or something like that or video call. And my doctor's like, okay, well, I need you to come do blood work because we haven't done it in a while. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll come such and such day. And then, yeah, it'll be 6 months later and they're calling me wanting to know if I'm ever going to come in and do my blood work. I'm very bad about that.
Yeah, my local doctors, they don't do the blood tests there. I have to go to the hospital to get it done. So it's a
Yeah.
case of getting it when I would be up at reasonable time because I
Hmm.
knew that the phlebotomy clinic was only open certain hours.
Yeah.
So yesterday when I stayed up, I thought, right, I'll go and get it done now.
Yeah. Anything that I have to do with the doctor, they have a lab in the doctor's office. Now, whenever I had surgery on my neck, I had to do blood work for the doctor's office. Then I had to go over the next day to the hospital and do all the pre-op stuff, and that's more lab work.
Yeah,
The doctor, well, they can come to you. Yeah, we don't have that, Brendan. Like, none of our doctors, I don't know if that's even legal here, um, where they can come and treat you at your house. Uh,
you can get a home visit here, but you have to literally be dying before they'll do it.
yeah, yeah, they don't.
um,
Well, like I said, we can do the telehealth or telemed or whatever it is they call it, where with that, though, you have to call and schedule your appointment. Then the day of your appointment, you never know when the nurse is going to call. So the nurse will call first. They want all of your vitals. Um, if you don't have the equipment to do it, then they don't know what your vitals are. And then you have to sit around and you have to wait for the doctor to send you a text message with a link to do the video call. And you may have a 2 o'clock appointment and you may not talk to the doctor until 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon.
wow.
And it's hard doing it sometimes. Like if you've got something that you need to go do that day and you have to sit around and wait for the doctor. But then again, I would rather do that instead of having to go and sit in the doctor's office for several hours.
Yeah, I had my meds review over the phone the other day, and that
Mhm.
was okay. But they said, "Oh, when did you last have your blood test?" I said, "You tell me. You're the one who's supposed to ring up and order me to go and have blood works done." So,
Yeah,
and they said, "Oh, it's been over a year," I says, "and I'm supposed to have them every 6 months, aren't I?" And he's like, oh, "Better get you in there." Yes.
yeah. If my doctor doesn't remind me of stuff like that, I'd completely forget it. Like I literally have to write myself notes to make myself remember stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I
I
need
have
my
to tell
doctor
my
since I was
husband.
born.
If I need to remember anything, I have to tell my husband because I won't. I will not remember.
Yeah, I completely. I've got notes. I wrote a note down tonight to do something. Oh, to get the picture of Santa Mae's niece and put it next to the picture of the girl that was in the prom picture with Kylie to compare to see if they were the same person. I literally had to write a note down because, or I can tell Crime Crazy to remind me of something, and or I'll say I'm gonna make a mental note, and Crime Crazy's like, I'll just send you an email and to remind you because I will completely forget. I get so sidetracked with stuff. It's like crazy. If I don't leave this note sitting on my computer, I'll forget about doing the pictures as soon as I'm done with the live.
Yeah. I'm not convinced with the prom girl and the niece, by the way. I don't.
Yeah, they kind of look alike in the face a little bit, but I think it
Yeah.
was Aha was saying if you look at the neck, they're totally different.
Yeah. And the niece won't have been in the country for that long, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think she has,
Yeah.
which I don't
They
know
kind of
exactly.
kicked off in the Ukraine when Russia invaded in
Yeah.
January, February, was it?
Uh,
I think it was February.
yeah, somewhere around in there.
Yeah, I think it was just around the time that my mum had the stroke, so she was blissfully unaware of it. And
Yeah,
I'm trying to shield all that sort of news from her because I don't want her worrying about it.
yeah.
Then she caught something on TV with tanks and soldiers or something, and then
It makes her worry.
yeah,
Yeah.
but with the state of her fragile brain at the time, she thought it was something that had actually happened near her.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she's telling us about all these gunmen in the grounds, and I'm like, are you sure about this?
Yeah. I guess I need to get off here. I done said that like four
You
times.
do, you do.
I
We could
really do.
chat all day, couldn't we?
Oh, yes. Because that's what I'm saying. You need to come up uh,
Definitely.
again with me. This has been fun.
Yeah. So I'm here most of the time during the night. Oh, your evening.
Yeah. Yep. I think I'm gonna start doing my lives between 6 and 7 my time.
Yeah.
It's I think it's a lot easier on most of my mods too, because I know a few of them they have to get off early for next morning they got kids they got to get up for school or um, I think Sway has to get up in early in the morning to go to work, so it's hard for them to stay on if I go late at night. So I think it's just easier. So yeah,
Mm.
I think I'm just gonna go to bed and go to sleep. I
If
don't
you
think
if you go to
Charles.
my channel, my email's on there. So if you drop me an email when you're planning something, and
Okay.
I'll try and have something to say that isn't about crochet
All
and
right. Yeah.
kids and teeth.
Yeah.
We
I
are here
mean,
for crime, you know.
all right. Let's see. How does Chrome Crazy? You might need to check your email. Oh, her email. So for some reason, Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen, they do not get my emails, and I don't understand why. Like I've emailed them on two or three different emails, and they're not getting my emails at all. It's weird.
Not going into junk or spam folders or
Eh, I don't know, and I'm not getting any of theirs. and I've checked all of my like my important box, my spam.
Mm.
I'm not able to get theirs either. It's
I have a
just
Hotmail account like that. It tends to put the emails that I want to see in my junk folder and
yeah,
the spam ones in my inbox. I'm like, guys, I've been communicating with this company for years. Why are
hmm
they suddenly spam?
yeah, yeah. All of mine are Gmail, and I may have to end up making another email account just so I can see if Emerald Queen and them can get them because on the one they're not getting anything, and I'm not getting any of theirs.
Yeah. I dropped just his A to Z an email a while ago and it took ages for her to be able to find it. But it was
Mhm.
because my Gmail account was a brand new one, so I think it might have
Yeah, and see,
not
like
trusted it.
I think all the Emerald Queen and them are trying to send to me is just some pictures of their pets and stuff like that. So it's nothing um, that should get flagged or anything like that. Or they should, if that was the case, they should be able to get my emails, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're not able to. And all I'm basically doing is just saying, "Hey, let me know if you get this email." So I'm not sending anything that would get flagged to them either.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
quite strange, isn't it?
yeah. Oh, Troll said, Werewolf Queen. So, Troll, do you want to put your email in the chat? He said that I can try y'all's. Well, I'll no, I know what I do. Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen. I will email y'all from Troll's account, and I'll just put that it's Scarlet or Lost Souls or something, so y'all know that it's me. I don't understand. Like it's that's all it is their pictures that they were wanting to send to me of their animals, and I know some things will get flagged for like spam or something like that, and I've even checked my spam folder, and it's not going in there either.
Hmm.
But yeah, I will do that. I will try on Troll's uh, account and see if it'll work on that. Because I think Michelle Sutton says she sent me an email one night too, and I didn't get it. And then I told her to try it again, and then it went through. So I don't know what's wrong with it. Okay, so I'm definitely getting off this time, y'all.
Yes, you're going to bed, love.
Yes, I am. I am super tired. Thank you, Crime and Crochet, so much for coming
Most
up and hanging
welcome.
out with me.
Been a pleasure.
Um, like I said, you're going to have to come hang out with me again. Need to get some more people up here, start talking about some true crime stuff. Um, but yeah, for sure, you're going to have to come hang out with me again.
Definitely. I say
Candy, you have a good night, honey. I'm
my
sorry, go
email
ahead.
address is on my channel. So if you
Okay.
want to drop
Yeah,
me a
I
line
will.
when you're planning to do one, no,
Okay. Yeah, I'll drop you an
coordinate.
email probably tomorrow. I'll send you one.
Fabulous.
All right. So yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you so much for coming up.
You're most welcome. Sweet dreams.
All right, you too. Have a good morning.
Night night.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah, I'm leaving this time. I promise. But yeah, thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. It's been a blast tonight, and I hope you all have a good night as well. And I will be back. Hold on, wait, what? Yes, y'all make sure y'all hit the thumbs up on your way out if you don't mind. Thank you, Candy. I appreciate that. And thanks to all the new subs who've joined us. You take care as well. So I'm getting out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a good night, and I will see y'all tomorrow.